as it always is, windswept, so more like tornado swept. But that's awesome. He doesn't have that headset hair. His hair defies all.
Yeah, Frozen's a really great player. It's again, I feel like there's a lot of character on the Mouse team. Again, they've always been a fan favorite squad.
Yeah, we expect character from their team.
Yeah.
So when you have, like, again, going back to like the Sunny era, I loved that era of mousesports because in terms of we've been talking about their brand a lot and so on, right? But in terms of like getting behind a roster, there was so much personality in that roster back in those days. You had Chris J rocking like a skull chain. Sonny had the Philip Plein shoes. Robs had the Gucci slides in those days. So there was a lot going on, which like you as a young person watching Counter-Strike and so on, maybe being into brands is what you could like kind of invest in that stuff. But so to see these roster changes, but to still have personality on that team, I think is fantastic, and it's important. It's certainly important.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean this is a great moment for the ENCE team to allow more people to be familiar with them as well, because ultimately it comes down to what you're able to do on the server. And again, they're a team that, I mean, I think it's hard to say what their trajectory is.
Yeah,
Counter-Strike is a game of fundamentals, but it's also a game of adaptation. We saw that from Spirit. And a lot of the newer teams, the question is, sometimes they'll come along. Like, remember Furia, right? Furia is a good example. A team that comes along and everyone's like, oh my god, they're insane, and you know their trajectory was crazy. But a lot of it came down to the fact that they found a way to kind of play the game that was very... People didn't have experience against it. They didn't quite know how to deal with it. But then when people sort of got used to it, Furia's style, I mean, it wasn't a style of adaptation. It was a style of, we'll force our style onto other people. So the question is, how well can ENCE adapt against the top field of competition here at the Major? That's another question for me.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of this team for sure. And yeah, I was going to mention Acor. There was talk on the desk and maybe not having the confidence in him. I mean, during the earlier Flashpoint tournaments where we saw Acor, you know, he went missing on certain maps. Mirage was, if I remember correctly, I think Mirage is one of the ones where he had some troubles, but I think he's overcome them now, and he's been a lot more dependable. We saw him yesterday, and his flicks were on point. That guy looks like he'd been playing deathmatch for 3 hours. He was super sharp. He came into that one running very, very hot indeed. But of course, yesterday we had a lot of best of ones. So to avoid delays with moving different teams from setups and so on, they played from their hotel rooms and so on. But that means maximum comfort. So with a bit of disruption, moving to a desk, we'll see if that has anything to play, like if that will affect the performance or anything. But from what I've seen of Acor, he's had that heavy output and the important kills. But of course, the further we go into the tournament, the more important those frags become. So we'll see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, totally agree. I think, you know, Acor is someone that I think you could make the argument he is the player with the highest mechanical ceiling on the server. In probably most games he's going to play at the Major, that could possibly be the case. Like, he's got incredible potential in terms of his mechanics. The issue is about how can you apply that, you know, in the game. And of course, you know, when you get a player like, let's say a Simple as an extreme example, he finds every way to apply his ceiling constantly. And that's that has the, you know, you see the impact there. So it's not a game of potential, it's a game of, because that's what being a good player is. It's not about potential, of course, because potential is unrealized gains, effectively. It's like you kind of know that there is a possibility for this you know, for this skill, but you don't actually see the results. But if we are able to see Acor finding a way to really thrive within the system that he's playing in, and also having some of the freedom to be able to let loose with his mechanics, you know, that's going to be something that would be a complete game changer, I think, for Mouse moving forward. But they've got a lot of great pieces. You know, I think one of the reasons why Rops also stands out as a character is because, you know, in that lurker role, he is pretty iconic, I feel like, at this point.
Yes.
And it's very easy to spot him on the server. You know, you see him kind of making plays by himself and getting info for the team and so on. Yeah.
After the initial new man on the scene, is he a cheater questions,
God, that was so long ago now.
He was very, very, very highly respected. I remember we were sitting with Dazed, of all people.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
you know, and he was saying, like, it's insane to just watch him play. It's absolutely crazy how good he is. So, you know, ropz has been around for a while, even though he's 21 years old. He's kind of he's an old man in CSGO now. Well then, Mouse versus ENCE. We can see ENCE will be on the defensive side. DreamHack's got some work to do. Hades will certainly help him out. There's a nice kill from him, and down goes Bemis. Is ready representation. Spinks has been popped in the head by Dexter, who's looking for more now. He's collected that USP, but he won't be able to do much. Drop the bomb as well. Now it's down to ropz in a 1 versus 4. Got to be patient with these shots from the Glock. Disadvantageous in terms of range. We've got Hades carrying that USP Cayman. Looking to get some fodder to consume. ropz with 13 HP now in a difficult situation very early on here on Nuke.
Yeah, and it's a tough one. Will they give ropz anything here? Absolutely. Very fast reaction from ropz, but we'll get shut down in the end. That 13 health not helping him out. And for ENCE, they're going to get the start that they're looking for. The question will be, you know, are we going to see a force buy? I mean, they didn't get a bomb down, so it feels unlikely that we will see a force buy out of Mouse. So presumably, it should be a straightforward following round and a 2-0 start. If all goes according to plan for ENCE.
Yeah, Spinks is a rare representation for Israeli Counter-Strike in the professional scene.
It's awesome.
I know there'll be people spamming the chat, but it's always nice to see representation from the smaller countries as far as CS is concerned.
Oh, for sure.
ropz with Estonia, of course, you could say the same.
Yeah, I was about to say, and previously with Chris J, you know, in terms of the Dutch representation, it was very limited. Mouse has a way of picking up these players as well.
Yeah, they have a knack of like making significant roster changes and basically always working out for them.
Oh, Slappy! He's going to go down to the forces of Mouse, able to take that control around the garage.
The lobby's been compromised immediately by Doto as well, though.
Crap.
However, they are waiting. They're just holding now, holding formation on the ramp. And of course, they could try to creep towards hell. They could go down towards the ramp, and after patiently waiting, Doto, he knows his timing and will pursue. And as we can see, Mouse are heading towards that B bomb site. DreamHack is by the double doors for the time being. The control windows have not been broken just yet, which gives him some security. He knows he's not going to get flanked at the very least, and he can hide in plain sight. As I say that the window has been broken now. Multiple targets, got to be real careful to isolate these fights, running out of bullets, but he ends up facing 3 people essentially, and it gets more difficult now for ENCE, but a flurry of kills from them will leave ropz as the last man to fall in control, and ENCE are able to stabilize.
Yeah, definitely what you want to see. We had a lot of crazy second rounds yesterday actually on the B stream, but looks like it will go according to plan here, and ENCE will be on that full buy. We will have the first full buy from Mouse, and looking forward to seeing what how their approach looks on this first full buy round. Will we see kind of the default? Do they want to play a more gambly kind of pop somewhere on the upper side or otherwise? So far, it's looking like outside control, but DreamHack close with that MP9, and he's going to immediately find multiple kills, massive damage being done, and there's just a save from Mouse here, so nothing too untoward. I guess they invested a little bit more in the last round than I'd expected.
Desert Eagle Blaze. I think that skin is unremarkable, to be honest. I sold mine.
It's just, it was just made famous, I guess, by the French Counter-Strike to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it represents an era of art style in the game, but I think that era has, you know, the game has evolved beyond that.
Sick shot.
So it's kind of dry now, in my opinion. It's like people always say, "Oh, when's the next Counter-Strike coming out?" Like, look at CS when it came out versus now. We don't live in that era anymore. We live in an era of updates and evolution. Look at the sounds. Look at the updated graphics on the maps. The evolution even of the art on the skins and so on. Maybe we'll get an engine evolution as well. Who knows?
Yeah, quite possibly. It remains to be seen, but it was definitely night and day, the differences from now in 2014.
The sound of the AK and the sound of the ladder, the two clunkiest, most brutal sounds. I'm surprised I can hear anything right now. When I look back at those sounds.
Yeah, if you look at frag movies right now from the early era, it's really like the AK sounds awful.
Or some older clips from many moons ago, many years ago.
Yeah. Well, full buy round, first full buy round for both teams. Acor on the AWP, as is Hades. Hades looking after the outside position, and Doto able to actually open up onto Robsy immediately. That's not a good start there for Mouse. Looking to gain some ground outside, and Hades is in position, ready to go. Frozen goes down as well, and Mouse starting to struggle here now in this round. So Acor's got that deeper position, but it's been given. That said, he will pick off Hades, but they need to find their way into a site. Plenty of time to do so, still a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they can, you know, this is going to be difficult now for ENCE to all be in a good position. Having somebody in heaven is going to be real important though, but that is a huge kill for Bemis. Quickly moving forward now, as he knows he's got a little space to work with as he tries to identify where the remaining players are. I think the HUD's a little stuck as far as the player is concerned, so don't worry about that. Oh, the entire HUD is stuck, that's alright. So we got a 3 versus 1 now, I do believe.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Snappy will be the last man to fall there. And Mouse will get their first round on the board. So 3-1 is the score. T-side always difficult on Nuke, but we'll see if they can do any more with this.
Yeah, what a great round there from Acor, getting into position, taking full advantage. Again, we were hyping him up a little bit in the pre-show for this one, and it's good to see that he's off to a solid start, looks warm and ready to go with the AWP.
Who are we watching, Dan? Who's this?
Oh, who's this?
Who's this, Dan? Right. Who is it?
Well, I guess it's
there we go. It's Frozen. See, I knew it was Frozen. There we go. And Acor's behind him. I mean, we know it's Acor because he's got the AWP.
Exactly. Yeah, and Acor's looking to do what he was doing in the previous round too, just opening things up with this AWP. Now we're going to have to keep track of how many people are alive here. So it's 5v5 still.
That's a good call down.
5v5. We've got 3 on the outside there, 1 on top of the silo. Looking for any... I mean, they're looking for any openings here, but there's nobody around. So what does this tell Mouse? Now, I'm not sure which player this is, but of course it's...
Acor may think that there's an off angle in the garage. Acor may think there's an off angle in the garage, maybe for main.
Yeah.
Because, like, what are the potential setups here? Maybe someone's peeking from heaven or behind the vent above heaven. You can see D-Hard's hanging out in the vent, and Hades is chilling on the outside.
There's going to be very little time left in the round at this point. I forgot to.
Oh yeah.
Count. I forgot to count. We actually get the count.
How much time is left?
Phone or something for next round.
Still waiting for that opening, and there's a flashbang in case someone's in that garage.
Hades can't win the battle against Acor.
And that is work to do on the A bomb site. There are stereo frags though, and we've got one player here behind default who's really got to put in some work. It's Spinks. He gets the first kill, but the bomb carrier he cannot stop. We've got D-Hard popping out of the vent, and he's dead now. So Mouse will find a second round on the boards. So it is 3-2, I do believe.
Yeah, really slow round to that one as well.
Hey Dan, what's the economy looking like?
Good question.
What's the buy? Well, I can tell you the buy. There's 4 AKs on deck for Mouse, and the AWP for Acor. Looks like it might be Eco Town for the counter-terrorist side. When this flipping brother, this FBI brother skin first came into the game, so many people tweeted me, "Oh James, it's you. You guys are knobheads." Can I say that? Oh, I've said it now. You guys are idiots. I'm not that complexion or anywhere close. Anywhere close to it. Sorry, I almost destroyed the desk here.
Well, it's a pretty good start for Mouse, considering that sure they're down, but they won their first buy rounds with the orb, and the second rounds that they played it really passive and slow, and that approach actually worked out for them. They kind of just inched their way forward until they had enough space, like at the correct positions to split on the upper site, and that worked out really nicely. So, you know, I'm curious about ENCE's approach going forward, if they'll be a little bit more active. It's quite dangerous at the same time because Mouse are just they're hitting their shots right now. So it's, you know, you're going to have some setups to win some space outside, for example. Maybe we'll see that, you know, the CT smoke that goes, you know, pretty deep towards the T side, like under the silo, so that you can get some forward positions, and it kind of plays against any forward smokes that might be thrown by the T side. And you're also able to, in doing that, you know, create problems for their AWPer as well. They'll have to invest more. So that could be one approach, you know, playing quite active outside for ENCE. But equally, we may see them continue to play passive outside and instead sort of play the rotation game around the sites, force Mouse to execute on the sites.
Someone tweeted me that they had all 3 mouse stickers, excuse me, on a black P90. But it didn't send me an actual picture of it, which is kind of missing the point. But that's cool.
You have to use your imagination.
Yeah. I saw someone's got a Reason sticker on a stock AWP, which is a massive rip. I think it was Doto, or at least he had it in his hands. But we shall see.
Reason Gaming. Man, I was in that team for a while.
You used to play for Reason Gaming?
Yeah, for a while.
What, Quake TDM?
Yes.
So you played for Reason, you played for Dignitas.
I kind of went backwards. I went Dignitas, 4Kings, and then Reason. So I kind of like I went to the top, to the lesser important teams, as opposed to the
4Kings is always a cool brand in
It
Counter-Strike.
is, yeah.
I don't know if they're doing anything.
It's dead now, I feel like. Aren't they?
I would imagine so.
One of the historic teams, though, they used to be one of the most kind of important orgs, but
I don't even know what their logo is. I don't think I've ever seen a logo.
well, that tells you a lot.
Do they have a logo?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was the logo then? That's the next question.
I can't remember now. Oh God, Toto, he's crept up on decks, so that's a little bit scary.
That's a big opportunity. He has a player next to him as well who can swing with a USP to allow him to get a devastating kill later on, or he can just dry peek himself and do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like a good recovery coming through there. Frozen with you know, those couple kills. Just Big's left alone on the side. They're able to clear him out. So nothing really stopping them planting now at this point. So that's a huge win. Dota could cause some problems still though. The economy damage would be really huge if Dota can get a couple of kills. That would, even if they lose a round, of course, that's the most likely thing. The kills would be very impactful. So that's the objective here for Dota. Get a couple of kills.
The effect on that stick is pretty cool. It looks like an 8-bit heart or a dead mouse logo.
Yeah, I'm not sold on it. It's a cookie cutter.
It's very thick.
Yeah, so Dota will be holding on to this one. Not really being given anything here.
He hasn't got a kit, so it appears he wants to dive to the bomb. Oh,
great shot!
It's outrageous.
That is value right there.
It's very cheeky because he needs the money. Well, they both. Well, yeah, he needs the money more than they do. So it's a cheeky frag for $300. But there we are.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, it's any economic damage you can get is great, and he took a risk, but he managed to make it work out. That's really impressive.
Confidence.
And yeah, it was a really nice shot. And we're at an interesting point now because, you know, it feels like, you know, Mouse are in the driving seat for sure. ENCE, though, in a full buy, we even get the AUG from Hades. We'll see if the approach from Mouse continues to work. You know, I was mentioning, you know, playing more actively outside. We've got Dihar in that position around the secret stairs. Hades takes down Rops again. And that's a 4-man push around the outside. So Dihar is going to get some action here towards secret, surely. Surely. Boost for Acorn.
Again, looking for players outside. Lucky to take a headshot through the step there. Get away with that and back off. Force some utility out of Mouse. Rops is a goner. They're still looking for these angles. Now, this is a fiendish angle from Hades and a great usage of the AUG scope. However, Doto's been lost in main.
That is quite the angle. Very impressive. Great damage done initially from Dihar as well with the HE and so on. Everyone taking a beating on the mouse side. They really don't have options here. This is what we were talking about before. You know, they have the outside control, but how do you convert that into site control in a plant? That's not really looking all that likely. Dexter, though, with the creep, and somehow Snappy just totally blindsided there. 30 seconds.
Yeah, this makes things really awkward because we can see the position that Hades has to hold the Heaven position from. At least he has some cover from main. 20 seconds, though, and this could go wrong for Mouse. Where is the bomb headed? Headed down towards the B bomb side, as we can see there. So they are making a better decision. But Dihar, well, he's not in a spot where he can stop the bomb from being planted. 10 seconds. We'll see if he tries to make a break for it. By the double doors now as Demas, he's low, he's in the red, and he's dead now. Through the door, Dexter will deny. That's a huge frag as the bomb's planted in the late seconds. Dexter, what are you doing? Spinks now by Deacon, 1 versus 2. Dexter's frags in this round. My God. He's got no kit, Spinks. There might be one on the site. Looks to press forward. Needs to try and avoid the trade fragging situation. But no one's peeking him. Can't see a defuse kit anywhere close either. So I'm not sure that he really wins this round. And it seems he'll have to run away.
Yeah, he is out of there. What a sick round from Dexter. But what is, in general, if you look at mousesports' position, wasn't it a 3 versus 5 or something like that? They were in the outside. They had outside control, but they were pretty stuck, honestly. They didn't really have options until Dexter gets the backstab. I think it was onto Snappy, I want to say, in ramp room, and that's really unfortunate because ENCE had so much control. Yeah,
that's wrecked their money as well. They're in trouble now. That is such an ang.
Yeah, 5v3, Bemis with no HP, almost a 2 versus 5 basically. Here from Mouse.
These frags were outrageous from Dexter. Just to secure the bomb plant and had that early defense.
Crazy.
That was really huge. So we'll see what ENCE will opt for. Not going to be much. Ooh, the Mag 7's coming out. That's a cameo appearance if ever I saw one.
Yep.
Shoutouts to the Mag 7 Hazard. I think I'm the only person who uses it.
It's
Black
crazy.
And yellow stripes.
It's crazy because the origin, I feel like if you look at a Mag 7 on you, there's a certain context. You know, you harken back to the swag days, right? That's so long ago now, James.
We are rich with history.
Yes.
It's one of the greatest things about this storied game.
Free Brax.
Absolutely. He recently just became focused on streaming.
Yeah,
right?
it's quite. I mean, well, maybe we can talk about that in a bit. I guess we are in an eco situation here. He struggled to find a team that works for him, which is really sad because it feels like we all want to see him play professionally, whatever it is. Just has the worst luck, I feel like.
Yeah, well, hopefully that will be successful for him. He is still missed in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I would say.
Absolutely.
Well, there is a chance for something dirty here. Mouse have really got to keep one eye on the clock. You have got 3 players in Squeaky now as Beamer swings forward to create some space for his teammates to peek with him. A very smart little thing there. If he stands in the door, then that becomes way more problematic for his team. So just the fact he went through the door and moved to the side to allow his teammates to peek with him is just a little thing that people at home can think about for a 2v1 situation. Make it 2v1, not 1v1.
Yeah. Well, it's 5-3 now. Mouse in the lead, of course. But some of these rounds that they've won have actually been pretty crazy. I think the last one in particular, that last gun round, it was a 3v5 kind of 2v5 situation that they won. So quite disappointing look so far for ENCE. But back on the bye, Hades on the AWP. We'll see if they can have a better start to this round. They've been getting a lot of these opening kills, especially on Rops around the Squeaky position. Rops is not doing the same thing here. Acor is holding the outside as per usual. And Dihar's keeping checks on Secret as usual. So this is a similar opening as to what we've been used to so far. Will Hades win this battle? What a key fight this will be for Hades.
Ooh. Well, he's got problems towards the ramp now, which will open opportunities and make him lose position on the outside. These are hard angles for Mouse to identify where Hades is playing. Very interesting what they're giving up and where the choke points will be for Mouse. Of course, Secret's always going to be a choke point.
He's worried about 3 different positions. That's quite cool. But still, he gets the pick onto Frozen. Good result for Hades, but he's having to do a lot here.
Yeah, well, now both are. And DreamHack's going to play it off of the presence shown by his teammate. That is some great spatial awareness. The bomb's been spotted and swatted now on the A bomb site. Rob's trying to catch leg, but unable to do so. And he's going to be up against 3 players, trying to isolate fights, but loses the first one, falls to the Flames, and then find a 4th round on the board. We can see here as well, they're using in-ears, and I believe the headphones on top are playing Donda Chant from Kanye's new album, so that they can't hear anything that they want to hear.
Well, this was like a great round from ENCE, wasn't it? Like it was a bit worrying seeing how sort of Hades was almost in this very neurotic state, where he's like, I'm worried about ramp, I'm worried about garage to main, I'm worried about garage to spawn, like I'm worried about all these different positions. I'm going to keep moving between all of them very rapidly, but still, finds a good timing to defend the outside, and that kind of just ends up not working out, being quite deflationary for Mouse. So the question is, now would be a good opportunity for Mouse to kind of switch up the pace, James. Like going faster, fast ramp take, maybe fast set piece upper or a fake outside. Run the same pace, drop the smokes, and then pop something else. They have the ability now. They've got that conditioning on ENCE as to how they're working the space on the map at what timings. So now would be the time to throw a wrench into the works.
Yeah, there has been a lot of quiet creeping in the mid-rounds. And Mouse have had to spend a lot of time just identifying the kind of setups that they may have with what they've been given on the outside. Of course, they've had Acor searching for things, but not really finding much of anything for a while. So I'm interested to see how things will continue now.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's good. That last round was really cool to see, just because ENCE, I feel like they've had some of these favorable rounds, and like it's just like it's an emotional defeat when you have a round where let's say like you lose it like effectively like a 5v2. That's a huge emotional defeat, because the other team just feels better than you at that point. Like you can't allow those things to happen too much without a response. So it's good to see that they had that clean round just now. That's going to make them feel, I think, a lot better.
I want to see their keyboards. Oh, well, too late. Never mind.
All right, mousesports. What do we have? What do we have for this one? Oh.
All right, so the 4 AKs in the AWP for mousesports. Squeaky will be blown off early. Spinks holding an off angle. Can spray through the corner if he spots a shoulder. Again, those boxes on the ramp as well. I think in earlier versions of Nuke, earlier versions of Counter-Strike, some players would spray towards the lobby through the corner of those boxes, so they weren't showing too much of themselves. Don't really see it in this iteration of Nuke and CSGO. Well, Counter-Strike, I should say, more broadly speaking. Well, there's the bomb spotted. Yeah, looking for a second one. He will spot 2 players outside, so at least he's got some intel for his team. 4v4 situation as Doto tries to make a difference, but he will be taken out from credit card. Bomb dropped again, and they know Frozen still on the outside. And they're swinging here, and this is a fast-moving round after all.
Yeah, looking to put all the bodies behind this outside push. Not working out particularly well, though. Ultimately, here for Mouse, they got Rops, who's holding onto that lobby control to make sure that he can keep any pushes honest. But at this point, it doesn't really matter too much. You got the reset of positions here for ENCE, making sure that they can cover everything that they need to. And they've got the bomb down, actually, as well. And at this point, they're all ready and set up. It's up to Bemis and Rops to make the move now. And it's going to be down to Rops here. Bemis, Rops is going to get caught off. I was going to say, Bemis on the AWP is not the best look here. It just is so exposed to so many positions. And he's been spotted as well. We'll try to hold on to this one now. Will they let him survive with the AWP? They might actually, because it looks like he's...
Their money's not great.
Yeah.
But Snappy is hunting. I mean, they have an AWP on Hades, and he definitely doesn't want to go down late. So, looks like Bemis will survive. Yeah, don't want to put too much into that, really, because it may not be worth it. There's still 5 rounds to play for in this half, so you don't want to handicap yourself by going a little too short. But there's a big exchange here. An explosive mid-round on round number 10. Seen a lot more slower, methodical rounds, so that was a change of pace. Now we'll see what it would look like for mousesports. Excuse me. Tech 9 only for Rops. The rest will have rifles. The AWP for Acor once again. You can see that Hades is in a very forward position now by T-Red with the AWP. Always nice to catch somebody off guard here. Only Frozen on the outside though, and Hades has got to be careful not to get touched by this Molotov. He'll be heard by Frozen, but he can't quite see him over the flames. Eventually he will. The spray is here. Hades can't jump away from the headshot. Again, as soon as those flames go down, it will give that free information, and that's cost him dearly. But Doto will respond again. Not shy for lobby pushes, Doto, but will he pick the right angle? Yes, he will. Perfect timing for him. 2 kills. Robs to find himself a rifle, and this one continues to get faster here. 2 versus 2.
I love how he plays in front of the smoke there. That's just so awesome. Catching Mouse completely, but a 2 versus 2 now after that one. Fast response from Bemis. And now Snappy's holding onto the ramp. Bemis again finds a headshot, opens up that ramp position. And now Doto has to do everything by himself in 1v2. And the only thing that Doto has is the element of surprise. Need to convert off of it with a kill, hopefully, and then make another 1v1. That's how you win this, but... Oh, wow, Doto able to find Robs. Okay, now it's on. Bemis is weak. And Doto, his position is known. Maintaining the high ground, actually. Bemis may not expect that. Dropping down. It's a very good open plant, and Bemis will finish it off. Nice recovery there for Mouse, but a costly round for both sides.
Yeah, 2v3 when I said 2v2. Escalated into a 2v2 later on, so excuse me. 6-5 for Mouse. 6 rounds from 11 on the T side. Pretty good for Mouse at present. It's promising for the half to come, especially if they can win this one. I mean, if they can win this one, they could definitely target 9 rounds because ENCE are heading towards the end of their current economy. So this is a round full of opportunity for Mouse, but that may be easier said than done as they'll have the 5 AKs in this round. No AWP for Acor, although Rops has an AK rather than just a Tech 9, so that is an improvement for him. So gains in one place, shortcomings in another, but they've got just about high utility here, as we can see. Rops just with the HE grenade, but the rest of them, if they've got the smokes, they've got the incendiaries. If they wanted to make a play in towards the A bomb site, which we haven't seen much of early on, they could do that. It doesn't seem that will be the case, as the grenades are lined up once again for the outside.
Yeah, a lot of focus around this outside control for Mouse. I mean, it's really worked out for them a lot of the time. Like, they're able to create a lot of plays from this. We get the cross smokes and a passive approach overall here from ENCE. Hades looking after the outside with from that spawn position, and once again DreamHack with the secret play. Just get that bit of information before falling back. We're at the 1 minute mark. DreamHack didn't see anything really. Frozen's been left as the lurk outside in a passive position. But with that info from DreamHack, surely ENCE are expecting an inside or upper play.
Looking for some aggression at present. Now, the trajectory of that smoke will reveal some information to Mouse, but nothing too crazy. And we can see Doto will look to play closer to that smoke. He can block plays if they try and make a play through it. And indeed, they do appear to be very expectant. But what will they do once the smoke disappears? They're just going to try peek with 2 men. Exactly, that's exactly what they're going to do. And the bomb's lost now in that squeaky position. Dexter moving forward, but there was a second man here the entire time. Rob's almost dead as well. 9 HP for him. This was a great opportunity for Mouse, not looking so at the moment in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah. Yeah, Rob's is going to fall back and not too much to be done. Frozen's been glued to this position outside as well the entire time, just not really having an opportunity. Needed his teammates to play off of, and ENCE will happily lock it in.
Yeah, one player needs to reconnect to the server, it looks like. But that is exactly the round that ENCE needed. Again, they were starting to be in trouble there, so to stabilize in such a fashion will be very favorable for them and definitely instill some confidence. Again, the score really isn't great for ENCE on this CT side. It is quite lacking. You want to have dominance in the scoreline. If the T's are winning half the rounds, I would say you're in trouble, and you're going to have some more reliance on that pistol round once you move into the second half. So they still have an opportunity to at least get, say, a 9-6 scoreline, but they are up against a very difficult opponent. So that may not be what happens, but we shall have to see.
Yeah, totally agree. It's a tough one, but it is feeling like ENCE have sort of found more ways to get value against Mouse's approach. You know, again, we're seeing these outside defaults. They've been pretty heavy around that, and ENCE are getting overall better and better results as time goes on. And Mouse are quite reliant on hitting their shots in some of these duels. You know, getting A-Core out there with an AWP and just connecting, just winning the battles, and punishing any information plays from ENCE. But ENCE are trying to just be passive around the outside, generally speaking. We get that occasional, peek for info from Secret, from D-Hard, but that's about it most of the time. Hades plays that spawn position quite commonly, or in the in the hell position, lockers. Half by time with a couple hero rifles. What can they do with them?
Yeah, how good is the timing on that incendiary? Well, Hades is here to help a little bit at least, but ramp has been taken, and Mouse won't be shy to hold this position for a while and make ENCE a little nervous. They have Snappy downstairs already, ENCE, which will help. Hasn't been shot this time. Double peek attempted. Pistol first, rifle second, but don't really get that connection they were looking for. Hades just shy of 70 HP. And that means that the hell position is still in control of ENCE, as far as mouths are concerned, at least. Snappy now at the point of no return, looking to make a difference, picking every few seconds. There's a clue. Surely his time is limited. They have to check this position, and he's still on an island alone, is Snappy. Surely he's got to check this. Okay, there's A-Core to check it. Gets the 1v1 in the second one, and he has really thinned out these numbers now. 4 versus 2. 2 rifles for Mouse, though, but they need to plant the bomb as well. I don't see a smoke for them to do it, so they've got to commit to this quickly because the ramp is about to be compromised by not 1, 2, but 3 players, which means they'll be very shy on angles, and they'll be shy on plays as well as those final kills come through. ENCE in the lead now, 7-6.
Yeah, looking really good. Looking really good. Getting more confident as time goes on, and you're talking about sort of going even on this first half, but again, looking like they're pretty good to avoid that. Again, if things go according to plan here, they'll be on the 8-6. They'll be up against a pretty poor situation for Mouse. Can't invest in this round, so mostly these pistols to work with, and yeah, it feels like ENCE are stabilizing nicely at this point. It doesn't feel like Mouse has been giving many different looks to their T-side approach so far. I don't know that we've seen a single upper set push, just
no,
like really
I don't feel like we've
kind of
seen one. No,
piece, yeah.
I think in many matches they're somewhat inevitable, but despite that, again, they have a good score. They have way more rounds than ENCE, I think, will find comfortable.
Yep.
Which is promising for the second half, and it's just been very slow mid rounds for the most part. Just trying to feel each other out, identify what ENCE are trying to achieve positionally wise, outside especially. A-Core's been able to just stand on T-Red and try and figure stuff out. Hasn't always been successful, but as far as the rounds are concerned, you might argue that they have. Hades must have seen a shadow there. Repositioning now, having a quick flick, but Rose has got 5 HP and Hades is dead. So that is unfortunate. That's a frustrating exchange as far as ENCE are concerned. But with Mouse on pistols, that is promising for them. It's a good start, but it's of course about how you finish. And they can have some impact for this final round and a half if they can do some more damage there, because we can see that there isn't all the money in the world in the coffers for ENCE. So, I mean, maybe 2 kills would be enough. I'm not a mathematician. But, you know, 3 would be an overperformance considering what they have taken into this round.
Yeah, DH just looking after the AWP for the time being. And, yeah, it's looking quite good here for ENCE at the moment. There it is. Waiting for those, you know, just those deagle shots. Just waiting for an opportunity. And not another one for Bemis. Frozen's found a pretty deep spot, but has to break the glass. Well, doesn't have to, but Snappy should surely be able to deal with the rest of these ramp players. And with that, that should be the round. It's got DH there for support as well. So that's the bomb down, and it's just Frozen left with 5 HP. So looking like they have... they're looking like
that could spread and kill him. That would be so good. I need it to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm sad.
Yeah, that would have been great.
It would do minimal harm.
Oh, they're going to force him to survive with no money. Oh
dear.
That sucks if you're Frozen. Oh, that's...
To the opponent.
Yeah.
So that is... He will rue that mistake. Or will he? He has a Desert Eagle. You never know.
I feel like if you could get a kill with a Molotov, I feel like you should be getting more money because I feel like it's so rare. Or should it's well, it's not super rare, but it's I don't know.
Maybe they want to reward more direct impact.
Yeah. Either way, we're into the final round, and Frozen not having any money really does suck. We'll see if he can make good of it. Doto is ready to go, and they're going to go straight past Doto, and he is loving it. Able to take down both players out of that squeaky position. Very little left now for Mouse at the end of the first half. Rops against 4 players, and he's going to be able to take down Doto, but bomb is down. They know where it is. It's going to get smoked off. Rops is in a hell of a position.
Yeah, he's got some waiting to do. In this last round of the first half, he will refresh his last known location, which allows ENCE to take any position they want, but they will be focused on this bomb site, I'm sure, as the bomb is in squeaky, and that is a very well placed Molotov, but Rops is a little further away, smartly. And now we will see his smarts. I'm just going to enjoy his approach to the situation. He's identified that someone is likely above him. Now, he doesn't know if anybody's behind default or above. He may almost see a leg here. He'll need timing to be in his favor as well. Speaking of timing, 20 seconds on the clock, and it won't work out for him. 9 rounds for ENCE in the end, with how many rounds Mao's got earlier on. I think at this point they've got to be, you know, happy with pulling out these rounds towards the end of the half.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's kind of interesting because I feel like we never got to see Mouse go to a different gear. We just saw that one sort of default, and then it was very little variation. And ENCE eventually adapted, found their comfort, and 9-6 is the result. So, just like you say, it's a great result given how things started, how things could have been for Mouse. They were definitely set up to have a much stronger T side. But both teams, I think, will go away from that first half feeling as though they got enough rounds. I actually feel worried. I feel worried for Mouse now. You
feel worried for Mouse?
Yeah.
I feel worried for ENCE.
I mean, I predicted ENCE, but why do you feel worried for ENCE? They got 9-6, all right?
I don't know, man. If I was on a CT side and the T's got 6 rounds, I'm not happy.
FF.
On Nuke. But let's see how it works out. Pistol will be very important as well. Rops very patient with the USP. Rops and Dexter combined for 4. And that's going to be a fantastic start. We may be looking at a 9-9 scoreline. We'll see if ENCE choose to force. They get next to nothing out of this one. A kill onto Dexter. We may see some... I think we've seen some cheap helmets for Mouse as well. Again, if you buy Kevlar in the pistol round and it's untouched, then you can buy a helmet in the next round. which brings you a lot closer to buying a rifle instead of an SMG you have to upgrade later. So, of course, even if you get shot in the head and you've got like 1 HP, as long as your Kevlar wasn't touched, you can get that helmet. And we can see there are 3 M4s in the squad, so only getting 1 kill in that round, ENCE, and just getting popped immediately will have, you know, it'll compound the problems for them as we see these rifles come out for Mouse.
Yeah, but there's no util. So this could get a bit sketchy. Robs has to deliver, and he gets 2 kills, which I think is really, that's best case scenario. You couldn't have expected really all that more from Robs. Nice shot from Doto. And they go 1 for 1, but it's a 2v3. Lots of damage done here by ENCE. If they get a bomb down, which it looks like they should be able to, they are definitely buying in the next round regardless of what happens. But forZe will take down Snappy. Hades. Can Hades get some extra kills here? It would be massive going forward to set the team up for success. But Akor's going to swing. It's going to be a hit, and the round will be won by Mouse.
Yeah, need to delay the defuse a little just so Dexter can pick up the M4 on the ramp and get rid of his FAMAS so they can make the end of the round as efficient as possible. There we go, there's the upgrade. So the 3 M4s will be in safe hands for ENCE, and that's going to be a big priority with those 2 other kills. So only the 2 FAMASs are lost in the end, which makes it a lot better for them.
The question is, do we get a half buy so that there's still a full buy in the following round for ENCE? I would prefer to see that than another force buy, because if you force buy again, you get into dangerous territory where you can do it, but it's kind of gambly because you kind of need to win the rounds. He got
insta-fragged, insta-traded. We didn't even see him fire his gun. He got a kill and died. So that's like, who's fastest to the server, you know? At least it's not an online LAN.
Yeah.
Because who knows who would have got that kill then? Maybe no one.
No one wins.
Maybe they would have lagged out.
And is it going to be a half buy or a force buy? Looking like...
See the Deagles.
Yeah, looking like a pretty light buy. That's okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. I really didn't want to see the force, but the gamble, like the full gamble and force again. Only if they'd gotten more kills in that previous round would it make sense. But opening up, you know, Doto's going to get another headshot. Doto's been pretty good with these Deagle kills. And if they can get another couple frags out of this round, I think ENCE will be very happy with themselves.
Yeah. Akor and forZe have got some cash. But you don't want to have to spend it all in the next round to get those M4s out for your teammate. M4s out, yes. So ENCE will be chilling for a while now.
I think it looks like they want to just go down the vent, actually, here. Obviously, Bemis is looking after this spot, but that could be a passage to getting a surprise bomb down. They're falling back. The re-smoke, it looks like that's really convinced them to go away from that initial squeaky play.
Yeah, Bemis has an incendiary as well, although I don't know how safely he can throw it as the smoke is depleting to try and delay a little longer. We shall see what he chooses to do. 35 seconds on the clock as Mouse look for something. Not getting what they're looking for really though. Bullets to the face and chest. And the score now is tied. Game on.
Yeah, solid stuff from Bemis there around Squeaky. And indeed, game on as we will see 5 AKs collected. They had enough money to get an AWP if they had wanted to do so, but we'll see 5 AKs. And I love that. You know, we're going to see hopefully quite a mobile rounds from ENCE. And, you know, Akor, you know, is definitely someone they've got to watch out for. On the AWP, he's a menace. Looking for the angle through to Squeaky. Doesn't see a single thing. Get the smokes outside as well. Not actually very... Okay, well, forZe has full vision here, and he's just going to get a free one with that with a one-way.
I do like watching forZe on CT Nuke. Doto leading the server with 18 kills at present. But now he moves to the T side. He may find things more difficult, and perhaps he'll be overtaken by forZe a little later on, although he's first got to catch up with Rops and Bemis. 1 and 2 frags ahead of him, respectively. So ENCE will offer a wall of smoke outside, but Acor will have the information because he is beyond it. Scoped in and ready for the ting. Oh, the flicks doesn't quite get all of it. 43 HP for Doto. But now ENCE know that Mouse know they are inside and not out. So that's going to make things harder for them. 3-man on road towards the ramp. Rops will fall off with that first kill. He's got support here from Acor now, who's made quite the road. Oh, it was frozen actually. Excuse me. With that second kill to drop the bomb. And Mouse take the lead and move to double figures. You still feeling confident about ENCE now?
Yeah, not after that round. But we'll see what they can do on the next buy round. You know, maybe they'll switch things up a little bit. But yeah, it definitely felt like Mouse did a great job at controlling things. I love the aggression from Acor outside, because ENCE were having to come back outside after forZe had locked it down, and Acor just created a spot where they had to use so much more utility.
A fast round into the A bomb site. We didn't see much of this from Mouse, but we will from ENCE with the pistol to Tech 9s. Some moving accuracy, some spam, but it's their inboxes being filled by the likes of ENCE now. But Snappy's made it a 1v1. Acor behind the smoke. He knows exactly where Acor is, and he's collected an M4. He has 4 HP as well. That molly, he can't go anywhere near that. Another smoke is up, and he's got a chance to plant the bomb. He'll plant it safely round the back, and that molly actually will stop Acor from pushing because he would be heard by it. Snappy now with angles, and this is awkward for all. 4 HP with a rifle versus Acor and a pistol. Snappy focusing on the left, Acor on the right, but Snappy has a superior angle if he's fast enough, if he's snappy enough, you might say. And he has outmaneuvered Acor, and a fast round, a fast execute from ENCE into the A bomb site yields an unlikely round.
That's just crazy. That is kind of just... I mean, suddenly it's a 1v1. Just, it didn't seem like that was going to be happening with how that opening actually went, but hey, it is what it is, and ENCE are going to find themselves with an opportunity here and be able to pick up the AWP as well. Definitely quite nice because their money's been pretty stretched.
CQC, close quarters combat with these pistols.
Snappy spotted Acor there. Doesn't want anything to do with that.
Good to see that Acor's flicks are still on point here. Again, he did tag Doto through the box, but he did land the shot. So coming in sharp as he was yesterday. And again, we've got more smoke grenades thrown on the outside, but that's a very forward Molotov, which once again will compromise their ability to push forward.
Yeah, it's interesting because Mouse are investing a lot in the outside control. And you can see ENCE here of thinking, well, we don't have the ability to challenge this. We're just going to wait it out instead.
Where is forZe? Is he flanking? Oh boy, they're expectant now.
Yeah, they're just in these deep outside positions still.
Well, here's the execute into the A bomb site. Extra force forward. He will stand in the flames and fall to them, but he'll get a kill for it. And I think he spots at least 1, maybe 2 players on the kill feed in that squeaky position. More info as Spinks looks to clear the site. There's been a push in hut for safety, you might say, by Bemis in the meantime. And Hades is just holding that rotation from the ramp position, but also an angle on a hut push as well. No bomb plant just yet as Acor still on the high ground. And Bemis hiding in plain sight, you might argue. How long does Hades stand here for? Spinks trying to hold multiple angles as that bomb is planted. Snappy on 5 HP in a 3-on-3. Bemis has to pick the right time to strike. Only 2 players on that bomb site now on an island, but they'll still deliver a kill onto Bemis. That one looks good, but Acor won't make a connection. Now, are they headed to a save? As it is going to be very awkward to get into this bomb site. 2 AWPs in the hands of Mouse, and I think this round is over.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like that, wanting to save those. What an interesting scenario, because you had both teams kind of knowing what had to happen in that mid-round. Mouse invested a lot outside. Acor was supporting forZe on the push, got forZe into a deep position that then allowed Acor to fall back towards main to help defending an upper push. And they had full control around ramp. They knew that the only place ENCE could really go in the mid-round would be an upper push, that upper set piece that we saw. They were kind of pushed into that play. And I think both Mouse and ENCE knew what was going on, but ENCE executed it really confidently. So it's definitely a good look, and I mean, double AWP. ENCE will know that they have 2 AWPs moving forward. What do they think is the best way to counter a double AWP setup? Well, another upper set piece would be really good against that. Oh, that was close. DreamHack with a small opportunity.
Very spicy stuff outside. A little more pronounced in this second half. A little faster. A little more violent. As ENCE creep towards the ramp where we've got nobody on the ramp actually. And how about this for some timing from ENCE? Maybe I guess they're just hardwired for this. They make a perfect play with the presence outside from Mouse. They cannot expect with this timing,
oh my God,
3 players, 4 players to be essentially in the B bomb site. Hades may just post up and wait for that reposition as Mouse will assume they've got some time to play with, but in fact,
oh my God,
they don't.
Until the glass broke, I don't think there was any sound cues on the lower side. And now the bomb is down.
The pop up as well,
oh,
Hades!
That is sick.
The man knows his angles.
That is so awesome. I don't know, do they just save?
The round's done. The round is done.
Yeah, I think they have to just save. They don't have position for anything. They're just. Do you know what this reminds me of? This is going to be a throwback and a half, but back when I Buy Power,
wow,
hear me out.
Okay, you know what? Last week it was I think 7 years since they were playing in Milan.
Well, okay, well that's what I'm referring to. They played. I don't know if it was the finals. I can't remember who they were playing now, but there was this matchup where I Buy Power were playing on the CT side of Nuke, and their comms were so bad, and they had openings around the map, and people were not comming things. So this situation happened multiple times, where the team they were playing against would just walk down to the lower site, and they wouldn't realize and when they would realize, the round would be already over because they'd lost too much position without being able to adjust. And so that was completely reminding me of that. And that's crazy. That's insane. You know, Mouse. It's very surprising not having any eyes at all there on that ramp position. ENCE, complete gift, and that's going to get them to 12 rounds now.
So on October 24th, that was 7 years ago. 7 years ago, 7 years and 3 days ago.
Damn, that's crazy. You know, I remember I told the story of some of the stuff that we had to do in terms of casting, because you and I casted during the Milan finals, we casted the Starladder finals and like 2 NA events, and that within like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah,
in like
John
3
Wick
different
promotional
studios.
tournament in 2 different countries. I think I was awake for almost 3 days at one point.
Yeah, yeah.
Good times, man. But that's the stripes. That makes everything else easy as hell.
Yes.
Well, this is a big round for both squads. ENCE moving quickly into the vents. Down they go, looking for the coal downstairs, perhaps. Trying to find something to enrich the coffers, and they'll be planting a bomb on that coolant, trying to destabilize the rods. We'll see if Mouse can stop them. 2 rounds behind now. I expected a strong CT half from them, but they're up against a strong opponent, and Hades will find 3 on the outside and shut it down once again.
Oh, wow. That's a huge, huge defense from Hades. And once again, 2 AWPs in the hands of Robson and Acor, and what can you do with them? At this point, having the AWPs is really almost harmful because ENCE are finding really good ways to circumvent them. We talked about what is a good way to counter a team that has a double AWP setup. Well, if you can get onto a bomb plant using your utility and the AWPs can't fire to stop you getting the bomb down, then all they are able to do is retake. Retaking with AWPs or nuke, not easy. And that's exactly the position Mouse have been in the last couple rounds. Having to try to just be in a spot where they've got to retake. With the AWPs, it's not what you want. Wow. Yeah, this is great.
Just shutting down any rotation towards Secret. Man like Hades will deny. And now things are getting a little difficult for Mouse. They find themselves in deep waters. But they have managed to eke out another buy. But ENCE now are 3 rounds away from victory. Yep. I did consider them for a 3-0 ENCE. But I made a mistake.
Yes, definitely. They're certainly quite the dark horse.
Yeah. And
might get a different look here. DreamHack looking for that hot control. We've got Doto, tossing in the incendiary. So they're going to go for the upper set piece here. Dexter opening things up with a good defensive kill. The trade is through from Spinks, and it looks like it's quite difficult to get into this upper site though. So they can reset. ENCE can reset off the 4v4 and be in a more favorable position. However, interestingly, both sides have burnt all utility. So that's the last smoke.
I like the presence of mind to be like, all right, I don't fancy this committing to the rest of this push. Let's just stop it. Limit the variance. Slow things down. We have time. We have a 3-round lead. We don't need to gamble too much and allow them to get back into the game.
One issue though, James, is that they're against 2 AWPs. So this is where the 2 AWPs can benefit Mouse, because they don't have the util to flash the AWPs off.
Cheeky boost towards the ramp. The scope, I'm sure, has been heard as ropz looks to fall off. Now you wonder who will have the superior angle. Hades, that's the wrong time to do a 180. My God, he gave him his back like it's jiu-jitsu. Got choked out immediately. Bemis now has to hold down the A bomb site. He's got help from forZe as well. The crossfire is working out very nicely indeed. They need to survive with 3 players, though. Spinks tries to make a break for it, but ropz again from ramp to heaven denies ENCE and closes the gap to 2.
Really well played there by Mouse to recover there. Again, at first I'm like, oh, you know, they've reset off of that upper push. It's a 4v4. Usually that would be very favorable for the T side, but then again, that's actually the double AWPs really powerful in that kind of a position for the CT side. So 13-11 is the scoreline now, and in terms of the money, still lots of money on ENCE. So quite comfortable there. Mouse need to string rounds together to prevent themselves from losing this matchup. And that's not a good start. A-Core goes down straight away to that Molotov around main. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, being in that position can be quite dangerous. I'm not sure if there was a combination HE grenades. Back in the day, Virtus Pro, classic Virtus Pro squad, the Polskis would have double HEs. Apex used to be a victim to them sometimes. Double HEs towards main as you're trying to make an aggressive play. Anyway, we are into a 4v4 now as forZe throws some flashes high from that credit card position. Dexter creeping with the AWP now. He has to make a difference and try and keep this bomb on the floor. Bemis lost in the meantime, though. Going deep now as there may be a double peek, able to escape the initial aggression from Spinks, but he will get the kill eventually. We can see ropz is creeping around A. I think he has an idea that one is behind default, trying to get a laboured frag. The 180 from ropz, but he can't spin back. Spin to win, not this time though. Spinks is here to put ENCE on 14 rounds.
Massive round to win. We talked about the implications on the money, and Mouse are in a spot where they can't fully buy here. I mean, ropz and Dexter, their money's pretty low. There would be enough for an AWP if they want for A-Core, but they're going to be making some concessions for sure. So this is it. Mouse have to win this round, I think, to be in a position to save themselves here. ropz almost did it there. The fact that he had to kind of go to that first kill like 3 times with a control burst, if that comes a bit more quickly, he probably wins that 1v3.
Man, these games are so hard to predict.
Yes.
It's day 2 of the major, and I'm thinking, like, how on earth does anyone get Diamond Coin? I do think it's going to be harder than Berlin, for sure. As one of the few... CSGO told me that I'm the only person with a Diamond Coin. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but they did tell me that.
No, it can't be true. There's no way.
They did tell me that.
Well, they say a lot of things, don't they?
3 rounds behind for mousesports, and yeah, I mean the double ups showed promise. We saw some strokes of genius from ropz with the superior angles on the ramp, but that seems like it was many moons ago now. He finds himself with a silenced M4. Dexter with a 5-7 only. It can still work for him. You can see he's in that one-shot region. If he finds a dome, that's it. ENCE now, and still in a stronger position, in fact. Not too concerned with the number of rounds that Mouse accrued in the first half.
forZe investigating. Doing his Praro impression. Seeing if he can find any clues here as to what's going on. But once again, ENCE have completely silently walked all the way down secret here. There will be, looks like ropz will be in position to spot this. Oh no, he's actually on site, so information's coming late, but they're going to have players in position. A-Core will whiff the shot.
This is not the time. This is what I'm talking about. This is the old thing. When the pressure is real, you need to deliver. When you've only got 4 rifles on 5 players and ropz is whiffing as well, down goes forZe. I don't think they can really afford to lose anymore. As I say that, Bemis is dropped as well, and niko may be lost as well. Another whiff, and man, everybody missed everything, it feels like, in that round. And ENCE storming to match point. That is a brutal, deflating, dejecting round for Mouse. And they won't have much to fight with in what could be the final round.
Yes. Yeah, not a lot left. It's going to be difficult, but we'll see if they can find a way. ENCE have looked pretty stable. I'm liking how they're able to kind of just, you know, just play their game and be pretty relaxed within that. They're looking quite comfortable here. It's crazy that they're able to like walk down so deep without being spotted. Positions were there for Mouse, but here's Rops behind the smoke. There's one with the FAMAS. Oh, great actual tagging through the smoke there to put the pressure on Rops to prevent him getting any more. 4v4, and the ramp control is with ENCE. They're looking to close this one down.
For the uninitiated, outside of a silenced weapon, every third bullet will fire a tracer shot. So through smokes, you can identify where people are, especially if they're close to that smoke. It'll be pretty accurate. Two primary weapons, make it one now as the FAMAS is lost, and two pistols for Mouse, and it becomes less and less retrievable. No kit on the remaining players either. We just heard the bomb planted. So this one is looking a little rough now. I think the end is here. ENCE will prove victorious over Mouse. I feel like they had control of that second half for more or less the entire time. So props to them. A strong victory, a confident victory. I think Mouse ran out of steam towards the end there. Again, at the most crucial time when the chips were down somewhat, 4 rifles and so on. They missed everything in that second last round.
Yeah, and also on the T side for Mouse, it didn't look like they had a lot of different looks. Like they were getting success off their initial approach on their defaults and how they were playing that kind of slower pacing and how they were operating around their mid round. But ENCE got used to it, they adapted to it, and again, sort of, you know, similarly to what we saw with Spirit against Tyloo, eventually, you know, the adaptation happens. You know, Spirit adapted to what Tyloo were doing pretty quickly, and then there was never a different look from Tyloo. And similarly for Mouse there, they never really changed it up, and then we end up with that 9-6 half, and that seemed to be more than enough for ENCE, who on their T side had a bunch of different looks, different pacing, and so on. So yeah, it's a tough look for Mouse. I'm feeling a lot more confident in ENCE moving forward, but also less confident in Mouse and their prospects moving forward.
Yeah, I think some people were wondering which Mouse was going to turn up at this tournament. Maybe not in their strongest form at the moment, but hey, they were up against a formidable opponent. ENCE have been taking scalps for days. They've had very good results in their recent matches and claimed many a skull for the mantelpiece, and that's another one to add, the big red Mouse. So yeah, it's a difficult game for Mouse to lose, and there'll definitely be a knock to their confidence, especially with some of the rounds towards the end there. Just missing the shots when you really have to hit them won't be good for anybody on the team. But yeah, ENCE continue to march on, and again, for a brand which has been a Finnish team for such a long time, to have this international squad, I think maybe they're flying, even though they're getting the results, maybe they're flying a little under the radar because they may not have like the name power that we've seen previously. But certainly they are one to watch and not to take for granted.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm looking forward to seeing how they develop throughout the course of the tournament, and I feel like they should only go from strength to strength. It's very interesting when you have a team that is, you don't know what to expect, and there's not really the history there behind the players or the team itself for there to be expectations at all. It's just kind of like, what can they do? How far can they go? They're going to inform us as to, you know, how we should talk about them throughout the course of this tournament and the results that they showed through it. So looking forward to seeing what that is going to look like. Nuke looks pretty good from what I've seen so far, and yeah, again, it's going to be interesting. I feel like Mouse, again, just didn't have as deep of a playbook on this map. It just didn't seem like they were as prepared on this map as maybe they are in some others.
Scores on the doors for the players. Nice performance from Doto, and I think he's an underrated name. You know, doesn't have like the brand power of like a Snappy, for example.
Yes.
And then we've got a new man like Spinks, you know, making name for himself, representing his country, definitely flying the flag there. And Hades as well. Like, there's plenty of names where maybe this major is where they establish their names to a wider audience and really put their names on the map.
It was definitely a team effort in terms of ENCE, but Hades certainly stands out with some of the rounds that he had with the AWP. And of course, there's always going to be a highlight for the AWP of any team that has success. It's an important role. And I feel like Hades did a good job. You know, there's some really critical moments where he was able to deliver. So, and that was the question for me, you know, Hades versus Acor. In my head, I'm like, Acor's just a machine. But I think you were mentioning it before. You know, it's hard to see Acor getting the most out of himself on this team so far. He's not, I don't think we're seeing the fully powered up Acor just yet.
Yeah. And they certainly made it really hard for him to find anything when he was on the T side. They just didn't give him any opportunities. But that's enough from us. We are heading back over to Richard Lewis on the desk.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. Another great best of one. And we're going to break down some of that on the desk. We won't spend too much time talking about that since the guys did a great job. But joining me, we've obviously got to the historic stage because it's the best of threes coming up. So who better to tag in than the esports historian? Duncan Thorne-Shields is joining us in place of Yanko while he gets some lunch. Guys, so look, we'll just quickly wrap up the ENCE versus Mouse talk. And I will remember to call them Mouse now and not the forbidden one. Look, I thought ENCE was going to win, but I will say Mouse gave a real good fight of things, perhaps better than I'd accounted for.
Yeah, they put a good fight. I think if you make comparisons between the game versus GODSENT and that game, once more Snappy strikes. Once more Snappy has a killer T side where he completely outplays his opponent. They won at least 3 rounds with 1 or less encounters, 1 or less interactions because he had them figured out all the way. We have that ramp round where Hades destroyed Robs. We have a vent dive as well. The inside pushes. Snappy feels nuke, and it's the second time someone tests him, second time they regret it.
And I love the fact that like he's the MVP, as you can see over here, but it's not the frags he got in the server for me personally. And we were talking about this in the green room. The second half, he just completely outplayed mousesports, and Dexter was just left scratching his head. So till the second half, it started off. It was very close. It could have been, you know, it could have gone either way. But then Snappy, he just had their number. 3-4 rounds, perfect calls, and just a fabulous performance coming out from ENCE.
If people don't know, just like Overpass at one point in time, Nuke has basically been the Danish map for a few years.
Yeah.
This is one that he will tell you straight up is not only one of his favourites, but he thinks he does have like the master read on it. He knows all the tactics. So the fact he's been able to integrate in this sense, like no surprise at all. I'm actually amazed that the BO1 went to this.
Just as a sort of broader thought, Snappy never been really regarded as like a future Hall of Fame or one of the all-time great IGLs. Having a renaissance very late in his career. Do we need to start reassessing what we know about Snappy from a historical perspective?
I will say he was in that tough spot as the he who shall but be named recent coach of Heroic, where he did often get some talent, even show that talent to the world, the Valdes of the world, etc., Yugi, and then either they would not make it as players or they would be snapped up by the bigger teams. They would go on to better squads. So if you look at his whole career, I don't think when you compare him to the other big names, Carrigan, Glaive, not even MSL, he hasn't had the level of talent they've had generally. And also, if you notice, as an IGL, normally you stay in one space, like MSL stays at North or Dignitas, and then they come to you. He's had to be a journeyman. He's had to go from this org to this org to this org. So I feel as though, like, I think the jury's still slightly out on him. Like, if he has a renaissance with this ENCE squad, which, by the way, no big names in the team whatsoever, if you can get, like, top 8 at a major here, you can really fight against the top team. You start to prove your kind of worth as an IGL. Can't be those players.
All right, well, we'll be monitoring that development. Let's talk about Big versus Renegades. We had to skip them in the pre-match. Blair, I'm going to bring you in here. I know you've been sort of the little cheerleader for Renegades.
No, that's Chad. I'm Ty Lue.
All right, okay.
I picked Big. I picked Big. I felt like, you know, look, heading into Inferno, it's a map the Renegades are usually comfortable on, but this is where you can clearly see the difference in the opposition they face when they're playing in the region, right? Sure, they are dominant on Inferno against teams like Order, you know, all these other teams, Chiefs, for example, in Australia. Big just completely dismantled that CD side from them. It's Inferno CD side is struggling like that. They did, however, manage to mount a bit of a comeback later on the T side, you know, getting a number of some cool calls coming out from their side, but you need to have at least like maybe 5 rounds on the defensive side to put up something on the second half. They didn't have that. Same thing we saw yesterday as well. So clearly Big were the better team. They could have closed it out much more easier. It could have been a much more lopsided scoreline, but yeah, Renegades really struggling on a map where they should be feeling comfortable on.
Yeah, that was hard to watch. It was hard to watch for the Renegades fans of the world for sure. I mean, you talk about the scoreline, it's just the way it happened too. It's a 13-2 scoreline. You could dive into this, say there were a couple of touches. That wasn't really the way. I think Big were just absolutely plowing into the defense. The entry kills were always this way, whether it's banana, was middle. It was way too easy for Big. Lineup's much better. Tabson had a great performance, of course.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought him up. I mean, we're trying to highlight all of the big name players here at the major because, you know, those stories really matter. That's essentially what we're chronicling here. Excellence. Tabson, since he moved to IGL, I think he's won a lot of plaudits, had a lot of attention. But for me, I think Big have stagnated a little bit. I still think they're really reliant on individual performances from the likes of Sis and Keto. These guys have to have great games for them to win series. What do you think?
What is great as well is that Big now is putting up a fight when everyone was doubting the Zentaris move. Zentaris was a beacon of skill and mechanical abilities.
I bet he regrets
I mean,
it
he was.
now.
I don't know what he's doing right now with his team, you know, but in terms of skill. But like,
I'm not watching.
He was needed, right? He was needed. And Gate is actually putting up a decent fight, and Tabson is shooting too. So you start thinking, okay, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Because the first impression of the move was like, what the hell are you doing? You're losing your star, you're losing your superstar, you can't hard carry. So they are proving people wrong by winning some of these games, but let's take it easy. It's just the first few steps of the journey.
True. And then just one little last bit to talk about, Spirit versus Ty.
Yeah, how'd that go, Blair?
Yeah, Blair, because, you know.
All right,
Ty Lu, right?
Well, here's what happened, right? Like, we saw them in Heroic against Heroic yesterday. They lost the game. Still a pretty good showing overall. Then we saw the matchup they had against the Brazilian side. Rough showing. They get the win. This was Ty Lu. You know, good old Asian.
It's okay to say it.
They were kind of shit, all right? They were just
He's
garbage.
right?
Absolutely garbage. And unfortunately, I don't see them winning any more maps after this. They're
Pretty much just giving up completely on them. Okay, right. I thought at the end you were going to be. They could come back on the last night. No, I'm done with you. Get out.
No, I mean, you know, having watched it, I mean, Yanko was tearing his hair out.
I've lost half the hair I have. I'm getting on.
You got plenty. You're doing good.
Yes,
but yeah, you know, Yanko was tearing his hair out. I mean, basic utility not being used. I mean, you know, Spirit versus Tyler. It was men against boys. It was really, really bad.
I mean, one of the areas I actually expected Tyler to struggle with coming into this particular tournament is they haven't been playing in the European meta, so they haven't experienced any of the stuff with all the utility changes that we've had.
And that's the thing, they get away with just individual prowess, like all these guys, like someone just running and outgunning individuals. You're going up against Dexter, dry peeking in one by one.
On overpass as well.
On overpass as well. He's going to be like, yeah, thank you very much.
You want to play skill based like white swing on overpass for all. You talk about they're not yet to the meta with the grenade dropping. They don't even use grenades. Like 3 members behind.
They're far behind the meta.
They're not using grenades. So
what
you're going to be punished on
flashbangs?
overpass. We can throw them actually. Hold on. They didn't on overpass.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. So look, Entra-Peak and Movistar Riders. That game's ongoing right now. I've just had it in my ear. 13-12. So that's close. So we're obviously not going to talk about that because it hasn't been finished. So let's talk about the best of 3 we've got coming up. FaZe versus Virtus Pro. One of these teams will go through 3-0, so it is going to be a best of 3. I think we're going to have the veto coming up in just a moment, but first of all, let's just set the table. Duncan, I know you had Virtus Pro as your dark horse pick. A lot of us were hoping FaZe were going to turn it around here. Everyone's got what they wanted. This should be a classic, right?
I went either way because I've got VP as my dark horse, and I actually picked FaZe as my 3-0 team. Because I realised of all the teams that might just go 3-2, you don't want to pick them as the they also could go 3-0. Now listen, I didn't predict Carrigan would frag out and have like simple numbers.
Well, no one did.
So quite frankly, there's the first thing we have to set the table with. I don't expect that to continue happening. It's going to go back to the traditional style of Twist has to have a big game, Brokey has to contribute, and then let's see what we can get out of Rain and Olaf. Because you almost flip a coin and one turns up, one doesn't. So I think for FaZe Clan, it's still very much the same storylines as the last few months. Not quite enough firepower. They always do, just like Carrigan's history, they always do kind of mess with the opponent in the veto a little bit, so the best of 3, certainly a lot you can do there. Will it be an ancient pick? Will you dare go for it? Will you make it the 3rd map? Will you go for something ridiculous in their map pool? That's always on the table. For VP, normally they're a very known quantity. You know exactly what maps they want to play, how they want to play. It's the flip component, isn't it? Basically, if they can get him in the server, I actually think just the firepower alone. I already had VP as a slightly better team, but I think the flip factor is basically what could put them over the top.
Okay, interesting. Miniac, I know you've been talking about Carrigan. He was our man of the day, isn't he? I believe we've got some stats just to underline how he's been performing. That'll come up in a moment. But let's just talk about actually, you know, where he's pulled this from, because you know,
that is actually quite incredible. You look at the numbers of the right hand side, of course.
It's ridiculous. They're going to drugs test this guy.
It's 2 maps, though. It's only 2 maps.
Yeah, but you know what? It's just a context paired with these 2 maps that allow us sort of to believe and dream about what he can do. I'll join Duncan right there. We should not set that as what we expect from Kerrigan right now, because that would be absolutely deceitful. But the fact is, he's playing much better. Also, he feels the game much better. We know Kerrigan's a mid-round caller as well. The more you're activated in the game, the more comfortable you feel, the more you'll find the options and the solutions. That is really great for FaZe Clan. But a lot of other players who can do great, and we are still yet to see pop off. Brokey, Twist being names we have to mention.
Yeah, Blair. I mean, you know, look, obviously, FaZe, they're just a huge team, huge fan base all over the world. Kerrigan, I've said it many times, I think future Hall of Famer. But, you know, there's always that spectre of the major that got away from them. They've got to sort of have a deep run here, I think, to sort of justify almost the existence of a very expensive, very experienced team.
Yeah, I mean, the one excuse they've had all these, the year and a half that we've all been struggling in the online era has been, you know, it's the online era. This team was built for LAN to play in front of arenas. And Brokey has been kind of the anchor in the rocky seas of the online period. He's been really delivering, and now coming into LAN, the major on the line, this is where everyone else starts to deliver. He has never failed. Brokey's always been a consistent force for this team, not really being like a crazy, like a simple-esque player or a zywoo-esque player for that matter. But like you said, if Rain shows up, and he did show up in IEM Fall, Kerrigan doesn't have to do anything too crazy. Olaf does his job. And then you have the X factor of Twist. We know what this guy can do. If they all pop off 100%, I can expect this team to make a deep run.
That is what is crazy. I feel like we have given so much leeway to FaZe Clan, a leeway we would not give to any other lineups because of how disappointing the results were online. But you look at the roster, you look at the veterans they have, and you think, okay, maybe in that very specific team, in that specific roster, I could imagine Major coming around the way, Lance coming around the way, you're going to do better. But this is the only team we've been so lenient with. We've given them so much space. This is salvation they need right now in this tournament. If this fails,
I don't think they should get any more leniency. They've had all the time.
Absolutely.
Like, here's the other factor as well for me. No wonder Brokey's the guy who's consistent. He hasn't done anything in majors. He's never been close to sniffing one. Yep. Even someone like Twists actually replaces someone like niko's. All he has to do in his career now is win a major. So here's the problem. You're probably not going to win this major. And the fact that you're in terrible form, like we're saying, just a deep run would be good. If you just make the top 8, that's nice. Semis would be a big-time performance. So I think some of these guys, I'm just calling it now, it's bullshit. They're just going, oh, but it's the online era. We can't play majors and stuff like that. Well, then you are not a Counter-Strike player in this particular era. It's about being good each day.
You adapt.
You just saw there as well on your screens, obviously, Virtus Pro getting ready. You know, we're talking about deep runs and experience. I think they're a team that don't really get the respect they deserve. I know, look, there's all asterisks and caveats, right, about their run and the Vanguard core that made it to that major final. I get it. But, you know, I don't think people really showed them that level of respect. I mean, especially in the online era. I had to hear how Virtus Pro was somehow online, despite the fact that they were LAN-proven established players. Is it ridiculous that people sleep on this team?
I do think so. Like, I will say the recent results, if you only look at the Wikipedia placings, aren't going to look great. But even then, they're always a team that's in a game. They're one of the hardest teams to beat. They've got a very particular gimmicky style that's very hard to figure out. I think if you go back in time, by the way, to the end of last year, beginning of this year, they would have been like one of the favourites to win a major.
I feel the biggest problem here is people are just biased against Virtus Pro. I am as well. Like, you
villains.
watch his style, you're like,
villains.
they're villains, right? But here's the thing, they get results. They're like you just mentioned right now, very hard team to beat, very frustrating to go up against. We saw that yesterday in their game as well. They were trailing massively against, I think it was Movistar Riders, and then they just completely shut them down into the server. They are a solid team indeed. It just, sometimes it is kind of frustrating to watch their style of Counter-Strike, their brand of CS, but it works, and that is what matters.
They're just not a sexy team is the problem. Aside from Weekender's play style, the others typically, like you said, they're boring. They're basically like the old Patriots without the cheating.
FaZe obviously are a sexy team, I'm told.
They're cool.
You know.
I mean, I was watching that camera shot of Kerrigan earlier. I would question that. Doubt, press X to doubt.
Okay,
well done, cameraman. You did a good job there.
Yeah, see.
Mainly keep it on Twists and Brokey.
Well, they've done that when you put them at the bench. You go there, you just come in. Look, we've all done that in our school photos. But yeah, look.
What fantasizes about Twists?
I mean, I know we're on a Virtus Pro kind of tip at the moment. We'll come back because I do want to talk about Jamie if we've got time for it.
I could talk for hours, mate.
Yeah,
a lot of it'd be hateful.
I have noticed. But let's talk. I mean, Rain's there on the camera, but let's talk about Olaf Meister. This organization, I think, has been unbelievably loyal to this guy. He's been in and out of the team. I know he's had personal problems. I know there's been all sorts of issues. It looked like he was going to walk away. They brought him back. I think we're potentially looking at, you know, maybe his last appearance unless something goes very, very right. let's talk about him just while the veto comes up on screen.
Well, I mean, obviously, Olofmeister coming into this event is one of the most experienced veteran player we have right there. We know he's been at 15 majors, 14 playoffs. That's insane. But I think it's the indecisiveness that kind of really lingered on me for a while. Like, we didn't really know, are you staying in the team? Are we looking at the long term? Are you trying to make a comeback? Because I'll give you the credit. I'll give you a fighting chance. But it was that feeling that, you know, 1 week in, 2 weeks out.
I don't think even he knew.
That's my problem.
Yeah.
That's my problem. I want to know that we're in for the long run.
Got to commit.
Exactly. And that was an issue for me with the Olofmeister topic for a while.
Yes, this was basically a scenario where it's like it felt like he was going to leave in a month, but for like the last year or something. So yeah, if we go to the map veto here, it's actually somewhat what you'd expect. Like I say, if you're FaZe, it's not even that you're amazing on it. It's just if any opponent doesn't look like they're amazing, just gamble, just go for it. Let's put a bit of variance in there.
I do wonder about this, or rather I question this pick of Mirage coming in from the side of VP, right? I thought they'd probably go with Inferno. Everything else makes sense to me. Like Dust 2 coming into Decider. Mirage is a map that FaZe, they're pretty comfortable playing this map. They're
basically Carrigan's home on T side.
There we go.
You know?
Okay, maybe.
How do you feel about this, Vito? I mean, you know, I'm
going to go the way of FaZe a little bit here, to be honest. Yeah.
Why?
Mirage.
Do we think that because Flit replacing Senji has limited what VP can do in terms of map
The
pool, that might be a way to look at it? Because I agree. If you have your full extent of your strat book, why would you go for Mirage? You have many other maps you could punish FaZe.
Inferno would be a great pick in my opinion.
So maybe now with Flit, they're also trying to cater to his needs and know that he needs to perform a little bit, because if it's not in terms of kills, we know in terms of team play, he's not going to be up to par with what Senji was doing. That is impossible. They had chemistry and all. So it's about also helping him perform. That is the precedent. That is why the logic you bring him in. You need him to have an impact. He hasn't had any impact in that major quite yet. And it's time for him to fight if you want a chance against
This
FaZe
is also, though, since it's a 2-0 match, since you're going to play more best of threes otherwise, it's your first big tournament. This is also a time you can potentially experiment a little bit. It's not like FaZe Clan's the best team in the world. You know, they can drop maps, certainly. So I also don't hate the idea, but I do agree. Listen, there would have been a punish pick, I think, potentially from VP here if this was the old VP lineup.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange video. I'm almost worried about the decider being so open for them. I mean, how do we feel about that, assuming they hold both of their map picks?
I will say this is a classic map where even though it's considered from the old version, the Fragger map, like Jame is like preternaturally good at just doing Jame things on this map. I don't know why. He's just a master of not taking the usual AWP angles, frustrating you, time wasting, etc. So yeah, I think it's just a map where they've always for some reason traditionally liked it, even though it doesn't feel like it should play to their strengths.
And speak of the Messiah, Jame, here he is.
Really does save everyone all the time.
He definitely does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But you can see there with his stats about what we'd expect, or is that deceptive, Maniac?
No, I think the stats are pretty legit. I just wanted to quickly touch on Jame because I feel like we have to give him credit for becoming more than just a meme he was at some point in Counter-Strike. I agree that there was a time where any dicey situation, he just pull out and say, peace guys, I'm going to save, see you next round. I don't feel like that is the case so much anymore. I feel like he's also making the difference. I think he's much more proactive. I think in clutch situations, you want him to be the last guy in the 10-15 seconds. You want him to play the good Counter-Strike. So he's been able to kind of put that type of Counter-Strike, that aggressiveness that he needed. He's got that. He's done that. But still, we stick with the meme, and he's still
and look,
he still does say once in a while.
Yeah, but
you have to say
about,
as well.
About that meme as well, though, it did sort of overlap with a period of Counter-Strike history where if you really need to save that off, it's so expensive. So, yeah, there's a little bit of that at play. But, yeah, I think he's a slept-on player a little bit, personally. I think out of all the AWPers around right now, I think consistency is absolutely vital. And I think it's why players like Brokey, for example,
he's a top 20 of the year.
Yes.
James should be in that.
Here's the thing. He actually essentially is the person we're talking about when we say people dislike elements of Virtus Pro and they don't like watching the stat. He basically characterizes all of that and embodies it. So, but at the same time, just like VP, do not underestimate him as a player, though. Don't think just because there's elements you don't enjoy watching, it's not the most entertaining Counter-Strike, that he's crap. He definitely isn't. He's actually a very good AWPer.
Yeah, and now we can bring up some stats on Olaf. I wanted to get these earlier. They've just put them together for me in the production room. Thank you so much, guys. And here we go. I mean, look, we're talking about a legend. We're talking about an all-time great. We're also talking about a guy who probably doesn't get all of his first pick roles based on the roster he's on. All fine context, but you know, I see Olofmeister with these stats. I guess I'm still dreaming of 2015.
Here's the thing. Let's be real.
That's my problem.
Here's my problem. If he wants to have better roles, if he wants to pump these stats up, you leave FaZe Clan, you leave that massive salary that you get every single month, you leave getting to make excuses and not have to play for half the year and be any good, and you go to a Fnatic, you go to an NIP, you go to those squads and you say, put me in star roles, I want to play Counter-Strike again. As Maniac pointed out, this guy's been on and off in terms of even if he wants to play, so much of the time, like, he caused a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
Certainly some of the other factors might have led to them, but then he made the decision at each point in time. So my problem in this team is, if they're going to say he's just a support player, basically, well, then I'm not looking at the frags, etc. I'm looking, do you win rounds? Do you do key plays? Do you help people? And that's actually where, last year, some of the past years, I would have said, no, actually, that's where the experience shines through. That's why I get why those FaZe players, why Niko says, it's a nonsense term, but, like, he's the best player I've played with. Like, obviously he isn't, mate, but okay, I get what you mean by that. Like, what he can do in the game, he's, like, undervalued. I don't actually think, especially the last 3 to 6 months, I don't think that's the case. Like, I've seen when they play Ancient, for example, I've seen times where teams just go to his site on the CT side all the time. They know, listen, that's a free frag, and sometimes he won't always play smart.
Yeah, I think there was an element of that. I think he was getting picked out and bullied by some of these other teams, and, you know, to think about Olaf,
it's crazy, isn't it?
That happening to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, he did have that when he initially said, right, I'm back, guys, and I'm back for real this time. He did have a spike, and then the tournament after that, he was one of the worst players at the tournament. It's sort of just, I just don't know what to expect from him.
Watching Olaf Meister players twist his hair white. This guy used to be a young guy, vibrant, full of life. His testosterone's low. I've seen him in the gym, probably not the gym.
I do want to mention.
I
do want to mention how they got like Inishine now like, coaching in for the major at the very least, right? Like, it's going to be a lot on his head as well. Obviously, they're 2-0 right now. You win this, you're through to the next stage, which is going to be fantastic. But that's why if I am FaZe, I want to just get this 3-0 done with. Because the more you play, if you lose this one, you're going to be playing another one. It's going to get harder and harder, and then you don't have your main coach playing over there as well. Like you said, a lot of problems, all often really not having delivered in quite a while. So, yeah, I feel the fact that they have a new coach coming in just for the major is a factor which not a lot of us have really spoken about.
Yeah, that might be weird for Robban, actually, because he'll be at home watching like the Go TV view. He'll be able to see everything in the map, and he won't be familiar with that situation at all.
Oh, Lord.
All right, listen, they all get it. They all get it, Maniac. Even if it was accidental, they all get it in the end. So the punishment comes for everyone.
Here's one thing I will say as well, because we haven't brought this up. That when it comes to preparing a team to be at LAN, Carrigan is one of the best. I've watched this guy for years. We're friends. I've seen what he does. He's always going around making sure everyone's got everything they need. He fills so many roles. And like I said, when you're in an environment like this, especially with all of the protocols, the safety protocols, there's an additional element of almost frustration. You just want to get on the server. You want to sit down. You want to play. Carrigan's keeping everyone dialed in.
Absolutely. And this is where, when you consider FaZe Clan, you realize that if they make it to the next stage, if they make it to the Legends, or possibly to the Champion stage, there's going to be a crescendo of that advantage. Of knowing how to deal with that environment, knowing how to deal with that pressure, knowing how to, give your best performance when it matters the most. I'd argue this is probably the hardest place to play right now for FaZe Clan, because you lose now your joke, your clowns. You make it to the Legend stage, and suddenly everyone is starting to having these jitters. But they know that. They've gone to multiple majors. They have major winners. So for Carrigan and having that credibility with you, that baggage with you, it's going to get better and better each stage if you make it.
He's not just an IGL, that's the thing. He's a captain.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's definitely a lot of IGLs that don't fit that role at all. Over at Virtus Pro, I mean, sort of a different kind of vibe from their team. You can see them there. They're getting bedded in.
Should we go the other way on that topic? Because here's the thing about VP. Like you said, when a Vanguard made the final, let's be clear, they had a Dren in the lineup, who at this point in time is not even relevant at World Counter-Strike, and it was almost amazing he got to the final in that team. And they didn't have Yakinda, who obviously is one of their main impact players, arguably the most important player in their team, and has revolutionized the team. So the key thing for me is I'll flip it the other way, and I'll say when they made that miracle run, because everyone who says, I called it, you didn't. Like months before, they were like losing best of fives to the Furia team who hadn't made it yet, and were nowhere on the world scene. They were the massive underdog. Every team they faced, even Renegades in the semi-final, they were the underdog against, and they had that kind of like, just, who cares, no pressure, no expectation, we've already had a great result. Now they actually do have pressure. Now they, especially with this actual transfer, which basically implies, by the way, we're just going to go for all the marbles. We're going to give up everything we've had the last year and try to win the major. So I want to see the pressure on these players.
And can't forget the name they're playing under, Virtus Pro.
Yes.
That has legacy. It's a completely different team altogether, all different nationalities, but yeah.
I think it's interesting that they are, they're the exact inverse of the Virtus Plow team, right? I mean, Virtus Plow ran over you. These guys, it's death by 1,000.
They're like a steamroller. Just gradually rolling. Like that Austin Powers scene.
Another Boomer reference there.
Great
no
movie.
one, no one's seen Austin Powers anymore. But
oh, baby. Whatever. I was going to do it anyway, even if it wasn't Austin Powers. Don't worry.
But, I think with this Virtus Pro team, I've got to say, I think Yakinda, I hope we can get some stats up for him, actually, because he's really on point.
Yes.
He is, for me, like, he's the guy that's elevated entry fragging to the art form it needs to be if you ever want to be consistently excellent at it. And I know he copped a lot of flack online because some of these things do look unbelievable in an era where people are skeptical. But he is on fire here. And
he even pushes it to another level, right? Because when you mention entry fragging, instinctively you think about a T side, think about someone going first and making the difference cool. But Yakina does that on the CT side as well.
Yeah.
He to an extent, he pushes Counter-Strike to a place we hadn't seen, which is regaining map control on your CT side by taking duels that shouldn't happen. Yes. You play against Yekindar, there's absolutely no moment in the round where you can take a deep breath, maybe regroup, regather with your team, talk about what's going to happen. He's going to be in your face. He's obnoxious to play against when he's on point.
Guys, it's time for the game. So listen, no more thoughts. They're all excellent. It's time for the action. One of the first best of threes, two amazing teams, FaZe versus Virtus.pro, and of course, James and DDK. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, this is it's gonna be a great one. I mean, best of three, we're finally there. We had a day of best of ones, and now we're ready to get into things. We also have an Ancient in this best of three too, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, you know, Ancient, the newest map in the pool, and you know, I feel like we're going to see innovation at this tournament in the times that we see it.
I'm quite interested because, you know, on paper you think, oh, it must be a strong pick for FaZe. Virtus.pro played it once in, you know, in officials recently, but they've allowed it into the map pool. Virtus.pro, obviously they are gonna veto nuke, but they've allowed Ancient to be open, so maybe they've got something up their sleeve. But let's not forget they kicked Sanji out just a few days ago, and on a map like Ancient, maybe that kicks him in the butt. We'll have to see. But first, we will start in very familiar territory in Mirage with Virtus.pro on the T side. Olofmeister boosted up into an off angle already, and maybe Brokey will be the initial engager. Depends on how they engage, but he is set up for a kind of bait here. But we'll see if Olofmeister is checked for. Lands a headshot, traded though. Brokey trying to dance around bench position now, but down he goes as well.
Yeah, Carrigan now the last player on the side here for the defensive FaZe, trying to hold off this attack. Great flick there from Carrigan, trying to buy space and time for his teammates to rotate in for this defense. And it's working. Just James left, but James might just get two. Absolutely, he will. And Twist is now in the 1v1. That's a clean headshot, though, coming through from Twist. And that will be FaZe with the opening pistol. And I know this is a hard game, another hard game to predict, to call, just like the last one was. But I put FaZe down for this one. I don't know how you feel about FaZe and Virtus.pro in this matchup.
I think I put FaZe as the favorite. Well, as my pick, I'll say. I'm still not happy with the Sanji thing, but I'm not going to hop on about that too much now. But I like to see Twist finish off that round, because I think, you know, the desk spoke about Yakinda for Virtus.pro. For me, I think like Twist is the massive anchor for FaZe Clan. I think in the overpass we saw, he was a dependable pair of hands when you really needed someone to deliver. And often the multi-frag as well. Twist is always going to do that for you. Yeah. And he will need to do that versus the prowess of Virtus.pro. I like the style they bring to the table with a sniper such as James. I feel like when it doesn't go so well, it doesn't look very pretty, but I'm a fan of it.
Yes. Yes. Well, checking in with this round so far, you know, it's just, of course, a save for Virtus.pro. P250, and that is it. P250 full of Glocks. Brokey looking for any possible plays into the window. Quick work of these players in mid. Does get traded out though, but yeah, overall looking pretty under control here for FaZe. Olofmeister, nice pops there for finish things off. And there you go. I mean, we wouldn't really expect anything else in such a round. So quick 2-0, but the first buy round now coming in for Virtus.pro, and I am really excited to see, you know, how do they want to start off these T buy rounds.
I'm excited to see Virtus.pro on a CT half, to see how they look like around the B and short position with no Sanji.
Yeah.
That's going to be very, very an interesting contrast. They're going to have to change their approach by various measures. But first, we're going to have a two-man push up mid. But it will be Twist to trade on Yakinda. Now we'll see if there's any position to really react to this. And the answer would be no, because the bomb's in T spawn at the moment. Maybe Yakinda was due to rotate it later. Kika has also been lost on T ramp. So there are big problems here for Virtus Pro in the first buy round. A very early 4 versus 3 for FaZe Clan. That second kill being very important for them. You can see the new stickers on that silenced M4 as well, looking pretty good. Red on red's always good.
This is a great position for FaZe to be in a 4v3. You can just hold on to your current spots. You've got Twist looking after Connector. They have good eyes on B, good eyes on A. Forward position around ramp though. So Karrigan could be in some trouble there if he's not able to get a quick kill. Will be able to isolate this 1v1. That's the bomb as well in James' hands. So if he's able to take down James, that might just be the round over with.
Yeah, people at home will see he just walked past an AK-47, but he can't pick it up because it would reveal his position, his gun falling to the floor. Just finishing off Buster there with the AK, switches out after exchanging with James and bounces off to victory. Karrigan, he's been an important player for FaZe Clan. I think he doesn't always get the credit because, you know, he's there to be the in-game leader primarily. The fragging will go up and down, but on the Dust 2 we saw yesterday, he had some very aggressive pushes towards the end, which really clutched out the rounds and put FaZe Clan in a strong position. And he always has that extra gear for aggression and just has a sense for the game where he can try and take liberties. And again, you know, you're not going to make the right decision at the right time all the time, but he definitely is an extra gear for FaZe Clan. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about Karrigan. I think one of my favorite podcasts that I recorded was with Karrigan. He's really articulate and he's looking to create and continue, I suppose, to strengthen the legacy that he has in terms of being the IGL that from team to team is able to have a huge amount of success with different players and rosters, you know, rosters comprising of players from very different nationalities, you know, making the first international rosters work and as well as, you know, making Danish rosters work. He has so much experience figuring out how to optimize the team. And you know, looking to do so here with the return to FaZe. Such a versatile player. And once again, these eco rounds with the hero AK this time on Nikindar. In mid, unable to find any opportunities just yet. FaZe doing a good job, not giving those opportunities away for free.
Well, the split is on towards the A-bomb site here. We've got 2 on T-ramp, 2 in connector as well. But there is a triangle for FaZe Clan at present. So far, so good. No one dropped just yet. Only 1 rifle remaining as I say that it is dropped from the hands of Flit. New man. And James will be alone with the Tech 9 now. Should be an easy frag for Karrigan, although he could get shot in the head. But rather than that, he will deliver one and take the pistol upgrade as well with his lovely Ruby Karambit. 4-0 for FaZe Clan. A clean sheet. Much unlike Manchester United versus Liverpool.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing where James decides to open his round here with the AWP and how his team will set up around that, because, you know, that might be one of the operating points of, you know, early action for Virtus Pro, and he's going to go towards the B apartments. And, you know, Karrigan and Olafmeister are the players for FaZe looking after that B side of the map. James not able to get anything. He's going to take some burn damage there as he tries to initially see if anyone will be opening themselves up to him. But again, so far, James, it's been somewhat of a theme that FaZe are not really allowing Virtus Pro to find picks in the early and mid round. They're sort of they're playing passively and forcing FaZe to commit to kind of deeper positions. With that said, though, the 2-man play around this A-ramp position is quite interesting, because this could give a lot of information and possibly a kill. But if Rain goes back, he's not. He's going to go for this. Buster's around the corner waiting for that. And Rain, he knows not to bite off more than he can chew. He's going to fall back. And what does that tell them, though? Does that indicate an A play? FaZe will keep 3 towards A for now.
Yeah, if they expect that there's going to be a lurker in Palace, and seeing a player ramp means it's an A play. If you see 2 players towards A, it's almost always an A play. We can see the rotations coming through now. And there's essentially 4 players on the A-bomb site for FaZe Clan. So if they've looked at demos and see that, like, Kikat's almost always in Palace, for example, and they spot someone else on ramp, then that's why they may be so prepared for this, as they're going to have Karrigan on short as well. We'll keep an eye on the radar because Nikindar is creeping for maybe a short play later on, looking to plant a bomb for short, perhaps as Virtus Pro. But again, this has been a false start on the A-bomb site, and I think James realizes what is happening here, as Nikindar actually is going to be entering the B-bomb site, getting a kill on Karrigan, but he's got to surely take a forward position here before the rotation comes through for FaZe Clan. moving towards short rather than the apps. He is shift walking, so Twist won't have the information as he is in the underpass. And look at the rotation from FaZe. They are all over the shop. We've got Olofmeister and T-Spawn at present, who may have a flank on Keycut, who has got a flank on Twist, but he looks towards Olof. We got stereo frags, one for either side, in fact. Things get more interesting now as FaZe Clan move in with the high ground. Jame at the back of the bomb site, 2 versus 3. Really limited on where he can stand. He's got Yakindar to work with now as they've got a crossfire on the site. Brokey by the window in the market. James got to be real careful about his positioning. A quick scope misses it though. Crap pick from Brokey. Yakindar 1v1 now. Rain getting closer. Yakindar will drop in. It's 5-0 for FaZe Clan if he can get there fast enough, which he certainly can.
Wow. Oh, brilliant stuff there from FaZe on the retake. But Yakindar, what a key kill onto Carrigan at that short position. Otherwise, a totally lost round. Yakindar gave an opportunity that they were able to at least get a lot of economic damage. They get the bomb planted for the additional bonus money for each player, you know, $800 for everybody else on the team. So, I mean, great recovery, but unable to convert. And of course, that's ultimately what it comes down to. Still nothing on the board here for virtusPro. And FaZe looks so comfortable. They have great info so far. Fast pace from Yakindar up the catwalk position. Doesn't find what he's looking for though.
Did wonder if he would go through that connector smoke, but he jumped into window instead. However, Olofmeister was close enough to hear that rotation and will be able to punish it. And again, it's a false start for virtusPro, a 4 versus 5 early. Promising start for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I totally agree. Rain there with a flashbang, looking for more information, and he'll get it. So that's going to help them know what to do in terms of setup. Brokey's going to move into the kitchen to play more defensively towards B, shorten his rotation time towards that A site, which is where the push is coming. Olof has to be careful. There's the swing. Flit takes him down. Rain able to defend for just a moment longer, takes out Keycut, but it's a 3v3. Opportunity arises now for virtusPro towards this A site, but not enough that they could take the site and get a plant in. So they're going to rotate off of this. And interestingly, we've got Carrigan on catwalk. I don't know if he's going to be able to hear any steps. I think he's a little bit too far away. And Flit's position is quite destabilizing. They know he's in that area.
Yeah, most people just holding fire for now, but Carrigan starts to wonder as things are very quiet indeed. I think he's heard it now. He should be close enough. The question is the rotation. You can see the awareness there. The HG grenade into that jungle position. Carrigan's going to be very important, but Jame is ready. That man knows his angles, but as you can see, the rotation has come through now, but Brokey is waiting. Timing is going to be everything. How patient can Flit be here? Jame on the other side. Misses the flick. Jame a little cold going into this one. That's the second shot I've seen him with, and it's not often you can say that. We'll get there eventually, though, and Flit will have some good timing. Twist eliminated last, and virtusPro are on the scoreboard.
A fantastic round from Flit. Totally ruined this round for FaZe. Up until this point, it was looking so good.
Ooh.
And Flit really just threw the wrench at FaZe, hit them in the face. And that's the first round for virtusPro, but still, of course, a lot more to be done. Double AWPs picked up by FaZe. Bold stuff. We'll see if it catches virtusPro off guard.
Yeah, very much so. And again, we see another round where Yakindar is very focused on getting deep into that short position. There is a very nice pop flash that you can see from the likes of Searson. If he's got an AWP on short, he can sometimes do a pop flash into the connector area, bouncing it off the wall, which can give you a nice glidey peek. Not seeing that just yet from Yakindar. There is a flashbang from the CT side, but no fatal connection. Another 5 versus 4. I feel like FaZe have got a man advantage in every round so far.
Well, this is the benefit of the double AWP, because it wasn't expected that there would be an AWP holding that position, because they haven't played an AWP in around B so far. They had, I think, an idea that Brokey was elsewhere with his. So that double AWP has given them the 5v4, and VP, they reset, and they're going to re-exec into the B site on top of the AWP. We'll see if they have success.
Maybe expectant. Olofmeister put in the corner. Carrigan goes to the bench once again. Olofmeister deeper than he was on the pistol. They gets the first play. There's the bomb as well. That's a great second frag, and he still has some position and a few bullets left. A headshot to Yakindar, and Jame is left. It's like worst case scenario, right? You guys go ahead. If it all goes wrong, then I'll just chill with my $9,700 AWP.
Yeah.
I sold mine for like 1,700.
Well, so far, oh, nice shot. But again, it's not that impactful. But, you know, this is a round in which, in a VP, they start off in the apartments, and then they lose a player. They get picked by Karrigan's AWP. Again, they didn't expect an AWP to be on that angle, which is why it was such an easy frag for Karrigan. The way that you peek into a rifle, if you expect it to be a rifle versus an AWP, is quite different. And so at that point, they had so many players. You can see how many players are in the apartments. There's 4 players, which means that they have no presence elsewhere on the map, and that kill stops them from Karrigan getting into the B site. So now they have a bunch of players with no map control, and so at that point, FaZe, they know what's going to happen because they have all of the information, and there's no pressure anywhere else on the map. And that is something that is going to continue to be problematic for Virtus.pro, I feel. You know, I feel like they need to be, that's what the default, that's the purpose of defaults, you know, is to be able to create pressure everywhere so that the other team is less certain of what's going to happen. But so far, James, FaZe have been a step ahead. They know what's happening, and they prepare for it, and more than not, that goes well for them.
Buster and Kika with a combined 1 kill at the upper echelon. Olofmeister has got 9. That second kill was so sick, the way he swung back to the point of engagement and then corrected straight to the head of that second player. So quick. That's not easy to do, even for a pro. Very nice done. Very nicely done by Olofmeister there. Karrigan now, where is he headed with the AWP? Well, he's headed to the bench because he's been domed by Yakinda, who is once again fast into that mid position and has some firm control for the time being.
Yeah, so really huge pick. They know Karrigan's a B player as well, and they'll see the AWP has dropped. So this gives them a lot of options into the mid round of thinking, okay, how do we attack this? We know we've killed the B player, and they're holding in mid. They're resetting the situation. FaZe are in a spot where there is a world where FaZe play for info, and some teams might push ramp like this. For info, you might have a 2-man push, and you see like a pop flash. Kika would be quite vulnerable to that because he's playing by himself, but Range's just holding this. And they're kind of just gambling on the current positions that they have. And I think this is a good option for FaZe, because Virtus.pro would own them if they went for an info play right now.
Uh-oh, better fall back, Rain. Yep, he will. Oh, here is fall back with the reload. Flit threatening to be a problem again, though. He's taking some very aggressive positions around connector, and that'll make Rain's positions very problematic. I mean, it's a hard job anyway, playing in that shallow position, but it gets harder when Flit's taking liberties around connector. Yakinda dropped out, and Rain will basically be a target now. That Molotov is going to cause him some problems. He's got a smoke to play with, though. More kills for Rain, actually, and Brokey's on the site to try and deal with James now in a 2 versus 2. 7-1 for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, another great round from them. You can kind of see, I think, what Virtus.pro are trying to do, because, again, you know, they reset after that initial kill that Yakinda gets in mid. And if you're FaZe, you know, you're kind of worried that they're going to exploit the hole that exists now, which is we have a way less powerful B defense. So Virtus.pro are thinking if we wait, either they make an info play and we can punish it and get even further ahead, or they're going to reset to a 2-2 setup, and we're going to be able to walk into a site, and it's going to be a lot stronger. But FaZe just got the info because of the way that Rain pushed around A ramp, and that gave them all the rotation advantage they needed.
Smoking the choke point of the Palace, and Rain's giving himself some space to play with. Oh my god, these bursts from Rain. Always notorious for the bursts, Rain. The most storied player on the FaZe Clan roster. Looking quite nice right now. Quite nice indeed, Mr. Rain. You handsome man, you. You handsome man!
Yeah, looking really clean again. FaZe, I don't think we've seen them in a spot, James, where they're unsure as to like what's going on. On the CT side, so far, they've been in pretty good stead. Even in rounds in which they've taken the L at the opening, they are pretty confident, pretty calm. We're not really seeing a lot of movement. They are quite certain as to what positions they need to be moving to and holding. And Virtus.pro, it's not being able to convert that 5v4 is really painful.
For those at home, we do recognize that it is 5 kills for Rain in this eco, but that's not what you're going to get very excited about, but well done. Because Because there's going to be somebody, oh, they don't know it's an ace, it didn't say it's an ace.
Here's your ribbon.
Yeah. Calm. Just chill out, yeah. 4-4 now. As versus Pro try to get aggressive in connector once again, and Flit will be able to do that. Pick up the slack from Yakinda, who's been popped. His clogs have been popped by force. But there's a man advantage finally for Virtus Pro. Not something we've said too often early on in these rounds, and it's taken away by Rain. Looks for a train fragger immediately, trying to slink away to the shadow position, but he really is on an island as well on this occasion. He does not have any help really on this A bomb site. He's just got to edge forward and try to do what he can. I love crouching in this position on these bricks because you can just play Jack in the Box with a player standing in the palace and have an off angle on the ramp. Not good enough for James though, who's always ready for the angles. And that leaves Olofmeister alone now, 1 versus 3. Has an AWP. Rather him than me though, I don't fancy his chances here. Flit's got the angle, he's heard the sound cues as well as Olofmeister will give a few away. Best chances for this round have come and gone. He'll have to concede a second round to Virtus Pro and hold on to this AWP. Yeah,
very nice, much needed rounds. And Virtus Pro, of course, have to keep doing that. I think it's so far it's been the case that FaZe have been able to just sort of do what they've been doing, and it's all worked. And they haven't had to kind of mix things up too much, which is a great position to be in if you're FaZe, because even though you're going to lose this round, if FaZe want to, they can start mixing things up. They can start doing small kind of pocket aggressions, whether that be in mids, whether that be playing deeper positions like they have been around round A, maybe a palace push, maybe a offbeat timing for the ramp push. There's lots of options I feel like they can kind of exploit, or they can say, you know what, we're not convinced that what Virtus Pro's adjustments are good enough to continue to work against what we've been doing. We just missed a few shots in that last round. Let's just keep doing what we've been doing, which is generally a passive approach. They've just been sort of reactive to what VP have been doing. They've been trying to hold on to their utility in most cases and playing somewhat conservatively. But the opening smokes here coming through from VP for that early mid control. Slight presence there from Twist, tossing in the HE. Yakinda back to his usual shenanigans with that reasonably quick movement up catwalk. So VP open up with this mid control, but at the same time, Rain is in a position with Twist in connector to be able to push this. Nice opener! Wow, Twist gets a second one too. Great flash comes through, Flit not ready for that one. Kiko has to respond quickly up the A ramp into the A site, looking to try to make good of this bad situation, and they're doing just that. 3 versus 3 now.
Yeah, Rain, he's been good on the A bomb site, but he is caught with grenades in his hand. That's given an opening to Virtus Pro. That's allowed them to get back into this round. Brokey spotting one in the sandwich position, and that's James. Got to be real careful about him. But these smokes will soon come and go. The question is, how do they plant the bomb? One towards connector again. Twist taking some pot shots towards that palace area, but he's not going to overcommit to this. James trying to find an angle on him, but he's exposed himself to CT, and Brokey announces his position. Bomb needs to be collected now. 40 seconds. They're going to have no smokes left to plant. Brokey creeping around the smoke. Kiko running out of bullets down to the Glock here, desperately trying to find him. Awkward scenes in CT, and it will be a 9th round for FaZe Clan. Virtus Pro need enough rounds towards the end of the half to give them a fighting chance in the second, and that's not happening right now. Buster still on 1 kill.
Yeah, that was almost a good recovery there for VP, just shy of getting the plant down. That's so unfortunate, getting kind of stuck. And yeah, this push was fantastic. Love that.
Second shot was a laser.
Yeah. And it's going to be difficult now for VP to come back into this one. They kind of have, their loss bonus has been reset. They're spending all their money, so they really need to find success here. But we've got the double up back in play for FaZe once again, and we've got Carrigan in the B apartments with that AWP, which actually frees up Olofmeister quite a bit because it's Carrigan can quite confidently anchor that position. And Olof could leave him there on that B site entirely if he wanted to. But James with the takedown Twist over the top of the connector smoke. Big win early here for VP.
Yeah, that was a completely failed flashbang for Twist. So that's definitely something which needs to be reviewed in the demo.
Oh, they're going to A as well off of that.
3 dudes in the palace, 2 dudes in the palace. And Buster will be on the ramp. Flit still a thorn in the side as far as Connector is concerned. He's the backup for Yakindar, who is dropped by Brokey. It's the opening kill for FaZe Clan. But they're running out of members. Jane will trade, and now 2 remain. Olofmeister with some sound cues, and Flitters waiting for him. You can see him shooting behind the box, aware of the angles though, and he will thin the numbers somewhat, but it's going to be worse for FaZe Clan. 1 versus 3, a nice tag, but no kill. And Olofmeister is off to save what he can. virtus.pro make it to 3. Hey, they could still get 6 rounds out of this half. It looks bad right now. It looks terrible right now, but they could still get a really good score from this half.
Yeah, they could definitely still kind of recover this one. It was actually quite an interesting rotation. You know, they get that initial pick around the mid position, and then it's, you know, they decide to go for the rotation into A, 2 players in Palace. It looks quite difficult, but given the fact that FaZe had removed all of their defense from the A site, it worked out really nicely for virtus.pro. So yeah, FaZe in a position where, you know, finally their economy is, I mean, can't see all of the money just yet. Okay, yeah, so now we can see Olofmeister's got the AK that he saved, but other than that, the rest of his teammates don't really have enough money to buy with him, but they could buy a couple pistols, quite possibly. So we'll see how Olofmeister decides to use the hero AK in this round. He will be the highlights for this round. Presumably the chances will kind of live and die by what Olof is able to accomplish. And you'd expect and want to see him get something early. If that's how you win a round like this, if you get that early pick, take the initiative early, and then that causes a lot of, that creates a lot more opportunities for you as a team with worse weaponry.
Yeah, he has one of the better spawns as we can see, and he's headed towards the A bomb site. I wonder if he was in Carrigan's position maybe. Perhaps he'd go for a fast play towards the Palace, but for where he is, let's see where he chooses to go. If he tries to do something spawn-based, maybe he goes to Palace anyway. No, it will be essentially Rain's position, it looks like. And he's got the cavalry with him as well, so he can potentially have a pistol wide swing for him to create some space, find some information, and have him drop a rifle on the opposition. However, virtus.pro have eyes on the B bomb site, it looks like, with not even a lurker towards A. Completely different look from them. Maybe inspired by the timeout we saw as well.
Well, yeah, they've guessed wrong on the stack, and Carrigan only has a P250. It's hard to expect too much from Carrigan here.
Rain's peaked ramp though, and he sees nothing, so that rotation might just have time to come through, but they need to commit to this. They don't know the climate's on mid, and that may make them paranoid, but you know, they don't know if anybody's in the Palace. Where is the rifle? Olofmeister still on the A bomb site, and maybe it's too late to rotate now as we've got Brokey in the Palace, but Carrigan is alone, doing some damage, but no frag, and I think maybe a larger gamble needed to be taken there. They do have Rain on the flank, but I think they had a small window of opportunity for rotation, and now that the B bomb site is more or less secured, James starts to check his 6, look behind him, although he is covering short as well, so maybe there is a smidgen of opportunity for Rain to get a frag. But even if he does, I don't think he retrieves a weapon here unless Yakindar goes deep. Seen Rain do things with P250, but this round won't be one of those times.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this was really on Carrigan to get that opening kill and then survive for maybe 2 or 3 seconds. And with that, there would have been the opportunity to get into the site for his teammates on the rotation. It was actually very close. If Carrigan had like 1 nade or something, just something to buy an extra 4 or 5 seconds, that could have been made the difference here to get some of the FaZe players into position to have some fights that could have made the rounds possible. But that was not the case, and VP will pick that one up, and I'm sure they'll be certainly quite happy with that. Olaf, of course, able to keep hold of the AK-47 and bring it into this next round as well. Always nice having the AK on the CT side. And overall, again, FaZe have been quite successful. It's sort of come down to VP having to make those mid-rounds plays generally to find success. Their openers haven't often been too good for them. Quick mid peek coming through. Trying to disturb that early mid control in the default of VP.
Yeah, but we have seen a change now. virtus.pro not running exactly the same rounds. Yakindar no longer top mid, making fast plays on short and such. Instead, we have Buster lurking. Nykytilan holding things down as far as the underpass is concerned. Reigned and Olof in the shadow position. So we've got differences on the on both teams now here in round number 14. The dying rounds of the first half. But we haven't seen who will do most of the dying in this round just yet.
Yeah, Carrigan switched his positions as well. He's not playing the apartments anymore. He's playing catwalk, and he's given Brokey the kind of jail position at the back of B. Small changes. We'll see if it helps. Carrigan gets the first contact, and he's going to go down. Oh, Twist actually trades that one.
Yeah, but the split is still on because Nykytilan can pick up the slack now. He has made his way towards short once again. Brokey not ready for Flip's position. Bomb dropped, but the trade is here. That creates some more space for VersusPro as they have a 3v2 advantage now, and that rotation is coming through from Olofmeister and Rain. Let's not forget, they were playing that shadow position. The rotation is long and painful as Olofmeister gets decapitated by the likes of Nykytilan, and there's nothing more for Rain to do in this round, especially without a defuse kit. It's his turn to try and save, and Nykytilan's already on the hunt here, looking for plays to make their way towards Palace. Rain will drop a smoke in between. You can hop on those boxes and get a cheeky one-way. Many years ago, saw Apex do a nice clutch on the A bomb site with that, but the bomb site is not the right one on this occasion, and Rain will just be trying to survive.
You can see for those, we talked about the right eye and left eye kind of advantage, disadvantage yesterday on the B stream, but that position that Brokey had, for example, that was like he had a very bad angle for his opponent who had that right eye. I think it's Flit who dropped down, and Flit would have been able to see Brokey with Brokey have no vision whatsoever of Flit. So you got to be super aware of those spots. Of course, you can't always control every angle and every engagement, but always good to just have the awareness. And 5 rounds for VersusPro, so they've had quite the resurgence. Given how difficult the opening of this half has been, they are looking much more confident. And already Rain's going to go down, Jane connecting with the head. And they're going to march their way through to the A site. And it's going to take nothing short of some crazy deagle headshots to stop VersusPro from winning this round.
Kika and Jamin sandwich. Brokey's got the sound. Brokey?
Oh, not just Brokey.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear. That looks like a network issue.
Yep.
Which is very unfortunate.
That's not good.
Yeah, so... Oh, that's a difficult one. Well, there has been damage in the round, so I suppose they have got to play it out, but that is most unfortunate. We'll see who takes the advantage here as VersusPro are making things more difficult for FaZe Clan now. Twist and Carrigan versus 4. Now Twist is alone towards the end of this half, and I wonder if we'll have some kind of pause before things continue. Well, it will be 9-6 at half-time. But yeah, that was an unfortunate event in that final round. We'll see what happens next. Yeah, we'll hopefully that will be quickly resolved. But yeah, I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard there. A really fast recovery from VersusPro. Honestly, looked like FaZe were pretty good for like a 12-3 or something like that, but VersusPro found a few ways to win some of these key rounds to bring themselves into quite a competitive scoreline here on Mirage. This is the first map of this best of 3 if you're just joining us. The second map would be Ancient. I say would be, as if there's a question, we'll get there. We'll definitely get to the second map, because you can't win a best of 3 without playing at least 2 maps. So that's how best of 3s work. FYI. You heard it here first, guys.
Yeah.
Courtesy of DDK.
So into the second half, we've got the pistol and FaZe on that attack. We'll see what they can do with this A push they've set up here. Kika and Jane playing very much kind of retake positions, looking to do some damage as the FaZe players pile into the site. However, it's the damage to be found by FaZe and not by VP.
Flip making sure there's no flanker. You never know. Again, that classic VersusPro squad used to like a short plant with someone like Pasha lurking in the apartments for that rotation later on. Not the case today, though, but you can see that the memory is still there. 4 versus 2 in favor of FaZe Clan. Looking to be the first 2 double figures. This would be a great way to start their T side, but VP still have something to say about this. Not with a kit, though, on these remaining 2 players, so they better act fast unless one is nearby. Things go from bad to worse now as James is the last man standing, and he's got Kevlar, so he may choose to save that. And at this point, there's more value in his Kevlar than there is in getting even 2 kills. So it looks like he'll try to hold on to that as best he can.
Well, there we go. FaZe off to the start that they are looking for. And I don't know if FaZe will have a stronger showing on the T side or not. I know that you wanted to see VP on the CT side. So I'm curious, what are you expecting? What are you looking forward to with VP?
Well, I want to see what their setup is around the B bomb side, especially because obviously no Sanji. He'd always hold the L and have like an MP9 or something like that. I mean, Keycode as well to some degree, when necessary to balance economies. Once the buy rounds come through and beyond, just interested to see how things look in the Flit era of Virtus Pro. All kinds of flex stickers on these T weapons. No Twist is a connoisseur. He's a big shopper. Likes his quality jeans. How about that for an AK? Sure there's a Danish man involved in these skins somewhere. 1 minute on the clock as they approach the B bomb site. They have one Molotov. We can see Flit has been boosted on default with a Desert Eagle up close, but let's not forget if he doesn't hit the headshot, that will be 3 shots rather than 2, so we'll see how long he lasts here, but there is a cleanup elsewhere. Meister's in the red, so he won't last very long. The 180, 2 kills for Flit so far. Well, there's some nice damage, 3 kills, but it is a T side, so I feel like in these situations, there's a bigger impact on the CT side than the T's, but of course, they've got a cheaper rifle now, so maybe we're a little closer to parity, but not quite. Of course, you still have those $600 incendiaries and such.
Yeah, we're seeing Rain pick up a Mac 10. So this might strike me as like a B-Apps rush or something like that because, you get the guy with the Mac 10 going first. Actually, there's a lot of players going into the mid position. I do love when we see the Mac 10s in just general, because sometimes there's application also when you're playing against the buy rounds, depending on the kind of strat that you're doing. But especially against the anti-eco, you get to be able to clear a lot of space with this player, and there's a lot of utility that someone like Rain can have here. Obviously holding onto the connector position, his teammates moving through to that B site, indeed going through the apartments. Uh-oh, not good engagement for Rain with the Mac 10. 3 headshot position players, effectively.
Yeah, best weapon to lose though. He can find that information, and it gives FaZe Clan a better idea as to the climate around the map. Meister also with not much to lose, just pushing with the USP. But that's some bonus money for your Kindar. Got the right weapon for the job. Now, what is the exit strategy for FaZe Clan? And that's partly what Meister was asking. Is the exit strategy apartments? The answer is no. So they can head elsewhere. Karrigan holding on to short now. So that may be where they head to. Not much for VP to do here. No Kevlar on these remaining players. We'll see if they hold on to the Mac 10. It's one of many guns you can play on T-Ramp, for example, from a CT perspective. Of course, Fur used to play that with the MP9 or the auto shotgun, so anything can work if you're good enough. And hey, that's AWP money, right? Your Kindar Sanji for this round. No, he's not. Never mind. He's upgraded to the M4.
Indeed. Get that upgrade going.
See, if they got Sanji, they've got 5k plus there. It's a brave new world.
Delayed mid-take coming through from FaZe. The flash is there and looking pretty good here. Connector control secured. They do have the bomb top mid as well, so now the bomb gets to rotate out. No longer necessary to support that position. It's Brokey with the AWP, no less, who's holding onto the bomb. And they're going to set up that B split with Rain able to create more pressure from that connected position to just make it kind of difficult to guess what's going on. But there's 2 players to defend the B apartments, so that this could be problematic for FaZe on the way in.
They've got AKs versus an M4 of Buster though, and that may be the difference maker. AWP is here as well. They haven't seen his body just as he repositioned, but Twist will be here to trade. Yakindar now holding a dirty, disgusting, grotesque off angle by the van, and that could be a big problem. Hiding in plain sight, they're not expecting him. Brokey goes down, and now Twister's got to consider fighting with the bomb and putting it in an awkward position. But Yakinda's got to think about the rest of his bullets and where he chooses to put them. He can't really afford to reload in this position. Down goes James from the back, but it's Rain versus 2 with 27 seconds on the clock, trying to move through quickly, trying to sweep on that bench position, off angle for Keycut, and that will be enough for Virtus Pro to win the round.
So well played by the B defenders there, just to slow things down, buy time for the rotation. And that's all that they needed to do. Buster only got one, but that ended up being, more than enough, given how well the delay worked, especially, as you said, with Yakinda in that position by the van. He just created so much of a delay. Very well done. And that's such an important round to win, of course. VP puts them to 7, and it slows down FaZe. FaZe still with enough money to get a few rifles in this one, not more than 2 AKs, but maybe that'll be enough. Again, B Apartment's pressure. We got 2 players pushing mid though from VP. Very aggressive. I think this is going to completely catch FaZe off guard. This could be hugely problematic. Rain. Okay, Flitz is lurking. They haven't seen him. Oh no. Twist goes down. That's one major weapon out of the picture.
I can see Brokey trying to bait there with the bomb. They killed the bomb carrier without seeing the bomb, which is really impressive behind that smoke grenade. This round has become very, very interesting indeed. Karragan has the shadow just before the flash, but doesn't have the kill.
Oh no. He got flashed by Rain, I believe.
Oh dear.
It's very unfortunate. Well, this push has worked out really well for VP. Completely caught FaZe off guard. They had so many players in the B apartments. They were not ready to see the mid push, and I love that from VP because they took that initial mid control. They saw that there was no presence there, so then they think, okay, well, how far can we go before we actually run into someone from FaZe? And the answer is actually very far, and that was such such a forward position that it basically just put the round into complete chaos as far as FaZe were concerned. Very difficult time for FaZe. Virtus Pro on the up and up. They forced out a niko out of FaZe now, so VP quickly recovering the deficit on the scoreboard. They're going to send it on an A side, FaZe.
Can I see the scoreboard quickly, please, Mr. Observer? Okay, thank you. Both pistols won by FaZe will certainly be helping them with this scoreline. Otherwise, would be a hell of a lot closer. There's a meaty HE grenade. Karragan's wondering where most of his HP has gone, where all of it's gone, in fact, as Keycut's able to follow up, and the bomb's been spotted and swatted with the final bullets by Keycut. Headshot with the final bullets there. Speaking of headshots, Olofmeister, never mind, it's all over. 9 rounds on the board, and we can move on to the next one. The first round, first game rather, the first game of this series, Ancient to come.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Ancient looks like. I wonder if there's going to be a big disparity in ability or not. Time will tell. But for now, we're seeing that VP are recovering. They were looking like they were going to get just totally owned, honestly. Like, it was kind of crazy that they managed to string so many together. FaZe starting to struggle. 5 AKs in this buy round, though.
Yeah, they haven't won a buy round in this half just yet, which does not bode well. Yeah, it's basically, if you ignore the pistol, they haven't won a round, essentially.
James, he takes down Karragan. That's a problem.
With that Prince, he's a connoisseur.
I believe that they wanted to go fairly quickly into the A site, but that kill from James kind of stopped all of the momentum. Now they're trying to adjust in the mid rounds. A minute left, retaking mid. The smokes have already gone from this mid position, so it's quite risky. I was looking for a timing there with Flitz. They're going to find it. What a collapse there from VP into mid. And that's just cut off this. This is looking very difficult for FaZe now.
Yeah, it's looking very comfortable for Virtus Pro at present. And this is a great round. This is a great money-building round for them. They could do with some more money in the pockets here. So if they can keep the numbers high at the end of this round, that would certainly help. And despite it being 5 versus 2, they're not going to wait around. Yakindar is going to close the nets like one of the ending episodes of The Wire. Twist. He's trying to do something. No, he's got 20 seconds in a 1 versus 3, but surely he can't be expecting Yakindar to come in from the back. Focusing on the connected position for now, and Yakindar will stop him from picking James. And Virtus Pro make it to 10. Double figures for them now. 2 rounds behind FaZe Clan.
And it might soon just be 1 because it's another eco for FaZe. I mean, they can half buy. They can spend a little bit here. How many in a row has that been for FaZe now? What loss bonus are they at? 2,900. So that's 4. 4 rounds lost in a row at least, and it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do to kind of change their prospects here now, because again, VP finding lots of comfort. We're not seeing early mid control coming through from FaZe. They've opted to go for late mid takes, if at all, and whenever they've sort of piled players towards A or B early on, it seems like VP have been quite content to hold that, and VP tend to push mid when there's no presence there at all. So far VP doing all of the right things on this defense, and going into this HUDless cinematic anti-eco, it's looking pretty good. I'm quite confused, but
we're doing it right now. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Rain with the deagle, close but not quite. Twist now suddenly finds himself alone. No one remains but Twist. It's like Phasmophobia when no one's responding to the radio anymore and you wonder if everyone's dead or not. The answer is yes. We continue to catch up. Virtus Pro, well, not we, but they.
Yes.
I'm not part of Virtus Pro. Especially not now.
Especially not now. Yeah, this is a hard one because FaZe need to find the correct adjustments. That's like what the battle is all about right now. And VP have really settled into quite a comfortable defense at this point. James been causing some problems with the AWP, playing from various positions, but generally shutting down movement towards the A site. And the delay from VP when FaZe try to go towards B apartments has been great as well.
Oh, those are those hot hands things. So those are have some kind of reaction in them, which lets off heat. So people will use them to try and keep their hands warm. The warmer your hands are, the more nimble you are. Playing in the winter, like my bedroom has the boiler in for the apartment, so it has an extractor that goes outside, which means that lets cold air in, which means that my room is freezing in the winter. So I have really cold hands, and it's a damn struggle to play properly. I always have an excuse. Doesn't matter what the situation is. I've always got some kind of an excuse. But that's one of the worst things.
I forget what the product's called. I've been recommended it a few times. It's like $200-300, I think. But there's a product that shoots like infrared light or something at your hands, and it just keeps everything like a certain temperature.
Oh, you need to wear sunscreen for that, mate.
I don't know about that, but yeah, haven't tested it myself. But I hear it's good. Either way.
Flitz lost his position in the window as he has been Molotov, but he's still got angles on short for the time being. And it's FaZe Clan's turn to get close to Connector, just as Yakindar did in the previous half. There's that deeper Molotov to deny information. Then they hear it connect with him as well, so they know. And there's a gap in that smoke, and I do wonder if that could be somewhat deliberate, because it's a pretty simple lineup. There's another gap as well. Flit got to be real careful here, because Olofmeister will spot him. Too many gaps!
And this is the opening they've been looking for. Kiko able to take down Twist in the meantime, and Carrigan, he's lurking in the B apartments. And his teammates are coming. They're coming to split that B site. Actually, there's no split. They're all going to be coming from apartments. This could, I mean, depending on how much Buster gets, this could be a disaster for FaZe. Opportunity now for VP, because if Buster can keep slowing them down, he's able to get out of the position. He's got a flash, he's got an HE, he can keep doing damage here, he can keep delaying. James now made his way to the window, takes down Brokey. Bomb now on the ground. Buster, where is he gone? Oh, Buster is still doing damage, and the HE, it's perfect. Takes down Olofmeister, finishes off the round. The worst possible outcome, it was a 5 versus 3.
he had such a big decision to make as well. I'm low health. Am I going to be able to get to the window in the first place? Do I stand and fight? Do I try and do what I can? Get some information, try and squeeze out another kill? Split-second decision to just go past the angle, spots the players, allows James to get into position. 2 red health players for FaZe Clan, just goes from bad to worse, and Virtus Pro have tied the score. Ignoring the pistol, it's been a dominant CT half of Virtus Pro thus far, and now they threaten to take the lead. And I don't know what FaZe Clan can do about it. They don't really have the money on all the players. Brokey, 3,500. Rain, 3,500. The rest could pull the AKs out, but I'm sure they want to buy together.
Yeah, that is crazy because, you know, the logic makes sense for Karrigan to make the call. Okay, if we all go together, it kind of doesn't matter. As long as we just trade out the kill, even if we lose 2 or 3 players, we're still in a 2v3 or a 3v3. But, yeah, James got to the window just in time. Very unfortunate for FaZe. And, again, the logic makes sense, but VP on top of the execution. And James looking after this mid position right now. It will force a smoke to be used to remove James. James has danger, but Flit still by connector. They have a pretty good defense here, and it's just pistols that they're up against. So should be, straightforward here for VP to hold this one, and so far so good. I like it. Yakinda, he wants some frags too. Give me those eco frags. Oh, where's that come from? Oh, Olofmeister with a couple nice deagle shots. Oh, you almost saw the third one happening, but Olofmeister will be shut down.
From the window to the wall, Dan, until my IGL makes more calls. Orp, orp. I don't have a rhyme for the rest of that, but I'll just finish it there. Yeah, some cosmetic damage for Virtus Pro. They can withstand it for now. We can see at the end of that round, Buster had almost $10,000 once the win bonus came through, so there won't be concerns just yet. James, the man with the AWP, $10,500 at this juncture. So they are comfortable. They are swimming on their backs, beaming in the sun, beaming FaZe Clan as well. Rain the first to fall. 5 versus 4. Now it's Virtus Pro's turn to enjoy the luxury of these 5 versus 4 situations as FaZe Clan did in the first half.
What's that smoke? Interesting. On the A side, that must be an accident, surely. Definitely an accident. And interestingly, like Twist showed some presence towards A ramp and then ran away. So right now, VP should be reading the B apartments. But it's all very unclear at this point. You see Keycut's looking for info here. They don't know what's going on. The push coming through the A ramp here. A quick contact. Yakinda in trouble, having to smoke himself. He just has to survive. He just has to delay. Now perhaps trying to find a flashbang to even increase that delay even more. Still alive, actually. They haven't pushed his position. James will go down to Olof, but Yakinda, he's still here. He's still causing a lot of delay and problems. He's still no way! Oh. Yakinda gets one out of that. Unbelievable. 3v3. Kika up on the flank. Yeah, this flank is huge as a smoking connect side. His possession in jungle, but Brokey turns around at the perfect time. Down goes Flit as well, leaving Buster in a 1 versus 3. And maybe FaZe Clan needed more pressure to try and raise their score somewhat. It will be an expensive round for them, but they will tie the score again. It's been a drought, but they have found a 13th round, which puts both teams 3 rounds away from the first map. Yeah, that was fantastic. I think, the contact play was a great call off of that reset. Again, it's quite difficult for VP. They're in a spot where they have to kind of confirm the information. It's more likely that there's a reset into a B play, but they have to confirm that. And, FaZe take full advantage. We'll see if they can replicate that success. Maybe they'll try to facilitate another late walkout into that, another late contact into A. But first, comes the early round. They're looking for that mid control to begin with. Smoke on Cat. Yakinda ready for the challenge. Yakinda has been problematic. Yakinda is certainly a very strong player. And then now FaZe hold these mid positions. There's no reaction here. Also possibly looking to see if there's a retake, if there's like a flash setup, but there's nothing. And that will mean now FaZe will make their way forward even more.
Not including weapons saved. I think this round is implications for game points here. The Molotov goes deep and won't be on the balcony. Olofmeister not ready for the position he was playing earlier on, and Twist isn't ready either. 3 kills in quick succession. High ground now for Virtus.pro, but a suicide from Yakindar opens the opportunity for the bomb to be rescued. But FaZe Clan still have to jump into the apartment, rescue that bomb, and make their way back down. And as we can see, Virtus.pro have reinforcements in the apartment, but Flitz taking his time. They're playing for the overall W. Brokey posted up on the market, and that is an important kill. James always an important kill, but Kikut's right behind him, making Rain, leaving Rain in a 1 versus 2. Maybe he's got some smoke to play with, trying to hide in it now, but Kikut has the angle, like a little jiggle, and Virtus.pro will retain and move to 14.
There's a second I was like, oh my goodness. If they win the round because Yakindar died to his own Molotov, like stepping in his own Molotov, that would be just crazy. But it's a recovery, it's 14-13, and that's terrifying because they had just won a round, and so the loss bonus completely reset. They do have enough, thanks to the plant especially, to be able to get, offer a full buy into this next round. But yeah, lots of problems for FaZe when they're trying to, get these executions. I don't know I don't know if there's a single round in which it's been clean or has gone as it's supposed to, and that's credit to VP's defenders for sure. But
that bomb plant's critical to give us another competitive round here. Will be the final timeout for FaZe Clan here. We can see 4 of 4, top of the screen.
It's an interesting 3 maps. I feel like all these maps should be really close. I don't know. I mean, except Ancient is a bit of a question mark for me, because I feel like it's still quite a new map. So I don't know if you can really predict or feel very confident in a prediction there. But I feel like, Mirage, Dust 2, these are both maps in which both of these teams are going to be very competent.
Yeah, I think for the matchup, for this particular matchup, there are 3 very interesting maps. And the fact Virtus.pro left Ancient open with 1 recorded official in the last 3 months is very interesting to me. In a promising way, as opposed to a will they have anything way. I think they'll certainly have something for the major for sure.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. That's just, we know that about VP. We know that they're that kind of team that innovates and does a lot of work tactically to develop their playbook. And they probably would never play a map going into a major or feel confident leaving a map open if they weren't confident in their playbook on that map. And, FaZe, very slow round. VP not opting for mid pressure, really. They've got eyes on mid with Flit through the window, just, cursory checking on this one. Sees absolutely nothing. It's either a contact into A or B, and here goes the B play. Buster ready to receive, traded out. VP actually not having the kind of time they need for the rotation here, and that's going to give FaZe the plant and some good post-plant positioning.
Interestingly, this may be the end of the round, because Virtus.pro don't really have position. And if they try and push this and die, only James can buy. So at this point, they can't afford to lose all of their weapons. So this is they've been outmaneuvered, and they've got to knock the king over for this particular round and concede it. Otherwise, they things could easily get a hell of a lot worse. They will feel like they're still in a strong position, but they certainly have to hold on to these weapons, and they'll do that. FaZe Clan, the same for them. They're very low on money, and they will lose Rain in the process. 4,100 though is okay, and he can get a drop if he needs more grenades. But 14 apiece. Again, the FaZe Clan were somewhat lacking in this half, but when the pressure rises, they're both at this point just squeezing around out here and there. The margins are narrowing for both teams.
Yeah, they really are, and it's at the perfect time too. We get double ops for the first time from VP. Oh, James, is he going deep with this push? He's just holding the underpass for now. Oh, great flashbang. But James still here. Will you expect an AWP? It's going to be very scary for Carrigan to face against this. A smoke to try to get out of this position. James, ooh, he's going to get tagged up down to 48. able to get out of there though, thanks to the support in the mid from his team. Pretty scary opening exchange. And he didn't get to show his AWP, James. I think that would have been valuable to even just shoot it, because then they might not expect there to be an AWP also in apartments. And that is part of the benefit of going to the double AWPs, is the surprise factor.
Speaking of surprise factor, FaZe Clan have left ramp open with Twist lurking extremely passively in the palace. You can see the angle he's holding. And now FaZe Clan will slowly approach. Olofmeister top mid. We'll see what his intentions are later on. And for VirtusPro, there are essentially 4 players around this A bomb site. Buster's been left on an island with that second AWP, but he has the angle to buy some time. Oh, the timing from Jame, though. Unscoped at the worst possible time, which gives FaZe Clan some position towards Sandwich and such, but they are certainly on fire as well. And Rain has to fall back. That'll allow Kika to get a kill, but have a look at this kill feed. It is almost all FaZe Clan now, and this is a disaster for VirtusPro. They've looked so strong in this half, and Buster finds himself alone. His teammates wiped out, scorched earth on the A bomb site, and there'll be questions about what VirtusPro can bring into this potentially final round now as FaZe Clan move towards game point.
Crazy. It's really nuts, because you're thinking, okay, well, it's just worked out really well. The double AWPs has allowed VP to stack A with 4 players, because they can just let Buster handle and delay B by himself, and then it comes down to actually hitting all the shots, and FaZe just hit their shots as they ran into the A site. So you can't argue with that. 15-14, crazy. It's absolutely crazy. If you consider how how long FaZe had a lead in this, and then were struggling to get a single round, they're finally winning rounds again at the last possible second. We'll see if that can continue. Of course, they've got to capitalize here. Just as James mentioned, the money sucks for VirtusPro. So lots of advantages here for FaZe.
Yeah, and considering this is the pick of VirtusPro, and as viewers, it is an unknown what they can offer on Ancient. This is a big round. This is a big map for them. FaZe Clan will feel like they will be at a huge advantage if they can convert this. And how can they not? M4 FAMAS and a bunch of pistols. FaZe Clan will start slow. They can smell the desperation from VirtusPro, but you don't want to take too long about it. You don't want to overplay your hand and end up in a disadvantageous situation. The clock is your friend until it's your enemy.
There's a contact set up in the palace, set up by FaZe. FaZe were expecting there to be like a push somewhere. It's like a palace play. So Brokey could take contact and then fall back really passively, and then Twist gets all the following kills. That's kind of how that setup would be. But there's no palace push from VirtusPro. And what I don't want to see happen is that FaZe play passive for so long that they give themselves no time to finish the round.
I feel like that's... I have concerns that might happen.
It's the bomb is now making its way through palace. It looks like they're going to fake B. This is also I'm quite worried for FaZe, I have to be honest.
Well, we still have 3 players on the A bomb site for now. VirtusPro seem to be non-believers, but Keycut is starting to wonder, and now Twist reveals himself at Palace. So 39 seconds on the clock. There's a potential split of the A bomb site, but it's advantage VirtusPro, of course. They still have a man by default as well. Yakinda with the M4. Down he goes, and Buster's trying to rotate to CT. Ray needs an angle on this. As the bomb's getting planted, he'll swing into it and just about get the kill. That was worrisome, but now it's Jame versus 3. Hoping to be given something, but I don't see him finding much of anything here. A Desert Eagle and no kit versus 3 players with rifles, trying to desperately just find anything to bring into this bomb site, but hasn't found anything just yet. AK collected, but I don't see the fuse kit, so it's going to be real hard for him to do anything here. I think this one may be lost, and indeed it is. Punctured by Brokey. VirtusPro with a strong comeback, pipped at the post at the very end. You can see there's an exhale of relief from Carrigan, as that one was getting scary. And now FaZe Clan have to be in a very strong position.
Yes, definitely. It was looking really great, actually, off of the first half. Really strong look from FaZe. But then all of the energy in the room for FaZe just evaporated. It was gone, and VP on the comeback trail. So really cool to see for FaZe's sake that they didn't kind of throw away what was such a big advantage, and that they were able to close that one. But as you say, going into Ancient, it's hard to know what to expect. And then similarly for Dust 2. Dust 2 was, historically a fantastically good map for the old Avangar lineup and this core from VP. So I wouldn't expect this to be any different. And so I still feel like there's a super solid shot that VP can win this series. But again, Ancient, who knows?
Yeah, they have to have let it open for a reason, and we'll look into that once we are into the second game, but we'll see some highlights from the first, and indeed, FaZe Clan did just enough in the first half to allow them to have some struggles, but close it out in the second eventually. And again, it is about how you finish, right? And they really broke Virtus Pro at the perfect moment. So they'll be very, very happy with that. But we saw some great plays from James, always a threat with the AWP. And I mean, this is a pretty big scoreline at this point in the game. 7-1 for FaZe Clan. Virtus Pro had a lot of work to do in the second half, but they did manage to get some more rounds in the first.
Yeah, that's crazy actually, because of course they win this round flawlessly, and then that's an 8-1 scoreline. So yeah, FaZe are so far ahead. It's again, it's just good to see that they can close it out and stay resilient against VP on Mirage. It's pretty interesting because, of course, you know, VP, I think you mentioned it, you know, we saw both pistol rounds converted by FaZe, and it was such a close game. Yeah. So that's definitely gutting for VP, who feel like perhaps if we just won a pistol round, if, you know, we got off to a start where we won some rounds just a little bit more quickly in that first half, this would have been a completely different look.
Yeah, winning both pistols certainly has its advantages, as we see for FaZe Clan. Definitely gave them some breathing room as they were victimized by Virtus Pro for a while. You can see even here, 13-12, things started to not necessarily go in Virtus Pro's way. Score tied by FaZe Clan, and then eventually taking it over the line with a very crucial round here, eliminating everybody. olofmeister getting that last kill on Buster towards the B bomb site when he was trying to save. So, I mean, who knows if they had that AWP on James? Always a chance, but they were even denied that by olofmeister.
Yeah, for sure. It is good to see though, you know, because FaZe looks really good in their reads on the first half overall, and on their buy rounds. And you know, similarly, I felt like VP also did a pretty good job of reading the map and putting in some good aggressions and in some good spots around mid, understanding, you know, where there were holes on the map and how they could take advantage of it. But yeah, FaZe just about a little better, I guess, on that first map, but hard to really separate them. I picked FaZe. I know you did as well. I don't know what the overall predictions were, but honestly, I wouldn't be. This is one of the hardest ones to call. So
yeah,
that we have today.
It's not over yet. Again, we don't know what Virtus Pro have on Ancient, but we're going to soon find out. We're heading to a break. When we're back, map 2, Ancient in this best of 3 series. Is it the final map? We'll find out soon.
It's time for us to get some lunch. There's a nice buffet for us to enjoy, and I've got Virtus Pro's Yakindo with me. We're just going to have some food, chat, and talk about the major, because it is your first time, mate, as well. Yeah. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited.
Let's get our grub on first, and let's keep moving, see what we can get. Now, the thing is, right, you know from events, actually the food selection here is banging.
Yeah, it's actually really insane. I already told you, but like, this is the best food I ever tried on any tournament. I'm thinking about between healthy and good. Between healthy or getting French fries.
Hey, I'm on camera. I'm definitely going to pretend to be healthy.
What do you drink?
I'm going to go with an orange juice, man. I love this little tablet thing. This is well fancy.
Yeah.
What are you having?
Orange juice, obviously.
Oh, you can do good
apple juice is for noobs.
Hey! You went for the salsa sauce, I went for the brown sauce.
I went for the chicken. Chicken is the best.
Oh yes, chicken's the way to go. So, obviously it's your first major. Major being the competition everyone wants to get to. When you guys qualified, when you knew you qualified, did it kind of finally sink in and hit you?
as I think about it, I never really understood that we qualified for the majors.
Oh,
still,
wow.
I guess until the first games, and you know, as you play in a team that is always like around top 10,
Yeah.
you get used to playing in the best tournaments, and for me it was just expected for ourselves as a team and as like 5 players.
And in terms of like, obviously, where you come from, and you speak such good English, but you also speak Russian as well. Was there ever a mindset for you like you might join an English international team, or had you always had your eyes kind of set on being on a CIS team?
At the start of my career, like I first joined Elements Pro Gaming. I was playing with local, like Latvian teams. Then I joined Elements Pro Gaming, where Huch invited me. So I was in the CIS, and I had no
So it brought you
opportunities in EU.
Yeah.
But then after, when I left Elements Pro Gaming, I had different offers from EU, but still I accepted CIS offers.
Very early on in your career to where you are now, you've always been very humble, very down to earth, very chill. Why do you think that is? Because obviously there are some players, and they reach these kind of heights and they kind of lose a bit of themselves. And I think it's really important that you try to kind of stay real and stay who you are.
I think I've been through it already in Taekwondo scene when I was fighting.
My man, Taekwondo, best martial art, best martial art.
So when I was fighting, okay, you win tournaments, and then one day you wake up in a hospital with a broken nose, like I did.
Yep.
So then when something like that happens, everything just clicks in your head. You always understand that everything is possible in your life, and you should never be. How do I say it? Not cocky, but like ungrateful for the things you have, you know?
Now, obviously you spent a lot of time playing this online era, right? You've not really had the chance to enjoy the big events, the big flashing lights and stuff as much. How do you find it though? Do you feel like the online era didn't really affect you because it was just like, okay, I'll just play it, it's just continuing? Because obviously we saw a lot of players start to struggle when we went to this.
I'm actually really sad that I joined a top tier team on the online era because I missed a lot of opportunities, a lot of tournaments, a lot of traveling, which I really love and enjoy, and most importantly, the crowd. No stages. I never really played on a big stage, but I don't think online actually helped me to play good or something like that. I've been to more smaller tier 2 LANs in different countries, and I felt great. I think the crowd and the stage energizes me, and not the other way around, where it when it takes my energy, you know.
Now, talk about VP to me. Talk to me about the inner workings of VP. What are some of these guys like? Who's the funny one on the team? Who's the one that's loud? Or what do these guys like doing?
Basically, Jay, the most hardworking, really smart, really hardworking. Plays a lot, thinks a lot, and helps a lot around his team. Buster, the guy that always brings the calm atmosphere in the team.
Nice.
He never really...
I can see that in him, you know, when you see him just at events and media day and stuff, he just chill, doesn't say too much,
yeah,
but
he
very cool.
Never screams, he's like, nice. Nice, pацаны. And Kickert and me are similar in that way. We both have, we're emotional players, and we're the hyping power of our team, I would say. And Flit, he's just, I would say that he's the type, like me and Kickert's type of a guy.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically...
So we got the third hype man.
Yeah, basically we have the third guy who just thinks, okay, I'm just gonna go out and kill him. And he goes out and kills 3. And that's the thing we need in our team. And when you have all players that can multi-frag, that can perform, that can clutch out any situation, it just feels different. It feels that every gap is closed, and feels really nice.
Last event, you were still playing with Sanji, so what would you say is the toughest thing for you guys to do right now?
We can do anything. We can achieve anything we want at this tournament. We can achieve anything we want in the future. With this lineup, everybody understands our potential, and we don't have a goal like get to the stage or something. Our goal is to win, and I think at this major, at this time, we are almost in our best shape at the moment.
Nice. Okay, so your eyes are set on winning, right? Like every team should be, but some teams, like you say, they make a decision and say, I want to be to this stage. And then they kind of be, oh, okay, we've done this part, you know, we've done our job. For you guys, winning is the key. But for you as an individual player, have you got some specific goals or something you've set aside? Like, I want to be top 5 in the world, best player in the world. I want to be this MVP player or something.
No. I mean, I don't care if my team wins. I will do anything to win, and my personal results don't really that matter. If we're the best in the world and we win tournaments, then I'm doing great. I'm doing the best I can. If we're starting to lose, then yes, of course, maybe I'm playing bad, or I need to rethink something, my own individual plays or something. Doesn't matter. But being a best player in the world, I don't really want or enjoy that. I think when you're playing a competitive game, a team game especially, the most important thing is to be the best team in the world, not the best player in the world.
Literally, we're sat just to the side of the arena, right? This is where you should be playing from, Mr. Champion, right? To take down the other teams. Does that start to give you any extra nerves or pressure at all, or is it just completely still out of your mind?
This will be energizing. This will be nice. This is like a drug, for real. It's adrenaline, you feel nice, you feel good. You want to play. You live to play, and at this point, when you're in this stage, or in any different big stage, that's when you understand that your life is the game, and that's the best feeling ever.
Definitely, definitely. Well, Yukinda, I always love chatting to you, man. You definitely got a good mindset, a good head on your shoulders. I'm very excited to see what you guys can do. We are seeing the peak at the right time. I'm excited to see what Flick can do as well, a change up in the team. You know, you get that new team smell that's going to be coming through. Maybe you'll have that chance of getting that champion dream you want. Let's see how you get it done. But thank you very much for joining me for some food.
Thank you.
Some good eat.
It was really good. Really
I'll see you during the games, mate.
Thank you.
I couldn't help but look at the meals that they had in front of them there. And all I saw was like 4 Doritos and whatever was in front of it. Like, what kind of a meal is that, man? You need to make better choices, bro. You need to eat some clean food.
His judgment.
You need to eat some clean food.
Yeah, who's playing at the major, James? You or Yukinda?
Mate.
Just saying.
If he's powered by Doritos, then more power to him.
Well, there you go.
Or like tortillas or whatever. But long term, man, we need to eat a bit healthier, eat a bit smarter, you know.
All right.
Otherwise,
well, where's the James
crap.
diet plan? You should start some kind of pyramid scheme, James. I feel like you'd be really good at leading a pyramid scheme.
Yeah. As long as I can make a dodgy infomercial, then I'm down.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
I'll
feel
just
like
do it for that.
this was made for you, pyramid schemes.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
See what we can do.
Well, speaking of pyramid schemes.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work, does it? Can't make that segue work. But we're going into H in here. It's map 2 of this best of 3. FaZe narrowly securing a victory on map 1 after a very solid start. It almost looked like they were going to lose and befall to... Befall?
I don't know, mate.
I don't know. Just words are really difficult for me right now. But it looked like they were going to lose against a VP that was making quite a remarkable comeback. They managed to stop that in the end, but now we move on to Ancient. The third map in this best of 3 is Dust 2 if we end up getting there, but of course that would necessitate VP to pick up this Ancient. And given, as you said, there's very little statistics in the way of VP, like 1 recorded map played on this map, it's going to be really interesting to see what they have to bring to the table on this map.
Yeah, and I'm sure they have done plenty of scrims and they've got lots to show us that we just haven't seen just yet. And I'm looking forward to seeing James on Ancient. Will be very interesting indeed. Is he a fan of cubism? You know, is he an artistic man? Those are those new esports headsets, by the way, which certain man have been working on.
Esports headsets.
Esports headsets.
It's for esports.
It's a niche market, but they look more comfortable than the helicopter type stuff people have been using. Yeah,
I'm curious to find out more about that sort of thing. I'm inherently skeptical of anything that's branded as esports or gaming because it's like, is it just a chair that you sit on like other chairs, you know?
Right.
Or,
yeah.
you know, how is it more special than a, you know, if it's like a headset company that makes headsets, You know, now it's a gaming headset. It's like, what's special about this?
I think there is some mileage with this though in terms of like the cups and comfort.
Yeah.
Because the helicopter, I mean, I have a big head. You have a small head. I have a big head. Like for me, for big head people, right? It's like certain headsets will fit tight on a big head, and it's just not comfortable, and it's just like almost like squeezing your big head, you know, and then it start getting like a headache and stuff. So comfort is important. I see that 2 of the 3 bars are lit up. But what happens when it's 3 bars? Is that like,
I don't know,
starts playing Britney Spears?
But it is really interesting that, like, I presume that at some point we might get very specifically designed for broadcast headsets that are there for pros on stage and stuff like that, where you have, because of course we have the in-ears plus the helicopter headsets, because it's like you need to provide the white noise, but you can't also pump in the audio from the game in that same headset, because if it's pumping in white noise, it's going to distort the audio from the in-game. So because of that, we get the in-ears. And that's how it works in a game like CS. So I wonder if there'll be like a fancier solution for that at a certain point where in-ears are not required, or maybe there's a type of headset that has like 2 separate channels, so it's more comfortable.
I would imagine. I think, you know, headphones are weird in that like you have to wear them in. Like if you buy a brand new headset off the shelf, it will sound different to how it will sound. It will sound much worse than how it will sound after, say, 100 hours of use. So some people, I'm not going to mention the brands now, but some people with like players I've spoken to will just, if they get a new headset, they'll leave music playing in it for like a week, just to wear them in, because then the sound signature improves and stuff, and especially like a game like CS where you need directional sound. So like straight out of the box, they're absolutely terrible. I've experienced this recently as well. After one of my long use headsets died, I got a new one, and I just like, this is terrible. I can't figure out what people are playing. But then after like 4 or 5 days, it got better. So I imagine in-ears will continue, but like from playing show matches on stages before, the typical headsets you would have, the white noise would be like, it's literally how it would sound, but very loud and offensive in your ears.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the simple white noise which is playing in those or something else. I'm convinced it's Kanye's latest album because it's crap. I'm sure someone could tweet us and tell us what's in there. But I'll be interested to see what the players will say. I mean, I'm sure most people would be like, "Oh, it's great," but you know, I'd like to see some genuine opinions. But the cups look very, very comfortable.
It does, yeah.
And I'd say the cups and the width of the band. The band looks like the wider style, so that's all promising at least.
Yeah, it's interesting the kind of depths you can go to with kind of nerding out on all of the audio stuff. I have some friends who are really into audio, and it's quite crazy. However, it's very overwhelming and complex. I feel like if you're new in that area, like I've always bought headphones that it's like a price point where if I spent more than this, I'm going to need a DAC, and I'm going to need to like know like loads of just stuff that I'm not interested in. So I've just stayed in a safe price point there that doesn't invest me into apparently what is gets extremely expensive quite quickly.
I bought a fancy amp that has a bulb sticking out of it, and I've never used it. I bought it off drop. Yeah, it's got a bulb. I don't know what the bulb is for. But then I bought I looked at MKBHD's desk setup. So I have the same little USB amp thing that he's got. I have the smaller version. I think he's got the HS5 Yamaha speakers, and I've got a smaller version of those on the sound absorber thingy-majiggies.
I've got to pause you there, James, because we're finally into the match.
Marvelous.
So, Ancient is map 2 between Virtus Pro and FaZe. This is day 2 of the Stockholm PGL Major, the first major in 2 years, and it is a new map.
Indeed it is, and Buster has taken a shot straight to the dome, so that's not helpful for him, but Flit has dropped the bomb carrier, so that's all the information they need. He has squeezed out a second frag as well. 4 versus 2 as Virtus Pro try to take the pick of their opponent, FaZe Clan. They'll take the pistol round at the very least, and that is certainly a nice way to start the proceedings. The B bomb site will not be compromised by FaZe Clan today, or yesterday,
absolutely not.
In the previous round. So the water bug was fixed just before the major started, as there was an issue where if people entered this water area, you could hear it from various places around the map, and that proved to be an issue for longer than you might have liked. But one thing that can be a problem when you're trying to fix an issue in a game such as this is that you have to figure out what's causing that problem in the first place, and that can be half the issue. We've got one player who needs to reconnect to the server. And I'm glad we're going to see some Ancient at the Major, because I feel like whenever a new map comes in with a different layout, people are reluctant to play it. They're reluctant to make an effort to learn, which is very, very strange, considering how much the average person, how much time they'll spend to be like, oh, I've got no time to learn this stuff. And it's like, how hard is it, man? Search for YPRAC on the workshop and learn some basic grenades. Like, it's not difficult to see how to smoke mid or go into go towards the B bomb site and get a molly in the corner from the dig area, for example. Like, which I think we were just a second ago. Like, it's not hard. It's not hard, man. It's not hard. People still can't smoke Mirage window. I feel like there should be a For Idiots series for each map that shows just like, let's say 4 grenades, 5 grenades.
Yeah,
like not loads, not loads. I know someone like Vu could do this. Vu, go and do an idiot's guide. 3 grenades per side. Just smokes. Just like 3 smokes per side, just to allow the average pleb who's lazy to make some space for their team, you know? Because if you got one guy, well, what helps now is actually you can drop nades. If you got one guy who knows all the grenades, like back in the day, and he would have to throw the first one in mid, but if someone else could do that, then you could do so much more with that guy who knows all the grenades.
Yeah.
But now you can drop him all the grenades. So there we go. So this side of the donut, for example, you can smoke off as the T's enter the towards A. So that can be quite useful as they go towards A main and so on. These are very useful grenades, guys. These are very useful grenades. Somebody make a For Idiots guide. Thank you. Maybe I'll do it.
Counter-Strike for Dummies. Well, it's interesting. It's a new map. There's often the case, often a lot of edges for the teams that understand how to innovate. So whenever anything new comes about, there's like such a good opportunity for edges and advantages in that sense. But as we go into round 2, you can see that it is largely a save. We've got Carrigan who's invested. He's got that scout. Scout's pretty dangerous. I love a good scout pushing in from B main, trying to get into that, the A main, sorry, trying to get into the site. And Kika is going to have to smoke things off here. That scout is quite problematic. Rain's taking down Yakinda, and that might actually change the complexion of this round. As you can see, they're falling back now.
Oh,
and
dear.
Rain's picked up another one with the M4. Uh-oh.
Man like Rain. It's a nice elevation peak there. Can change his elevation and be quite a nuisance. So we've got a 5 versus 3. And they're all naked. They are butt naked. They're nudists. Naked nudists here. 4 remaining now. So that could help virtus.pro cut the numbers quickly if they can find the connections in the first place. The bomb has fallen at the hands of Twist, at the feet of Jame. Kika still with that MP5. Very interesting choice over the MP7. Basically a worse gun outside of the silenced part of it, so it has no traces also. So if you are looking to spam smokes, then it can be quite useful, of course. Maybe that is the case here. 30 seconds for more damage to be done. You can see Rain showing some presence, trying to run distraction as his team creep towards the bomb site.
Yeah, such a winnable round. Rain already with 3 kills. Defense here. Oh, another one now for Brokey. The swing onto Kika. Going to be holding this one down with the MP5, but Rain picks up his 4th kill. Wow, that's crazy. He started the round with the Glock, James, picks up a headshot, picks up the M4, and then proceeds to kill 3 more players. That's not what you want if you're virtus.pro.
And
oh, there it is.
FaZe have played 6 maps of this recently versus the one for virtus.pro, and I do wonder how more prepared FaZe Clan may be, at least in the recent months. But we shall see. Maybe that's a little clue.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play the advantages, because that's another big sign as to how well a team knows a map is, how kind of tight their play is when they get into the lead, and their understanding as to how to exploit that and convert it into the round win. That's such a big deal. And you can see Keycut having himself a donut. And right now, FaZe need to, of course, avoid what they just did to VP, which is a surprising round victory off of the pistols. And there's lots of close ranges and corners and 50-50 angles on this map to worry about. And right now we get the grouping around A main and A hall as they look to try to push into that A site. And it's quite a good approach because you can kind of keep your back to the wall. It's kind of reminiscent of Overpass A long, how you can kind of just run up all the way and then you have to worry about a few positions. So it's a good anti-eco protocol. You take out a lot of those 50-50s and those cubbies and corners. You don't have to worry about them as much if you approach from A main and hall. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't know that he retrieves that gun though, but it's nice to do some damage. You can see Flit creeping through the temple now. But I don't expect much more to be done. But they don't have much to lose either. There's no SMGs or anything, so they may not be concerned with the kill bonus here for FaZe Clan, and we'll try to just make it more expensive for them. See Buster trying to wide swing with Deagle, but there's only so much he can do. I semi-recently went to the area in Mexico that inspired the aesthetic of this map.
Oh, whereabouts
is that? Pretty cool, like Chichen Itza, with the big temples. It is a few hours, I want to say, west from Cancun. Yeah.
I was going to say, this map is reminiscent to me of Aztec. It's like the closest thing to Aztec that's not Aztec that we have.
The area is pretty awesome. I was blessed by a Mayan shaman. I also had to pay like $100 for some little statue. And I was showing it to a bunch of the casters on a video call, and I dropped it and it broke.
Oh god.
So maybe I'm not blessed anymore.
Yeah. So you're cursed now.
Yeah.
You are cursed. Who knows what the curse is going to do to you, but
that was most unfortunate.
You need to be blessed. You need to go back to the same shaman and get blessed again.
I think the same thing will happen again. Although he was trying to do me for like $300 for some giant statue.
You got to pay more money now to get blessed and to avoid the bad energy. But James on that solo AWP in this round. I'd be curious to see if he can find value from that. He is currently hanging out at the back of the A site. And he's got some support with him. And I like this positioning because, again, we've isolated that. So far, FaZe, their protocol is A hall, A main, that approach towards the site. Again, there's a lot of good reasons as to why that makes sense in an anti-eco. You don't have to worry about as many positions. You can play together much more easily. Yeah, Rain's doing that cube smoke I was talking about earlier on, and they are lining up. Donut smoke, cube smoke, whichever you prefer. Jame with a flick. He somehow manages to escape as well. Can we set a situation? Looking for a quick one there, but Olofmeister has a superior angle and is fast. So the AWP's been lost for now, but maybe Yakindar can do something about that. 1 versus 3 to CZ. Still a very dangerous weapon. And I don't think they heard him running through that Molotov, but now I don't know exactly where he is. He tries to create some space to collect that AWP, but they are waiting for him. He is being closed in on. Got to be careful, though. Don't want to throw it around chasing this AWP too much, as we know what can happen when that arises. I don't think he's going anywhere. He's trapped. He's got to try and get a frag. Olofmeister. That's an awkward time to pull out a weapon. 3-1 for FaZe Clan. Yeah, and actually, quite surprisingly, they deal really well with that setup. That A setup looked pretty good because, again, you can have anti-eco protocols and so on in certain rounds, or like approaches to rounds that are really effective against that. But if the other team knows the way that you play those rounds, obviously they can just like presumably stack against it, and then suddenly it's not nearly as good. And in this particular example, we had it be the case that Virtus Pro expected that play, but still it was not a good look for VP ultimately. Back into the buy round we go though. And we get some initial smokes around the mids area. Oh, Karrigan just around ramp, dealing with Buster. That's an early 4 versus 4 in favor of FaZe. Bomb site will be controlled though, as the trade frag is there. But they have to be aware of the halls, the dig area. That'll be a concern. Flit is focused on that at the moment. But with 4 players, Virtus Pro will feel stretched a little thin. Mid smoked off earlier from T-Spawn. I don't know if James is aware of what is safe and what isn't in the mid position, but A may be abandoned soon. We can see Kika falling back. He has the AWP, so he can take a
very deep angle in certain directions. But it seems it will be a full commit towards the A bomb site. Yukindar and co confident in their estimations.
Yeah, they stacked it basically at this point. They're gambling on it, James. But that's a good gamble because here comes FaZe.
Yeah, they've got 45 seconds and no personnel towards the A bomb site for FaZe Clan, so I don't think you'll see any last-minute rotations. But that is quite a late smoke grenade. That's a huge, important frag. And another one from FaZe Clan. The trades will be there when they're needed as well, leaving Jamin in 1 versus 3. 30 seconds to plant that bomb. We can see it being planted now as Brokey comes close. James trying to avoid the shot, jumping to try and get legs, but he can't quite get the burst with the CZ and loses everything. 4-1 for FaZe Clan. Do wonder, are you concerned about VP just yet?
I'm not sure, but so far, FaZe are doing a pretty good job, and they're, winning the rounds they're supposed to win. They're converting those anti-ecos, and the buy rounds has been good so far, but it's pretty limited sample size, so I think it's a bit too early to be feeling concerned for virtus.pro. I think that, there's also a lot to be proven still by FaZe in terms of their consistency here. They're playing another anti-eco. The question is, will we see the same round as the last 2 times in terms of that? And previously, it's all about that A main focus. And there's 2 players around that position now. 2 players playing at least the Tomb, the Donuts.
I wonder how the eco positions on the CT side will evolve over time. If we remember early on Overpass, you'd have a lot of just CTs camping on the A bomb site, for example. But of course, that map evolved over time, and this one probably will as well. Kinder up close with the CZ, some success, and these choke points are so tight. The CZs could prove quite favorable for an ecoing CT, but Buster will opt for a Desert Eagle. CZ slides past him, avoids the flashbang, and nobody's there. But a flank is here from Carrigan, so FaZe Clan look like a well-oiled machine in this anti-eco on Ancient.
Yeah. It's really good to see that they're not, again, just rinse, repeat that A approach that they had previously. You have to show at least 2 different looks on your anti-ecos, and this is the second one. That finish on the B sites. Not really a way to get in here for VP in the remainder. Looking for damage, but FaZe are playing quite disciplined. Counter-Strike at the moment, not offering really anything to VP. We'll be holding on to what they invested here, and 5-1. But we saw this on the first map. If you recall, I think we got to at least 8-1 before VP started winning some rounds on that first half. So let's not count them out just yet. We get the AWP purchased by Jame once again. Org on to Keycurt. And I have to say, Brokey's been doing a pretty good job with his AWP so far as well. Been hitting some of those quick shotgun flicks in some key moments. Nades going through on mid take coming through from VP.
More forward position from Yukindar. He'll hear some. He'll get some echolocation on the smokes being thrown.
Oh.
But is he aware of Brokey further down? 4 versus 4. virtus.pro try to stabilize. More smokes flying towards the A bomb site. Presence being shown by Olofmeister in the meantime.
Carrigan just ran up, fired a few bullets, and then ran off again.
Oh, Keycurt. Oh, ooh.
Oh my god, he's been timing completely.
He may still get a kill out of this. Does Carrigan go through? He does, and picks off Jame at the same time. It's a 180 just in time. Keycurt's been there all day long. Doesn't have his angles on point, it must be said. But again, Carrigan is very capable of some unusual plays, if you will. Catching Keycurt off guard. Bomb planter denied. Buster collects the AWP, but again, he is the last man standing. And we'll have to slink away with the D-Law as FaZe Clan move to 6. It's looking like a dire situation for virtus.pro at present. That is a very unfortunate situation for Keycurt and virtus.pro.
Yeah. It was just kind of crazy to see. I mean, firstly, it was a good approach. Like it was a mid retake from FaZe. They move up from split and they get the flash in there. They very unfortunate for, I believe it was Flit or Yukindar that gets caught jumping up to Cat. totally flashed, and that retake is successful. And then with all that map control, then Karrigan just runs up all the way through house, almost into CT spawn, shoots a bullet or two, and then runs all the way down through Donut, and then up into spawn again, despite there being a player in Donut. It's just like such a crazy, like you say, you know, Karrigan is, he's got such a good read of the game, and he's not afraid to take risks, that sometimes, as you say, he's able to pull off some really crazy maneuvers. It's reminiscent of yesterday, when he timings Spirit by walking all the way up through A, finding a timing. This is the kind of player that Karrigan is. I mean, I love it. I think he's a fantastic player. Yeah. And once again, it's a save with an AWP for virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's a great style for him because, you know, he can take those risks. If it doesn't go well, the strongest fraggers remain, and he's dead in can IGL. So it's all good, you know?
Yeah.
Kicker has 1 kill at present. I would imagine he'll be very frustrated. I know what his face looks like when he's pissed off, and it probably looks like that right now. 6 rounds now for FaZe Clan virtus.pro on the buy once again. Kicker with the MP9 will be focusing on close quarters engagements, of course. And we'll see if they can turn things around. We've seen him make some more aggressive plays towards B through dig and so on, but hasn't really yielded them much. See James posting up now as I have 2 players on the bomb site. 2-1-2 formation for virtus.pro to start.
Yes, indeed. That A main control once again. Very quickly, actually, coming through here for FaZe Clan. James is he's in a good spot, isn't he, here at the back of the A site. To see if FaZe can get him off of this angle. There's a quick flash. James going to find it. Oh, he gets, in fact, a collat off of that. So, yeah, that flash absolutely ineffective, and James has owned it. FaZe 3 versus 5 now. What on earth do they do to recover? Well, Rain's going to pick off 1. That's Flit dead. They've got a minute to work this round now.
Shout out to the Sanji stickers on the Kiko MP9. Every MP9 should have Sanji stickers. And or Mac 10. Pull one out for your boy. virtus.pro, currently with a man advantage. This can still change at the hands of FaZe Clan, who did pick Ancient. If you're joining us late, if you've just got home from work, doing the shopping for your parents, whatever it is. 27 seconds on the clock. FaZe Clan focused on the A bomb site, but James continues to lurk, and Kika has got the right angle on this occasion. Rain looking the wrong way. Olofmeister down as well, leaving Twist to consider his options, maybe trying to do some little damage in the dying seconds, but James will deny him 4-play survive for virtus.pro, and they get their 2nd round on the board.
Yeah, that was really key as well, that they prevent Twist from doing any additional economic damage. They survive with 4 players, so that's going to be extremely important given how they've been getting kind of blitzed so far. So 2-6, and the question is, can they string rounds together? Their economy is not in good stead, so they really do need to prevent some economic problems by winning this one. We'll see if they can do that. They get that mid control initially as well. You got Flit in there, as well as Yakindar up on Cat. So see if they can do some damage from this. Holding this position. Oh, so I think a headshot into Olofmeister there. He's tagged down to 10.
Yeah, big focus on mid from virtus.pro, changing up their formation, but FaZe Clan weren't focused on mid on this occasion. We've got kills on both sides now as it turns into a 3v3, but Olofmeister and Twist are just 1 shot away from being face down on the floor. Slowly repositioning together towards that B bomb site. But as you can see, virtus.pro are devoid of information, and James will be left in that dig position, but he's not finding much of anything now as noise has been cut. Again, that water bug is fixed, and they've got no idea that FaZe Clan are headed towards the B bomb site. However, Kicker is starting to push through a main, which will be some more information. And maybe with that early presence in mid, they will read that it's likely at this point to be a B bomb site play. Yakindar looking to rotate now as James is down to the USP. Brokey's got a decision to make with the bomb being carried. He hasn't heard James scope in again. Not sure if they saw the quick switch. So he has a decision to make, and it's a scary one with 29 seconds on the clock. Through the smoke he goes. Molotovs are up. He'll deploy one of his own now, as Olofmeister's got to try and help him plant the bomb. It's not going to be easy for Brokey, but he's got to do it quickly because the net is closing now. 17 seconds. Where does he plant this bomb? 15 seconds. That bomb has to get planted. The flank is here. Kiket's on the way. Just got a gap there, 9 seconds now, and surely they win by timeout. Olofmeister trying to commit to the bomb plant, a fake, but he can't get the gun back out in time. And it will be a third round for virtus.pro and a very expensive one for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, definitely. But they've got a lot of money left to go with, to play with, and similarly for VP, enough to fully buy once again. So an opportunity here for FaZe still exists to reset the economy for virtus.pro. And we'll see if they're able to do that. I'm liking some of the mids dynamics we're getting early on here. Just these like early mid control is important. And it's a fast round, just running it in towards the A site. Here goes FaZe once again. There is a response going to be ready, and it looks like there is a ready response here to just stop this push. Some counter utility has stuffed it, and now FaZe, you know, they have to presumably retake mid, or assume, you know, they have to assume that there has been some presence in mid. So now there's the smoke grenade that will cover the sniper's nest, and they'll be able to move forwards into that mid position. I believe that's Carrigan. He's been very good at these kinds of solo pushes. We mentioned it previously. He hears the stepping as well. He's going to take full advantage of that. Carrigan in for an easy frag there in a deep position.
When Carrigan's going this deep, you've got real problems. But surely Rain gets picked off here. Indeed, Buster. Here's the sound cues. Stuck in the corner now. Not sure if anyone's in position for the usual Molotovs, but a spray will be enough. virtus.pro scrambling for position, but James is on the way. The scopes are being heard. That is a very scary jump. But everyone's alive for now. 3v3 as they know at least where James is. Not sure if they realize the second player is here. Twist, a little jiggle, little reposition. Olofmeister down, and Twist has got more focuses. He's got more concerns, and he walks straight into the reticle. Straight into the reticle of James, leaving Brokey. Now 1 versus 3 lining up for him. Could have been 2. He's got more work to do, and he doesn't have the angles. Keycut will get a free kill with the scope obscuring his vision. And virtus.pro get a quick defuse for a 4th round.
Huge round to win for virtus.pro. Keeping their economy intact, keeping the buys coming in. And the bomb went down, so I'm not actually... I believe that we'll still have a full buy, actually. We'll see if I'm right or not, because of course the loss bonus is also increasing at the same time for FaZe on that T side. But I believe they had some money left over, so I think some guesswork here, but they should have a full buy. We'll see in a moment.
Man like Freddy Biskov sent me some information about these headsets, which I will retweet later when we are not so busy.
Just shy of the best possible buy, but they're still going to go for it. So that bomb plant did make the difference.
Yeah, often does. virtus.pro, they're being given difficult rounds by FaZe Clan, but maybe they can stabilize somewhat as we get more rounds in the bag.
I think they can't buy, actually, if they lose this one still.
Yeah, that would be less than ideal. Let's say Flit in that jungle position now. So far, so good. Not sure how much support he has. That is a huge flashbang. Speaking of support, they both eat it, but they're both live, and Yakinda will help out Flit now. The cavalry is here as that push from Cat comes through. Twist has so many angles to cover, slinking away into the smoke, but advantage virtus.pro. Man advantage, and they've got control of mid.
Somehow Flit is alive. Crazy, crazy flash that came in, as you said. And we'll get the rotation from FaZe through to that B site. They've left Olofmeister in a deep position towards A, so this is really interesting. Do they try to have him be a super late flank to the B site, or do they try to use him for some pressure to delay rotation? Those are the couple main ways you would probably use Olof in that position. And what's really difficult is there's 2 AWPs, and right now FaZe, the remainder of FaZe, have to walk into the B site. Rain's going to go down to the first AWP. Buster connects the shot. It's an awkward approach. Twist. Yeah, it's just so hard to win that peak. And these AWPs are causing problems. Great hold on middle from VP. And finally, they've truly stabilized.
Yep, very nice angle with the AWP. not taking that distraction from Olofmeister on the other side of the map to concede the angle and start to rotate and so on. So ready for the jack in the box. Absolutely ready for it is Buster. Saw the flashbang, put Twist in the corner as well, and after that, there's not much Twist can do, really. Virtus.pro reduced the gap to 1, and now they find themselves in a very promising situation. Double Molotovs in mid to stop any advance from the T's unless they really fancy some isolation and suicide. Yakindar now, he's been aggressive in some different positions. We've seen him on through Dig and so on, where James gets a kill onto Karrigan. Now we find him making forward plays on the ramp as well. So FaZe Clan facing a Virtus.pro, which is getting stronger and stronger here on Ancient.
Yeah. Yeah, they bounced back a lot more quickly than the first map. Good cover there from James. Keeps his teammate alive. Yakindar in a good spot too. Gets the better of Twist. And just like that, there's now almost nothing left for FaZe in this one. Of course, was a safe round, so can't be expecting too much. Oh, good shot from Olofmeister. He's found himself a second as well. And just like that, 2 versus 2. And this is a little scary. There's 50 seconds to play with. Oh, Olof had an opportunity there. James very quick to the punch, though. Now he's broke. He's picked up the bomb. This is going to have to be a really, really nice shot from Brokey to make this one work.
Yeah, he's got a full commit to this. Get the bonus money at least. And James will immediately remove him, as James often does. But that is a great round for FaZe Clan on a niko. 3 kills and a bomb plant. You can't ask for much more than that.
You know, that's really, really good for sure, and it should set them up to. We're going to see how things go with the money from VP once they've fully rebought here, but that's going to help set themselves up to force VP to an eco a bit sooner than otherwise. Presuming that they're able to start winning rounds again. So we'll see if that's the case. I wonder if we'll see a change of approach here. It'd be good to see FaZe, dominating mids. That's been a really important point of control for Virtus.pro, and they've been holding on to it quite well so far in the last few rounds. The double ops seem to be problematic, actually, for FaZe right now. I wonder if we'll see them going back to some of the A pushes that they were doing earlier on in the half.
Twist from Canada, now living in Europe. He's a welcome immigrant to our continent. This FaZe Clan squad. 3 AWPs on the server, as Dan mentioned. There are 2 on the Virtus.pro side for round number 13, and Kicker will be over towards the donut once again. If you're ever in LA, I would recommend Randy's Donuts in Inglewood.
And DK's Donuts.
Oh, then. Let's see what else Virtus.pro have in them. No strangers to doing things the hard way. They lost their pick of Mirage to FaZe Clan. Pips at the post.
No mid control this round from VP. There was some early pressure around the A main position from FaZe, but Virtus.pro don't seem all too concerned. Deep smokes there for that mid control, which is now coming in. So positionally speaking, FaZe are in a quite a good spot at the moment. And you can see that Flit is asking some questions of mid, rotating around, making sure that there's no creep, as Karrigan often likes to creep up through that position. Twist is getting pretty deep now as well. He's going to hear the rotation from the A site.
Oh boy, that is a big help, and that's an even bigger one. FaZe Clan used almost all their utility for the initial map control, but catching these rotations has decimated Virtus.pro in round number 13. That is something they'll have to think twice about. You don't get to rotate for free if you give up mid.
Yeah, it was quite an urgent rotation as well, and FaZe hadn't yet triggered the push into the B site. So perhaps, arguably a premature rotation, whatever you want to say, it was capitalized upon by FaZe with that mid control. So really well done to kind of win that. And again, VP in a lot of these previous rounds where they've been successful, it's come off of the back of that initial mid control. So, you know, they gave it up in this round. They opted for a different approach. Perhaps they expected a rush, and it did not benefit them. So might expect to see them go back to that mid control. And Buster looking to hold on to this orb. Not going to happen. Rain will remove that forcibly. So 7-6. FaZe back in the lead once again.
James got $9,000, and that's important, whether they buy now or the next round, because he's got 14 kills. You know, there's a good average of the kills on FaZe Clan. They've got an average of about 9 kills per person, but James definitely a standout with 14 kills for his team. No one else has even got 10. The AWP's been very important. And there's a lot of tight angles where you can get a cheap kill at close range and just disappear and post up on a different angle again. So it's very, very much in his favor, things like that, when you have the luxury of the CT angles taking place by surprise from position to position. Must be quite fun.
Flitz, he secured that mid control this time for VP. Oh no, he's alive somehow though. Yakindar's still alive, and his teammate might be able to help support him, smoking out that molly to try to have the ability to support. But Yakindar stuck in this corner. What does FaZe want to do about this? They can't really push without it being a massive gamble, so he might just be able to live there.
What a strange situation. Smokes on both sides, but there could potentially be a one-way, the one on the right-hand side. I didn't see too much of it, and Buster is indeed here. And maybe they're trying to take advantage of the players being out of position, but Rain gets caught there somehow after the smokes dissipate, which is, it's kind of confusing. I'm sure they heard the smoke on the right-hand side, and then he had to smoke himself on the left-hand side.
But look at this. Karrigan has managed to find his way once again into a very deep position, looking to go towards the backstab through Temple even. In spawn, his teammates reset into the A push, and Karrigan, he's about to pull a very nasty surprise over James. Bring out the knife. Oh, it's going to be just the one shot. He's picked up the AWP. Is that going to do in the round? Oh, the whiff though from Karrigan. Opportunity now because of that frag from Yakindar.
They must be so frustrated, the kind of kills Karrigan's got in this round. Twist, no tracers, but still able to punish. Flick got insta-dinked there. And now they've got a bomb to defuse. 3-on-3, you can hear the beeps. Yakindar very close. Again, just running distraction as Kicker tries to capitalize. Twist looking to swing. Buster gets deleted. Maybe not expecting Kicker, but he'll deal with him as well. And as I said, Twist is the man for the multi-frags for FaZe Clan. When you need him, he's there.
Was that an ace, James? He's killing everyone.
He may.
Oh, it had to be 4 because didn't Karrigan get one tap?
He killed James,
So 4K.
I thought I missed an ace, Dan. What are you doing to me?
It's close enough. Look at this guy go. Absolutely decimating his opponents in this round. Nice stuff there from Twist. And even again, Karrigan with these pushes. Time and again, it just catches off VP. It was so perfect too because his teammates were resetting into the A push and they needed something extra, and Karrigan gives the something extra.
Absolutely, yeah.
And VP, they don't have any money for this last round.
Karrigan's a Trojan horse in this game. And again, we've got an aggressive presence from Virtus Pro, but they are less equipped than they were previously. Oh, Rain. I think we're all learning our angles here on Ancient as these games continue and there's more and more experience. And James is caught with a grenade in his hand. Not often you see that happen. Kicker again will find something from this angle, and there's something that they need. Man advantage. They've got 2 AK-47s now, Virtus Pro, so definitely an upgraded situation for them, more favorable than before, despite the lost player. See if they look for a boost over that smoke or something. Would be risky from that close to the smoke, but they'll try it anyway. Why not? In a round such as this, checking the left-hand side, but it is costly. Twist takes out both so fast. And there he is again. He's all over the place. Twist is just beasting people. 16 kills, many towards the end in the last 2 rounds.
I wonder if we'll be able to get a look at those last kills from Twist. Savage stuff. Looks pretty doable for VP 4v3, but a strong finish from FaZe after, I think, you know, the round started to become somewhat questionable. Oh, I see.
Beautiful.
There it is, the backstab. Lovely stuff. But yeah, it started to be somewhat questionable after, you know, FaZe lost momentum as to whether or not they'd be able to bring it back again, and they certainly do. It's 9-6 at the end of the first half. They'll be feeling good about that. And again, if you're just joining us for this best of 3, FaZe narrowly won the first map, 16-14. It was Mirage. If there is a way back for VP, and if they win Ancient, we'll be moving to Dust 2 as the decider for this series. But right now, it's feeling like FaZe have that extra oomph to them that might just carry them over here on Ancient. And I think Karrigan is really, there's a lot to be said, I think, for Karrigan in terms of the calls, but more importantly, some of those mid pushes to spawn. That's really created problems for Virtus Pro.
You would think it would be a relief that Virtus Pro finished with that half with the sheer amount of flanks we had. But they don't look relieved if you look at their faces. Somebody must be talking on the team, I would hope, because we saw a lot of pursed lips and silent faces there, and that does not bode well for Virtus Pro, who may feel a little out of their depth versus the sheer recklessness of FaZe Clan on Ancient.
Yeah, they did a great job, and I mean, very curious again in terms of stylistically what's going to happen on this map. I feel like there's lots of unknowns as teams will have different preferences and as the meta will eventually solidify. It took a long time actually when Nuke was redone for teams to adopt it and really start to figure it out. So, but you know, and it was a long time when it was being played, and there wasn't really any teams that were really focusing on it for quite some time. And so there's certainly lots left to be discovered on a map that is as new as Ancient. And Olive looking quite stoic at the moment.
Yeah, just reserving that energy. Fellow watch aficionado. There are many, actually. There are many secret ones of the players.
Yeah.
In the DMs. Again, those what are those things called again? Hand warmers? Hot hands. Hot hands. I think that's a brand name.
Yeah.
So for people at home who don't know what they are, that just basically has heat to make your hands a bit warmer.
Yeah, some chemicals in there, and as you move it around and the little crystals make contact with each other, it generates heat.
It's like a micro reactor.
And I mean, for me, those don't help very much, but it is kind of.
It's a bit placebo-y for me.
I don't know. Yeah, it's. I feel like it doesn't help an enormous amount. I don't know.
It's not that deep warmth.
No.
We need a steam room at pro events, so because then you'll be radiating heat for like 2 hours afterwards.
Well, you know as well, when you're getting stressed out, it's going to also impact sort of your internal temperatures, regardless of the external temperatures.
That was rude.
Because if it was pretty rude. Oh my god!
Just like pick it up off the floor.
Yeah, it's like what's this like power dynamic that's happening right now? It's like
he's pointing at it and all sorts.
Like a scene from Oz. It's like trying to prove a point. Pick it up for me.
Look at that full-size keyboard, man. These are things that are past people. Unless you're an accountant, you don't need no full-size keyboard. Yeah.
Just a quick side note. I did a podcast with Rafa recently. For those who don't know, is one of the most legendary champions in esports of all time. He's been winning championships for a decade in Quake in very competitive eras, and he's still doing it. And so one of the most experienced tournament competitors that we have. And I talked to him a lot about pressure and stuff. And he made this really interesting point, actually, which I'd never thought about. It was a really simple one. He was talking about how, you know, you don't tend to breathe very effectively when you're competing because a natural response when there's lots of intensity in the game is to your breathing you start holding your breathing, or breathing gets more shallow. And he was saying how, you know, it sounds obvious, but you need to breathe in those intense moments because otherwise it can really kind of knock off kilter your internal sort of physiology if you're not getting a proper flow of oxygen and you're having these really up and down moments. So, and again, just like we're saying, when you're getting really stressed out, there's like a physiological response in your body. Yep. Maybe that's going to make your hands cold and clammy. Maybe it's going to you're just going to feel generally a bit more kind of nervous, and that nervous energy might not be very helpful for you when you're like holding angles and trying to hold these positions and trying to focus.
There's an Apex player, a professional Apex player who, because in that game people stream when they're playing in tournaments, and he wears a heart rate monitor. I think he plays for Esports Arena, if I'm not mistaken, which is quite interesting. It'd be cool to learn more about like that kind of like physiology changes and heart rate type stuff when things get a little serious. I felt like Olaf Mice was looking into my soul and was disappointed for a second there when he peeked into the camera.
Yeah.
See, I think one player needs to log back into the old Steam. Man, you know, my Steam account is older than some people who are playing Counter-Strike professionally. Yeah. But I remember I feel like those players missed out on the original days of Steam where it would be down all the time. And the
like
UI,
a lot.
the UI was absolutely, it was super basic. It was like
basic,
MS Paint tier almost.
Well, I remember Friends was down all the time.
Yeah, Friends was basically
always down.
useless.
Yeah, which was really annoying.
I do miss the old sounds though.
Yeah, they definitely fix a lot of problems.
Me and my mates were like, when Steam was originally released, we were just on the website just trying to download it as fast as possible. Because obviously before that, you had the one servers and all your IDs and so on. But we wanted to get super low IDs. So we were like, I think a lot of people were doing that. So I think the launch of Steam was delayed by 2 days because the servers just kept crashing because so many people were trying to download it. But when we eventually did, I got the Steam ID 1197.
That's pretty legit.
Yeah, and my mate got one that was lower than mine, the bastard. I think his one was 10 something.
You know what's interesting is that, like, you know, because that's obviously worth money, a lot of money, because there's people that would pay for like a really low dig Steam account. It's like an NFT effectively, because it's obviously only one in existence, and you own that, and it's very valuable to certain people, to collectors and so on.
I want to say SF, the French player who was banned. I think he was banned, right? SF.
I think so.
One of those players had bought an account that was like, one of those banned French players bought an account that was like 30 something Steam ID.
Wow.
I was like, wow, I thought those would all be with like staff or something.
Yeah. That's impressive. That is very impressive. Yeah, it's pretty cool, some of the history there. But at the same time, you said they're missing out, but at the same time, like, you know, for people like me that were like competing in sort of the earlier generations, we feel like, you know, it feels like we're missing out on getting paid salaries to do that. You know, getting, you know, being possibly a real job. Because back then as well, you'd have to really be, especially in Quake, you'd have to be a legitimate top 3 contender at every tournament to like really make a living from it. That's good. All right, Carrigan.
Oh, this feels personal.
What a
Considering the size of our screen here, I don't know how I feel about this. I used to play Day of Defeat competitively. Not professionally, but competitively. Enemy down ladders. That game was awesome. I never played the Source version though. But in those days in CS, I was just running around on Aztec with a Deagle and a Scout like an idiot.
Yeah.
And I had an IntelliMouse and no mouse pad. So when my mates and we hired a hall in Blackpool, I think in 2001. And I went to the LAN there, and my sensitivity was completely different. It was like 4 times as high because the table was different and I had no mouse pad. And then I thought people would think I was cheating because I thought my aim was all right, but obviously I couldn't do anything because I had no bloody mouse pad, so I had no consistency. Complete disaster.
Well, that's the thing. Like, go back to that Rafa podcast. It's like we talked about a lot of stuff about like tournaments, lessons learned, and you learn a lot of lessons playing tournaments. Like, it's I mean, maybe we can go back into this later because it is interesting to talk about. But we're back into the match. So the second half will resume here between VP and FaZe.
Look at those odds. That's crazy. Those odds are insane,
man.
There's 3 rounds between them, and you haven't seen the pistol. Like, has somebody like sat on the keyboard or something? What the hell are those odds?
That is a good point. That is an opportunity for certain people, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Oh, hello, Rain! Popping their heads. We know that this is how he does it with these pistols. The USP still ready to go. And, I mean, maybe the best has come and gone, but he's certainly stopped them here. He's got his teammate there ready for support as well.
Yikinda's trying to find an angle for a Molotov. How are you going to do that without getting shot in the head? I don't think that's happening on this occasion. And that's not a good sign, I don't feel like. Oh, boy.
Very nice, very nice.
Increase the odds!
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of insane Rain pistol clips, but I think that P251 from E-League.
Yeah.
I think it was the E-League major. I think Boston.
It was E-League something.
E-League something. That takes the cake from Arch side with the P250. If you know, you know. And share it with your friends.
I want to see 10 point something. 10.7. I want to see. Although if that now appears, is that like fixing odds or something? Hopefully it doesn't appear.
I don't know. I feel like you're walking into dangerous territory here, so we'll... All right, Flint. You got this. There we go.
Oh, okay. Find himself a dirty angle.
Here he comes. Here he comes. There's one. There's two. And another one to be had. The jumping
think Twist
accuracy.
is smurfing. Are we going to see a 30 bomb from him? He's just made it to 20.
He is starting to frag everybody. It's great. It's great to see. Powering up.
There's a lack of respect already established by FaZe Clan, and we're not even talking about Karrigan yet because you know it's going to come.
Yeah. For sure.
So we're into round 18. James has 14 kills, Yukindar 10. The rest of the squad on single digits, although the same is true for Olaf Meister and Karrigan. Which is, I mean, talk about the impact frags from Karrigan though, right? Definitely doesn't tell the whole story. That's why if you look at scoreboard and not the actual match, you cannot have a relevant opinion.
Well, a couple MP9s, FAMAS, certainly not the worst situation in the world, but for FaZe there against these AKs, if they can find some of those closer ranges, they can make this bonus work out nicely for themselves. Kika with that mid positioning, his teammates pressuring that B site, and Twist able to defend against Kika in mid. That's a great frag to get because, you know, if Kika's teammates were able to get some kills and they would be able to pull Twist away from that and he could flag. But oh my god, Karrigan's through the smoke with the MP9. You love to see it.
I told you there's no respect on the way. We saw it from Twist, but the main BS is coming from Karrigan, and there it is. And that's good because at that point, that psychological warfare, to do stuff like that, just ridiculous level stuff, that psychological warfare, that's going to make it harder for your opponent to play their proper game because you're just taking liberties at this point.
And with the MP9 too, you're getting a good engagement with it, and you want to get that in where you can. And going 1-for-1 is huge here. But with that, it's another good spot for an MP9. Olaf delivering the 2K, leaving just James here, and very little to be done.
Mate, this is looking dry like biltong for versus Pro.
Yes. Yep, it's definitely quite difficult.
What do you think of these hand wraps?
All right. It's very nice. I appreciate the effort there from the from the observer.
Hey, it is hard to go forward in third person like that. It's not difficult to edge forward, but yeah. I don't know what combo, what loadout I have of those.
I'm going to give that a 10 out of 10 observer inspection.
With the tools available to him, yeah, I'd say so. FaZe Clan now have double the score of Virtus Pro, and we haven't really seen anything from them in this half just yet. And they will soon be, I mean, this is essentially niko round for them. So they've got, like, if they keep losing rounds, they've got 2 buy rounds left with which to show us something. And let's see, if FaZe Clan choose to be in control during that time, then that's going to be a problem. Rain very aware of potential play there, and Yukindar will be denied. Now, James is the man with the AK-47, but have Virtus Pro got the stripes to make a round like this work? They're very capable of these hero rifle, be it sniper or otherwise, these hero rifle rounds. You know, where you can squeeze an advantage. Virtus Pro are very capable of doing that. Yeah. But on Ancient, I don't know if they've got the stripes, if they've got the reps.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great maneuver early from Rain as well to like bait a punish. Like he set up a trap to think that he could get punished, and then he punishes the punish attempt. And with that, you know, a reset back to this B push for Virtus Pro. FaZe are in pretty good spots here overall. Rain's in a quite controlled position. Probably gets 2 if they would challenge this, but they may be trying to put all of the numbers, all of the bodies towards the site proper, up the ramp into that B site for the plant. Rain is going to find probably a timing here. Indeed, he's found it. Oh, hello. Well, he's got support as well. Karrigan's there, just come out of nowhere. And Olaf is just, I believe, sitting in ruins, trying to see what he can get done. Buster defending the flank for now. But still, Olaf and Rain in a good position around the ruins to keep the pressure up.
Maybe it's a question of damage. We've seen one before, one already though, yesterday. But we won't see one in this round. FaZe Clan moves to 13. They have 3 players surviving, and they've all got AK-47s. Although one will be switched out for the AWP, but that's always a big indicator of success, the amount of AKs that the CT side have.
Yeah.
And that bomb plant will actually give virtus.pro that extra buy round. James on the AWP. Oh, this was a buy round for them anyway, of course. But that'll certainly help with the grenades. Otherwise, they'd be in a lot of trouble. We'll see if they choose to smoke mid or what they opt for. Yeah, there's the mid smoke deployed immediately. But Carrigan will go straight through it, and I think the mid smoke missed. Or was it for the no, it's for the for donut position. It is a fast play into the B bomb site. They have swarmed. They're going very deep indeed. We have an initial exchange. We have a nice spray from Rain. And we've got a flank. Twist putting in work again. Twist with the multi-frag. Twist with the USP. Twist all day. Twist in your face.
Yep, it's he's certainly pulling out quite a performance here on Ancient. And
26.
He's closing in. He's closing in on the 30 bomb. And it's tough. It's a real tough one for virtus.pro. It's certainly looking a little bit flat on the second half, and they really struggled in the first half too. FaZe looking way more prepared. I mean, we saw, statistically that the stats suggested that FaZe had more experience playing this and therefore would have more confidence and a bit more of a playbook. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but so far it is kind of playing out in that way.
Well, let's not forget the strong identity they had with Sanji and the very recent replacement with Flit. Like for the more technical plays, that is such a big difference to make up for in a very short space of time. At a major, no less. It's a risk.
Yeah. And mid control was just won by Carrigan there. Good swing off of the flashbang from a teammate, and a quick and early 5 versus 4 in favor of FaZe. Kindar chasing down the kill on B. Can he manage to make it happen? No, denied. And the smoke will force him back. So they're struggling to find a way in, looking for some kind of edge, but it's just not availing itself to them.
We'll see if James can be the availer in this 4 versus 5.
What does that mean, though? It's going to throw an event and not pay people? I don't know. Like, what was your...
Oh, God, that. Sub 1 minute mark, James lines up the donut smoke. FaZe Clan will chill for now. However, there is nobody on this A-bomb site. And they can see the grenades. Surely Twist see those grenades. Yeah, we can see the rotation start to come through from Carrigan at the very least. And there'll be an execute onto the A-bomb site. So, it seems that FaZe Clan have looked to play retake here. They have grenades on Brokey only. Close, but not quite. Nikindar will be able to plant the bomb, taking some damage late, but he's still alive.
Carrying he's finding his way through the smoke. Once again, just finding these surprising timings to catch off his opponents. And it's going to work out there for that initial kill. The trade comes through from James. Still much more to be done here as Yakindar. Oh, turning away. It's turning back to the angle, and Rain's still going to win the battle. James delivering for the team, though. Trying to hold this down. In comes all 3 players. There's the whip. Buster, it's down to you, but Brokey will be able to trade him out, and that is the defuse there for FaZe. 15 rounds. FaZe looking great.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder about the veto at this point, because this is looking very, very rough indeed for virtus.pro.
It's looking like it was the case. We didn't necessarily know it, but it's looking like it's the case that they needed to win map 1.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I wasn't sure if that was going to be the case, but it's revealed itself to us, that information now. I didn't realize that there would have been this kind of disparity. FaZe playing really good here on this Ancient so far. Another big battle on mid, and another victory for FaZe. Oh, they're hitting everything right now, and...
Oh, man, I was going to say send in Twist, but he maybe trying to get that 30 bomb, hasn't been successful in the recent rounds. He will maybe end on 27, as it is Buster versus the world here. And there it is, Brokey to finish off the job. So a deflating, underwhelming Ancient for Virtus Pro, but all credit to karrigan's outrageous plays, flanks, and infiltrations here on Ancient. Very entertaining to watch from FaZe's point of view, and let's not forget Twist. He had we spoke about the multi-frags in the first map, and boy did they come true in a second.
Yeah, they definitely did. He just suddenly started killing everyone, and I mean, I'm here for it. It was a great display of individual prowess and skill from Twist, and overall, you know, a great display from his team. You know, lots of good setups, and as you mentioned, I think, you know, karrigan created a lot of opportunities at the right times that then allowed his team to really start to take momentum. So yeah, for me, it's hard to pick an MVP between Twist and karrigan. It's like they both were just doing very different things that were, I think, equally impactful for the team.
Both deserving. I would go for karrigan because he just dismantled them from the back. He was behind enemy lines multiple times, and that just really collapses everything. When you've got somebody behind you and you've got to focus on the checkpoints in front of you as well, those are colossal issues. So for me, I would have karrigan as an MVP, but I mean Twist had some just some highlight explosive plays, man. But ultimately, it's karrigan sticking the knife in from the back. That's enough from us. It's over to Richard Lewis and the rest of the panel to break down that series.
Thanks for that, guys. Great cast and a great game, a great series, especially if you're a FaZe fan. We're about to break it down on the desk. We've tagged Yanko in, so your eyes aren't deceiving you. Blair is having a break. So we've got the original three, the ones that opened it up. And let's open up this can of proverbial worms. Virtus Pro, not really at the races. It kind of got a little bit sketchy at one point, but in general, I'd say FaZe can feel very good about their performance.
It all went wrong before the game even began. What was the veto? It's like we said, listen, I picked VP before we knew the veto to win the match. I think they're the better team, even though they're still trying to bed in Flip, which was probably a storyline we could talk about this match. But if you start the veto, I'm just telling you right now, if you've ever followed World Counter-Strike, I don't care what their win rate is on Mirage. Do not pick Mirage into a karrigan team unless you are amazing on Mirage. And that is definitely not like some VP incredible map. It's not like some auto win for them. So they gave FaZe a chance to come in through. FaZe did go and burst through. Then if you're the guys of FaZe, you've done a punish pick anyway. So I actually think VP kind of played themselves in this veto.
Yeah, Maniac. Mirage, you know, it was back and forth, right? Yeah. You know, it wasn't like they were completely unprepared.
No, and I think Mirage is where regrets are going to stand for VP. Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at a FaZe team that obviously wins both pistol rounds and convert as a 6-0 lead in a 16-14. Then you have this infamous round 29 when VP is 14-14, has the right read on the situation. Jay misplays the situation. Kicker misaims as well when they come out of ramp. That was everything they needed. They had everything they needed to win Mirage. Moving on to Ancient, being potentially punished, and then have a map 3. But when you drop the ball on Mirage, then behind you have karrigan to punish, and this is how 2-0 happens.
Well, I feel like, though, Yanko, you are someone who was notorious for hating bad play against ecos and utility mismanagement, right?
And I think that round that Maniac mentioned, it's, you know, people are going to look at, oh, look at the timing, he just pulled out a nade. No, why are you pulling out a nade? Nothing, you know, the smoke, you don't see the smokes flying over yet, you don't see a flash or anything. There's more than 30 seconds. You're just, even if they want to come A, you're just delaying the inevitable. You're not, you know, you're already stacking for A. So, you know, you're not buying time for rotations. That wouldn't have done anything. You know, this way, if he's still scoped in, maybe he gets a kill while blind, maybe he doesn't get even flash, gets one kill. Then you pull out the incendiary, throw it on the default box so they can't plant, you know, keep drawing attention to yourself. Then kicker plays, gets a kill out of firebox, and that round goes completely different. So I think that's just about kind of not losing focus a little bit rather than timing.
And when I see that, I actually wonder to one extent, you know, we talked about the fact that, you know, replacing Senji with Flit, you had to perform, you had to be better. I wonder to what extent they don't feel that pressure as well. Because VP is not usually one of the teams that I would see just throwing into the bin around like this. They would usually be calm, they'd be collected, they'd do what they had to do. And I wonder to what extent now they feel that pressure to do well because they removed Senji, because they have to. I didn't feel like they were in control in that game. And it's not how you
well,
describe
Ancient
them.
especially was brutal. You know, that's not a surprise. FaZe have embraced that map early and added it to the repertoire. It's one they'll pick and one they'll happily play. You can see here the stats. I mean, one of the things that, of course, we highlighted, we were
20 deaths.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about, you know, what would they be able to kind of get everybody clicking, not be exploited by Virtus Pro. And, you know, certainly on Ancient, I mean, that's a dominant performance.
Hey, listen, that's not an excuse for them because we saw that whatever it was with James and Yakindar, right? And
Yes.
he's saying like, we're very close to our best. I don't know how in 7 days or 10 days with Flit, but that's what he says, right?
Yes.
So we can't say, you know, we were going to probably stand here and say,
Well,
yeah, well, they're going to need more time to
true.
integrate them into the lineup. Well, not according to VP
Yes.
themselves. So I'm
Well, I
taking every
wonder
game
about
they
that,
Here's
though,
the thing,
Yanko.
though. If you're Yakindar, maybe don't try and like dunk on Yanko when he's on a desk, but he's more polite back then when he's just come back. Because I was just saying, I'll come back to haunt you one day. It's the major now, baby. Enjoy.
Yeah, but I mean, like the Flit deal, petty grievances,
Yeah,
always.
of course, always.
The Flit deal's interesting because, yeah, they did say we're close to our best, even though he's just been brought in a few days before the major. And you have to wonder, you know, that was apparently discussed ages back. You know, this is meant to be a deal that's been, you know, in the makings for a while. You know, perhaps there's something gone on there that we're not aware of, and maybe that is accurate. And maybe there's more to that story than meets the eye. But you know, bedding in a player just a few days before the biggest tournament of your lives and one you can legitimately have a deep run in. There's going to be VP fans around the world right now that question the wisdom. It hasn't been a popular move with their own fans, by the way.
No, I mean, obviously, again, because the team generally isn't like super well loved. Actually, even though they made him kind of a meme, Sanji was actually one of the more loved players.
Yeah,
People
of course.
thought he's very selfless.
Because he's absolutely what you need in a team. He's the one who literally took it upon himself to do
He's also
all the
basically the
self-as
mascot of the team, wasn't he?
And this is why when they made the change, and I agree with you with the timing of it, I thought this must be something absolutely deliberate. They know what they're doing. Or there's something that we don't know. Or there is circumstance that we don't really consider. Because if you're going to change a player just before the major, you better be damn sure that you're making the right call and you know what you're doing. And we haven't seen it actually in that game.
Yes.
We'll come back to VP in a moment. Let's pick up a storyline that we set up at the start of the show. Karrigan having this purple patch, let's say. Obviously been fragging out, which is something we didn't expect. Always going to be good tactically, but you know, here he was again. I thought he had a great
Notice he's killing everyone in the side of the head here, by the way. No one's ever looking at him when he's actually shooting them. This is, by the way, that's always the
positioning.
thing. That's what people always underestimate in Counter-Strike. They think of every fight in the game as like we both see each other and then you out him. No, I've always said the great thing about Counter-Strike is you flash a guy, he's blind, you outposition him, he can't shoot you, he has to do 90 snaps. So these are just all veteran kills. This is actually knowing the map and where the pressure is.
And I apologise for the nightmares that you're going to be having for the rest of your life after that clip. But you can see his stats here and sort of his all-round contribution. I think it's very interesting. He's a guy who does get self-motivated. I feel if he's the one saying it's going to be this way, we're going to get to land, we're going to do well, I usually expect him to raise his game because he puts that type of pressure on himself historically.
This phase and how they behave, how they perform, is basically the blueprint of what you can hope to happen for FaZe, right? You have Twist popping off massively. He was brought in to be a superstar. He's got 1.43 rating in there. And then you have Karrigan and Olofmeister actually doing what they need to do. They don't need to be super carry. They don't need to be superstars. Just don't be a liability. Have you 1-for-1 when you get traded. And you have obviously Broken on the side making the work. This is what we're supposed to do. This is not the Karrigan of yesterday who was owning everyone. I don't think that's a liable way to look at the future. But this is what we were hoping for. A full roster, no clear weakness, people doing what they have to do, and it works quite easily.
Couple of final thoughts on this series. We'll end our talk about FaZe on this thought. Through to the Legends, 3-0. They're going to be playing some of the big teams now, the bigger teams. I think there's some paper tigers through in the Legend stage just because of how the RMR worked out and the long period. So I'll start with you here, Yanko. I mean, FaZe, they're going to be feeling pretty good. I mean, they could get like a lucky draw, get matched up against somebody. There are teams there they can beat, right?
Yeah, I think they're definitely a playoff team. I'm not going to say a lock, but I think a huge probability that we're going to see them in the playoffs, in the arena, and that's where they're going to unleash their full potential in a way. For me, the thing is also their map pool seems to have improved. They weren't still fully tested here, right? Only played 4 maps, right? So, but the win on Overpass is a big one. Ancient, a dominant win, right? There has been a little bit question mark. How good is their Overpass? Where is their nuke, really? Mirage, the Dust being the new map. They showed us a great performance against a really good ENCE team as well. So I think that's what gives you a lot of faith moving into the next stage, is that they can, because that's what differentiates the top of the top from like the middle of the pack good teams, is the map pool, that you can play anyone on your 4th, 5th best map.
All right, well, let's just catch up to date with the schedule and everything else that's been going on there. You can just see this on your screens now. Just bringing you up to speed with everything you need to know. That 2-0 from FaZe. obviously confirmed. We've got another insane Danish derby going on right now, and that means that we really should transition into talking about the next best of three, the final one on the main stream. Astralis versus GODSENT. And as Maniac astutely put it earlier today, we're going to see multiple major winners go out at this very early stage in this major. Crazy to think it could be Astralis.
It is crazy, and I think the fact that, as you say, a multiple major champion can be eliminated is a proof of the evolution in Counter-Strike and how far we've gone from these years. But you have two completely different stories here. We should not mix them. On one hand, GODSENT come in here, almost a surprise to qualify to the major, the way they are playing. Taco, Phipps, obviously kind of reliving his glory days. But on the other hand, Astralis, I personally saw them come in here as you have to keep them under control. You have to keep them on the eye, right? These are champions, 3 times major back-to-back winners to here. It makes no sense for me, for my narrative, that they are right now fighting to stay alive at the major. They've won 12 rounds in 2 games.
Yeah,
how incredible is that to think? The
crazy.
only thing that's saving them right now is the idea we have a best of 3 come in. And this is the one branch, the olive branch you have to hold.
Duncan, your thoughts?
My problem with this is they are technically, obviously they don't have device, they are technically the reigning major champions, but 3 times in a row. So this is a team where the idea they could go out 0-3, it should be absurd. It's like I kind of touched on yesterday. If everyone in the team gets the credit for the best ever at their role, it's only 1 guy's left. Remember, half the time that Device won the MVP, the whole discussion was like, but it's by that much, and aren't the other players really good? And maybe it could have been Zipnix this time, and it could have been Glaive. Well, let's see it. Let's see you do it. Was it just all about Device?
Well,
is that all that was carrying you?
I also got to say, you know, if Device is watching this, I don't know if there's any ill will. I don't know if it was an acrimonious split. You know, some social media shenanigans suggested maybe.
Sure.
But, you know, the storyline is meant to be he's the guy who's only good because of the system players that he fit in. He's, you know, the Tom Brady of Counter-Strike. But actually, you know, he's gone. He's doing a Tom Brady. Nipper climbing up the rankings. And here's Astralis looking lost without a star player to pull him through.
Just want to make this clear. If he's Tom Brady, does that make simple Aaron Rodgers? Or
let's not get into that one.
I think for this one, you know, I think it's rough for GODSENT as well. I mean, they had a lot of momentum coming into this tournament. Making the major in the RMR, qualifying for IEM Winter, winning DreamHack Open, all regional events, but, you know, some good teams there. I had them being the surprise, you know, going through to the next phase, and now this is the worst opponent, obviously, they could face. I had them, even if they lose, they're going to play a weaker team. You know, that's going to give them some confidence, right? But against Astralis, it just feels like an impossible task, really. It's the youngest team we have at the major against the most experienced, you know, and most accomplished players to have played the major. So just as wide of a discrepancy as you can imagine.
This is where you were hoping, look, at least in the best of 3 we get like a Tyloo, a Sharks, like, these are easy, you know, that's like the pick-me-up, we get going. No, you actually get a team that's dangerous. Like, this is a team that's not a total joke. And then on the Astralis side, look, I won't blame at all the guy, Glaive, if he doesn't perform well or if he has other concerns. But I will say this, on the other end of the equation, Alu left during a major, went to Finland, his child was born, he came back and he went to the final of the major. So all I'm saying is I don't blame Glaive, but if you want to do something legendary, now's a great time to step up. Now's the time to show us this mind that you have for the game, because the person that you're facing is Taco is the IGL of GODSENT. You're not facing some super tenured IGL.
Sure, but actually, you know, a guy who's put a lot into it in a short space of time. When I interviewed him at the North American RMR, he said he'd been picking up the phone to Fallen and getting some tips and some ideas from him. He is taking it really seriously. He thinks he's going to be an IGL.
Hopefully he doesn't take too many of Fallen's tips.
Well,
I mean, I've been watching the last few years.
Fallen's or Suey.
Maybe don't play Inferno.
I believe he sent the phone call through a time machine.
There we go.
But no, like, no, and I think that's really nice that they still have that camaraderie. And Fallen is a great, I still think, you know, a great system IGL.
He probably called him, though. It was like, oh, hey, Fallen. He goes, look, I've told you, you're not good enough for, like, oh, yeah, I can give you a few tactics. Yeah, no problem, mate, yeah.
Let's have a look at the veto before Duncan gets into his one-man show. This is what we've got, guys. So react to this, Maniac.
All right, well, we see Mirage and Ancient be removed. That I can appreciate. Astralis going in for Nuke. Vertigo pick for GODSENT. It's been a little bit atrocious for
Here's
Astralis
what I'm
very
thinking
recently.
immediately, dude. If you're lucky, the amount of pressure on your shoulder on this Vertigo game is going to be mental. You are literally going to have a really hard time, in my opinion.
And he's been having a hard time at a tournament. And this was one of the storylines that we hit on the very beginning is, what if you have a bad start? What if you have to live with that pressure? What if you feel like you're letting down the entire team? You're a member of Astralis. You're a member of the team that's been winning all these majors, and he's failed. Not that it's an individual fail. I'm not going to say that because this is not true. But as an individual, there is no way Lucky didn't go to his room and felt powerless, because that's how he was in the first few games.
I have to say, good job, guys. Great job, this segment, hyping this up. but there's Nuke and Inferno in the pool. Astralis wins this game. No problem.
So we took the time machine back or what? No,
because it's like, the maps they lost, it's
right.
it's Dust and Overpass, right, what they lost. For me, the reason why I say this is because these are the maps Lucky has played the most with all the different iterations of Astralis so far. And I think that's going to go a long way into helping him feel more comfortable, right? He's been in those situations. Sure, it's a studio environment, more pressure is on, but you know, they're going to be doing the same things he's already done. It's going to be, you know, the same setup, the same flashes, the same execute, the same rotations on the CT side. So I think this is an excellent game for him. GODSENT is not Sharks. They're not Tyloo, right?
Sure,
So it's a decent opponent where he can build some of his own confidence, and I think that's really important for Astralis. Obviously, it's on the veterans to lead the way, but for him to kind of loosen up a little bit, and just so this tournament is not a complete disaster,
that's
just for the future of the Astralis project as well.
And that's the problem that I have. What if we start this game, right, and 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds into this, we see Lucky starting to fade some shots? Where are we going with that? I'm worried. I'm worried, like, how is he going to feel about it? You missed the first gun round, there's a clutch that you miss, an option that you should have. And usually you would have that confidence that you built many weeks building into the event. He doesn't have any of that. I feel like there is no safety net for Lucky. He hits the ground running, he has a good game, I agree with you. He can carry that momentum, but he doesn't have anything to protect him. If he fails at the very beginning, this could be a catastrophe.
Here's the thing. I actually did pick Astralis for the series. I do agree with Janko generally. The enough trends are there. I also expect them to sort of turn some of the form. I'm not going to get blown out 16-6 every time. But I will say, it's the way Janko was so confident. I haven't heard that much naive optimism about Astralis since I talked to Bobski. R.I.P. Wasn't even on camera there, but who gives it all?
But
whatever,
so yeah, I mean, look, the reality here is with GODSENT. You know, I mean, I get it. Their map pool's not deep particularly, but I like the way Maniac's going about this. It's more about exploiting the psychological vulnerabilities of an Astralis that are kind of shell-shocked right now.
I'll tell you as well, the man to watch is on your cameras right now.
Oh, yeah.
When this guy isn't in MIBR around whatever aura Fallen has that just dampens this guy's skill level, he's an unbelievably skilled player. Like, yes, he apparently is a difficult guy to work with, and he has to have exactly his spots, but in a team like this, mate, you're putting your eggs in this basket. And they've got other fraggers aside from him as well. It's not a one-man show.
No, I mean, GODSENT are one of these teams on the come-up. I mean, you know, Brazilian CS, it might not be the glory days of old, but actually, just in terms of the breadth of the talent pool and the potential, I think it's better than it has been for a while.
You could make a pretty nice team of all the players who aren't in the Furia squad, actually.
I think it's undeniable that there is obviously firepower in that lineup. You talk about Febs, you talk about Dumas, and you know they can bring the fire to the server. Janko was mentioning something about being a young roster, young as in players in it, and I guarantee you I could see this in these games. I've seen them lose rounds they have no business losing. I've seen them give away advantages, last 30 seconds, 4v3, and there is that extra peak, you know, that extra impatience, something that should come with experience and being mature, right? I haven't seen that. They've been a little bit fragile and weak, and I think Astralis can completely abuse that.
Yeah, I agree with Maniac. It's just that thing where it's scary to have to trust someone, you know, and just be a little bit more patient, believe in the setup, believe that your teammates will do the right thing, so then you can execute the next step and win the round. And usually that way you're just, I'm just going to try something, you know, and that's going to work out better for me in my head. And that's where, you know, mistakes happen. On the other side, you have players who are more patient. I mean, that's the style that, you know, Taco and Phelps, along with the rest of the SK/Luminosity lineup, brought into the meta. You know, those post-plan situations, the patience that they've had, and just late round executes and so on and so on. So they're familiar with it. It's just about the young guns getting used to it, right, in high-pressure situations, because that's just the natural way that they play.
Right, obviously, Richard's done analysis. I want to get his thoughts here, actually. You believe in Taco to be an IGL? Like, I'm a bit out on it. Like, some people might think he's a bald fraud.
Yeah, well, listen, you know, not me.
Of course not.
Put it this way, and no, would I ever coin that phrase?
No, but
don't believe, or you're not a bold fraud.
I'll tell you straight. I always liked Taco as a competitor.
Sure.
I think he's another guy that was one of those classic Brazilian players that just wanted to win. Didn't care what it took, put his ego to one side. He wouldn't do that on Twitter, but who am I to point out about that?
True, okay.
So, you know, so let's not go down that road.
Fair play.
And, you know, and now that he wants to be an IGL, he's taking it serious. These last 5 months of prep, I'm telling you, it's no joke. He really wants this. And there are some people, especially in the Brazilian scene, that have been cruising, and I think Taco is trying to do something with GODSENT different to some of the other projects out there.
Here's the question. You were talking about about his personality, and I agree with you. I think Taco was very selfless in the moments when he had success with his lineup.
Sanji
he was doing.
before Sanji.
I mean, he was doing way better than Sanji. There's no comparison. To what extent do we think that this is what's needed to be a good IGL? It's two completely different roles.
Yeah,
on one hand, being the Robin of coldzera, helping him, being set up, having all that impact, being selfless. As an IGL, you have to be a little bit forward. You have to put yourself out there, have that charisma, take people behind you. These are two completely different roles. So for him, it would truly be ascending to a different dimension as a player, as a human, to go from that to be a captain, everyone in the back and follow me. That is a change of character of some sort.
Well, with the exception of Phelps, though, he's got a young squad that... Imagine being told you're going to play with one of the legendary Luminosity guys.
Oh my God, coldzera, FNX, what about Fur? Oh, it's fallen, isn't it? It's Taco. Well, all right then, fair enough.
No, I don't even think he would be that far down on
No,
the list.
that was just a joke, just a harmless joke.
But I think
like all my comments about
you
Brazil.
have to look. He's earned even more respect than before. This guy who's won 2 majors, won multiple big tournaments, switched to Liquid, also had different amounts of success there. But to go from all of that into willing to start from scratch with like 3 players that no one's ever heard about, right? Young players. And Phelps, obviously, a great piece to fit in there. They can have all the freedom that he has. That takes guts, like that no guarantees there. It's obviously for way less money than he would have earned in other teams. I'm sure he would have had some different offers.
We're talking about a potential future great IGL who's starting the journey. Here's a guy who turned everything around, was sort of wasting his career, languishing away over in Copenhagen Wolves. But he is now the go-to example of how you become a great. He is the greatest, right?
He is the greatest, and as Duncan really adequately put it, now will be the time to even further your legend. Because of the context, because of the fact, obviously, he came in, came out, came back. I thought individually he was a bit lackluster when he came back into the Astralis. I started having my doubt. I was a little bit worried for him. And now you got to make this decision, make this call to be back at the major. You have to perform. This is the moment where you prove that despite everything that's happening, despite the context, I have it in me to carry you guys, carry as in being the captain, to victories. But this is not the path we're going on to right now, which is, we talk about these 12 rounds. So for Glaive, there is an opportunity here to write another legend, but we don't see it right there.
And listen, I'll tell you firsthand, right? Playing against Astralis multiple times, like you think Device, Device is going to get his kills when you used to play them, but Glaive is the most annoying player in that team. When you're playing, when they're on the CT side, and it's like an important round, and out of nowhere he gets a spray down through the smoke, gets a kill or 2. He's at the perfect place at the perfect time with a rotation, with a supporting flash to help his teammate to get the kills. It's just like, that thing. He's a crucial player on that lineup, the enabler for everyone else. So they need him to do better, to step up. You could see even on that graphic in the last 3 months it hasn't been great. It's not just this tournament. So it's been
in and out.
It's been understandable in a sense, but now is the time to step up.
We're about to dip out of this segment because it is time for the game. It is indeed going to be Astralis versus GODSENT for Tournament Life, and it's going to be brought to you by Anderson Semler.
Another non-ball fraud.
Well, there we are. We're actually ready. We're good to go with the game. Almost. I think we've got to settle a couple of things, but it's gonna be one hell of a game that's coming up. We're here day 2, obviously. Samler and I've just showed up for work. How are you feeling, Samler?
Indeed. It's terrific, dude. Terrific. Already had some good matches today. I'm glad to see that FaZe went through 2-0 over Virtus.pro. I've been backing FaZe since the start, just expecting them to hit another level when they got into LAN. They did that. They just backed out Virtus.pro, no problem at all. So I'm excited to see that. And obviously now we're going to get into the other side of the spectrum. It's not a winner match. It's a loser match.
Yeah, someone's going to be going home here.
Yeah.
That's so rough. That's so hard to think about.
Oh, and Anders, it's Astralis who are at risk.
They are at risk. I don't know if many people expected it, but I think it's not even just that they're down here. That's one thing, but they just put up no fight in those 2 matches that put them down to play GODSENT. And I don't know what to say. If they're going to be playing the same way in this upcoming game, that's just going to be a nightmare. That just can't be accepted. So yeah, I'm expecting just not even double the performance from Astralis, way more than that. It's going to have to be a whole new team here on day 2.
Yes, it does. They have to just absolutely crush GODSENT. And, well, the odds kind of reflect that as well, that GODSENT are a bit of an underdog here. I mean, you can't sleep on these guys. Brazilian CS, that can really plug into the chaotic element of Counter-Strike where you're just looking for fights and getting in there. And if you're hitting shots, if you're fired up, it's so hard to deal with. But, I mean, you still have the likes of Phelps in here who's on a bit of a redemption arc. All of a sudden, him, Taco, they've got a lot to prove here. Taco, major champion in his own right. And Phelps just looking for redemption to show that he is still a star in the scene. So there's a lot on the line here for GODSENT.
Yes, there is. Well, let's see if we can just get it on the way here. It's going to be GODSENT on the CT side, Astralis on the T side, and this is a best of 3 to decide who is going to be going home and who will get another chance. It's a straight execute into the A-bomb side. They are actually getting... Oh, he catches him! Lucky goes down. Barton with the kill, Lado taking down Dupree, and just like that, it's a 3-on-3. Glaive inside of the bomb site. That smoke, oh, I thought for a minute it fell down, but it actually did land up at the heaven. That's going to make it tricky. Taco's dropped by Magisk, and Glaive, burst fire at close range, trying to get that shot, but not quite connecting. They have to go quick here to try and get the retake. Already tagged Sip with the kill, and that leaves just Dumao on his own. He will drop to Sip as well. A good double for him and a good double for Magisk, and that will be Astralis winning the pistol round at least.
And wiping the sweat off their brow, because that quick flank through, when Lucky goes down, you're just thinking, crap, now we're in a box. We need to get this bomb planted right now and worry about which flank they're going to try and press in on us for. But I like that Astralis, they don't like to play it slow. They set the pace early. They say, right, we're not going to waste any time here. We're going to go for a quick execute out onto A, get the jitters out of the way as well, and just get into this match. And so I like that approach from Astralis. There is a little bit of an element of nerves here involved with Lucky, and we're going to see if he's capable of ironing that out and bringing the level. But, you know, Astralis not wasting any time.
This is the throwback major. He's bought a Mac 7 on Nuke.
Let's go.
Brilliant. I love it.
Specifically in this position. This is the quintessential spot.
It is. Homage to Snacks and maybe to JW as well. Yeah. Good times. Let's see if it's actually going to be any use. Phelps not hitting the shot. Dumao not hitting it either. And you only get so many chances. They're going to be coming for you with the Mac 10s. Taco is going to get a double kill, taking down Dupree and Sip. And that is not bad. There's the Mac 7. Barton able to take down Magisk. It's a 2-on-2, and they have a pretty good shot at doing this right now. Plenty of time for Astralis to look for the kills, but Lucky's already low on health. Good shot from Glaive. That one was needed. And now Galil's been picked up. He's jettisoned the Mac 7, unfortunately. I don't know. It's hard to say. Obviously, Astralis should be favored here. I'm glad they're calling the freeze, because if they rush to get the bomb down, and when that bomb is being planted, it's sort of technically a one-on-one. So don't rush it when you've got 40 seconds. Just wait it out and see. And eventually, obviously, they're going to have to go for it.
That's the thing. Taco, I guess, feel in the moment there. That's where I was wondering, why does he keep peeking? Why does he keep peeking? Because if it's a 2-on-2, like you just pointed out, Anders, as soon as that bomb gets planted, it's a 2-on-1. You have an advantage. And so Taco taking those fights there, I wonder if he was just trying to feel the moment, if he felt like he could hit that headshot. But that has worked a bit against Barton now.
Glaive tries to go for the fight. No, this is a problem. Oh, man, that could have been dangerous. Glaive saving the team. Triple kill for him. Astralis really having to fight for that round, maybe more than could be expected, but it just worked out in their favor. The double kill for Taco with the Deagle made a huge difference.
Expensive round as well there for Astralis, but they'll be fine. They'll be fine. They have this round now to kind of build up on that, because that was a force buy after all for GODSENT. So now GODSENT are going to be on the hard eco. Not even any HEs or anything clever getting thrown in here by GODSENT. They are really just going to try and prioritize the next round, so they can get maximum number of nades in their buy round. So I appreciate this. I really like this from GODSENT. Just going to try and make it as strong as possible the following round, and not really give a chance here for Astralis to break their economy or do anything crazy. Astralis, you know, Magisk is leading the way with the Mac 10.
Yeah, that's the luxury of having it. I mean, it's just, it feels so good because it's so risk-free. Oh, and he checks the corner anyway. Not bad. But even if he goes down to Lado in the follow-up, who cares, really? Probably not going to be a big deal. It's just about finding the information, and that's why he's so mobile. He's everywhere, checking everything all at once. It doesn't really matter. He's going to find an ace in the follow-up round with a Mac 10. That is rare.
All of the Mac 10 kills as well. Dude, that's so much money into the coffers for Magisk. That's
unbelievably
sick.
Rich.
That is sick. Yep. Now he's got good money. He can drop that AWP for Lucky if he wants, or just be able to even, you know, buy multiple rifles in the following one. Oh, they just stacked up for him.
It's like the most luck expended in one. He's like, I'm going to find every single one of them in mini.
That's so good. Yeah, well, but now let's see here. As it is going to be the big buy round coming up. Dumao is going to get that AWP. And what we lose to Astralis players already right out the gate. Saw this happen earlier as well with FaZe. So hopefully this is something that can get ironed out quickly now that the admins know what they're dealing with.
Yeah, presumably, yes.
Hopefully.
Good times.
That really sucks, because obviously Astralis, you want to just kind of keep this momentum going. You just got a big pop-off round from Magisk. A nice clean 3-0 to start off your nuke, and fast rounds as well. So you've set a certain tone, a certain pace, and now that's all just going to kind of bleed away here as GODSENT get time to just sit and breathe, right?
They get to think about this upcoming round a little bit more, and I don't know. So far, this map is not playing out like the two nukes that we saw yesterday, that were both very slow and very sort of walking around. A lot of it was really waiting. Just to see, I mean, down below 40 seconds almost every single round. This is so far a little bit quicker. Wonder if it's going to stay that way or if Astralis will be forced to slow it down themselves. And they were also incredibly CT-sided nukes yesterday that we saw. It's been played so much nuke in the major so far.
Yeah,
it's almost every we'nd it seems.
Well, we've had a lot of Danish teams playing.
Yeah,
Danes love nuke. And it's also just been one of those maps I think that's kind of figured out right now in terms of the meta. People are comfortable on it. They have an idea of what the game plan is. They have an idea of what the meta is on nuke. And so it's let's say it's one of those maps that's less fluky and more planned out.
Yeah,
it's you have less chance of getting blown up on nuke. And to be fair, we thought we saw some teams going to get blown up yesterday, and then all of a sudden they were able to pull off 13-2 comebacks on nuke. So we were taking a stroll down memory lane yesterday, Anders, having some real OG nuke play on the CT side. I feel like most teams feel like they can get away with it on nuke. It's a little bit more measured out.
Yeah, I agree. That should be how it plays, but I don't know. It's the major. Everything is different. That's generally how it plays, right? Everything just feels different.
Oh yeah.
And
you notice now the players, it's a bit more, it's feeling a little bit more like a LAN. They've taken that next step now where they're a bit more, they're in an auditorium, it looks like, where they actually have, they're sitting side by side, they're fist bumping, they've got cameras in their faces. That's the next step up, where it's not just the webcams anymore that you got used to for the past year and a half. Now you actually have the cameraman there with the camera in your face, 10 inches away, right at the end of the round. That's a different feel. And, players like Lucky, that's why we put a lot of emphasis on him. He doesn't necessarily have that experience at all. I mean, anecdote, but he was saying first LAN where he was just like, do I need to bring my PC? Is that what needs to happen here? Like, that's the kind of questions this guy was asking going into the LAN where he's like, what do I need?
No, you don't.
You don't need to bring your PC. PGL have got you covered. And, Astralis, now they're live with the round, and let's see, can they keep this going?
Back into the action. 4th round coming up. And the first real buy round from GODSENT. So let's see what they've got. Dumao has got the AWP. He took a shot there through the squeak door, but didn't really connect with anyone. Meg is playing into the smoke out here and actually trying to play the edge of it. Do you want to go through? It's a risk for sure. Oh, the timing. If he was 1 second earlier, well, he's going to find it anyway against Phelps. And that kind of lurking around the smoke, that is so hard to deal with on the CT side. You almost could have had that one. Actually, he's not that far away from spotting out Taco. Taco, feeling very lonesome for backup in here. Oh, but he handled it so well. What a double kill from Taco. And they're just spending all of their time and attention on it. Dumao comes in for the kill. Taco play this round but they should win this right now. Taco's given it to them.
Yes, he has. I mean, talk about an overperformance from Taco. And to be fair, Taco, he's on that redemption arc. Like I said, going into this match, he's been standing out on an individual level. He's been hitting pretty hard for GODSENT. Granted, they haven't been winning their matches, but he's still out there getting kills. So glad to see that he's still, kind of trying to maintain that level here against Astralis, where he can take a fight straight up with Magisk, and he can win that fight.
And there was no other choice, right? As soon as he sees Magisk coming in from hell like that, he knows I'm trapped. And if I just sit here, they're gonna Molotov me, and it's gonna be all over. So he went for the fight, and he stayed alive even after that, buying time for Dumao to come up with the AWP. It's now all on Dupree here. 20 seconds for a 1 versus 2. He's just gonna have to go for it. There's no point in faking it out too much. Straight for the bomb plant. He does get that done. And now, Lado, don't make too much noise coming up behind. The problem for Dupree is he has no idea exactly where they're going to be coming from, so he has to go and check, playing a little bit outside of it. The bomb is planted for him, so he could pop out of hot like that and just try and do it quickly, setting up a little bit of an angle. That grenade will give up the game, and he's going to get the headshot on Lado. Turns it from a 1-on-3 into a 1-on-1 with that kill. And now just waiting for Dumao on the other side with the AWP. He's tapped the bomb once, but I don't think Dupree is going to be jumping on it. And there's no kill, actually. He's in so much trouble. Dupree, he's going to win that, even find the kill on Dumao at the end. And that will be a massive round for Astralis that they probably should not have been winning.
This is where Dupree, as he hits that shot, he's just like, pros don't fake. He just calls it. It's like he doesn't even flinch. He's close enough to hear the tap from lobby, but he doesn't even check. He just completely calls him out, saying, yeah, you're definitely going to try and draw me out with that first tap. It's really become a thing, and I'm not buying it. So that's the kind of level that we expect to see from dupreeh. Going up against players like the likes that are on GODSENT right now, I mean, players like dupreeh, like Magisk, Xyp9x, and Glaive, they should have no respect for these players. They should have nothing to fear from them. Those are the kinds of rounds we should be seeing from Astralis, where they just dominate.
Without doubt, yeah. I think we saw a little bit out of Glaive yesterday, some cool quad kills from him to try and get something done, but realistically, yeah, you want dupreeh to win.
One, right? Yeah, he was the only one who was kind of fighting. Everybody else was kind of asleep. It felt a little bit weird watching Astralis yesterday.
It really did, right? So 1 versus 3 like this from dupreeh, I mean, that's what you expect at a major out of someone like dupreeh. It's been in many times before, obviously. Won a handful of them nearly. So you want them to be playing at this level. It's good to see that they're able to do it as well. For GODSENT, it's not that great news. That was their first real buy round. They need to find a way to recover it. They've got the max 7 up again. We could all be happy about that. And it's up close and personal. If you turn that corner into the hut, that could be painful. Phelps out here with an MP9. He's so blind and so dead.
That was perfect.
That really was good.
That's one of those feel-good moments for Magisk where it's just, yeah, everything worked out. He eats that flash, saw that coming, and now, well, Phelps is going to have that in the back of his head, knowing in the future that a flash can just nail him there. He'll have to worry about that and take that into account with how he decides to hold Secret in the future.
Ooh, free kill.
That's
P250,
nice.
yeah. I don't know, Magisk didn't even check behind him. It's a good refrag from Glaive, some good fundamentals.
Rosie.
Max 7, there's the play. Is he going to swap it out? He's still holding on to it. Taco with a headshot on dupreeh, and we're into a 2-on-2 again with 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Oh no! They don't need to fight, just wait. They can't plant the bomb anymore. If he'd stayed alive, they would have won the round, I think. That is definitely some inexperience on GODSENT. I am pretty sure that if he doesn't peek the hut there, Astralis, they can't plant out in the open anymore. They have to sort of wrap around, but then the guy on the high ground could just start shooting. That actually probably was a 1 round for GODSENT.
Yep.
And Astralis, that's actually some time mismanagement from their point of view. It should not have been that close. Never mind the 2-on-2, but in terms of time, you want the 30 seconds or something to try and negotiate that a little bit better.
It could be communication. I mean, that's the other thing that we've been trying to keep an eye on here, because obviously LAN, it's a lot is going to be riding on comms, and in these clutch situations, I mean, you need the experience and the know-how for clear communication, getting the points across and knowing exactly what you need to do. That comes down to experience, and well, you know, GODSENT, they've really had a good showing so far, at least, you know, as far as the team is concerned. And, you know, like I said, Taco, Phelps, these guys kind of on that redemption arc, trying to bring these new players up and show what the Brazilian scene is capable of.
I mean, it's the most represented country at the major, isn't it, Brazil? They've got so many Brazilian players here.
Yeah, NA has just become SA, hasn't it?
Yeah, taken over.
You got Liquid and even EG, you know, it's like half of them are European now.
Yeah, that's how it works.
They've even started taking over Liquid. It was fallen.
One day it's going to happen. Nice enough Molotov to rain down on top of the hut. Forces Lado to move off that position. Still no rounds being picked up by GODSENT, although they've been close a couple of times. Astralis have managed to outlive them. Why are they playing so slowly? This 35 seconds, and they're making the run down Secret now. The upside is there are pretty much no nades left on GODSENT, so they can't really do much. Taco burns alive. That is a problem. I'm not even sure how that happens, but somehow it does. Phelps is going to be traded there for dupreeh, but they're going to get the bomb down with 19 seconds. It's a 3-on-4, and again, they don't have any grenades to really retake with, so it's almost at the point where you just call a save right now, and they will.
Yeah. It's such a weird round. Even our observers don't know where to go.
Yeah,
it's like I think the action's gonna be down here, maybe. And well, I mean, there was the lurk from dupreeh. He got traded. He picked up one of those kills on the rotators. But yeah, no, that's like Astralis managed to thread that needle with 30 seconds on the clock. Where at that point you're just not allowed to have any kind of, you can't hit a speed bump. You have to be able to just cruise onto the bomb site without waiting. Otherwise you're not going to have any room to maneuver like we saw in the round previous. So I feel like Astralis are kind of getting away with murder in a couple of these rounds. The round prior to this one and then this one here, where you know they're cutting it pretty close, and if GODSENT are able to put up any kind of fight, they could be ending Astralis, or at least making life really difficult for Astralis.
Without a doubt, there's a world in which they do run into a smoke or a Molotov or even just a player down at the bomb site that they have to stop and fight for a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe that could buy time for one of the ramp players to start. I mean, they threaded the needle so well. They just ran into the B bomb site. There's no one there. You get the defuse down. 6-0 in favor of Astralis. Much more the kind of Astralis that, you know, we're kind of all wanting to see. I don't know about all, but...
Yeah, not all of us, but, you know.
There's something about Astralis at the major, you at least you want them to put up a fight, right? I feel like it would be disappointing if they just got completely knocked out 0-3 without even having, you know, being competitive. That would just feel odd to me at the very least.
Without a doubt. I mean, they are major champs, and to see them get knocked out first round like this would be a disaster, especially because this is going to be, I mean, the playoffs will be played off in front of a Scandinavian audience primarily because it's going down in Stockholm.
True.
So you know there's going to be some Danes there. You know that they're going to be wanting to watch Astralis play on the stage, and if Astralis can't make it, that's going to be rough. Nice defense here from Phelps. Well done on the CT side. 2 kills for him, holding the yard.
Super confident in fighting in that gap, even with the M4. And it's the M4A4, by the way. They have a couple of them actually on that CT side, which is kind of a rarity nowadays. Good kill from Lucky. Haven't seen too much out of him yet at the major, but that was a good read. And again, they're going to make their way down this time. They have about 10 seconds more than last time, and that actually does make a difference, believe it or not. They're going to be checking everywhere. It's a 3-on-4, but they should be able to get the bomb plant down here if they're quick with it. Yeah, that smoke should do it. Now they're starting to get into the ramp a little bit more. Nice shot from Lucky to take down Phelps. AWP probably not needed. He was already low. That nade will really do a lot of damage. Sip with a good flick. Oh, and he's tearing them apart. Barton, the only one left alive. 1 versus 3. And how do you get back into this round? There are so many corners to check in this bomb site. If you have to find Lucky with that AWP, does not have a smoke to block him off either. Almost impossible to get the job done here. Sip is still alive and fighting as well. And he's just hard to hit. He's moving all over the place. And Barton, he's going to go down to Sip. Good triple from him, good double from Lucky, and a 3 versus 4 being won by Astralis.
And Lucky was also coming, like they were going to be done with that kind of playing around. Lucky was rotating over to just double peek with Zip, so he was on borrowed time. It wasn't really going to pan out nicely for him there on that retake attempt. But I mean, sometimes eventually you kind of just have to start making plays. When you're down 0-6 and you have a chance in a 1v2, you got to go for it and just say, okay, maybe I can pull off something crazy here, because it's just starting to slip away from GODSENT now. 7 rounds in a row for Astralis on the T side. So as far as this first half is concerned, they're going to be pretty happy now, no matter what. Any more rounds than this, and it's just gravy. But Anders, we were talking a little bit about this yesterday, where teams can get complacent, where they start to pull ahead, they start to get these leads, and then maybe they start feeling just a little bit too comfortable. They start, you know, cutting some corners here or not feeling as sharp on some of these duels. And we'll see if that's going to happen to Astralis. If they're going to be a team that's going to
if there is a team
fall prey to
that should never happen to.
You think it would be Astralis.
It's got to be, right? You think about who's behind them as well in Sonic, right? I assume that if any kind of mood like that starts to develop on this team, he's going to be so quick to call like a timeout and get everyone to chill out, because he's just not going to accept that kind of a thing. I think that's where the professionalism lies in that sense. This is a good round so far. They check pretty much every corner. They managed to win the fight over at ramp through the smoke, and now it's just Phelps with the MP9. So this is about to be 8-0 in favor of Astralis. This is a ridiculous start. This is their map pick. It's worth pointing out. Phelps actually being forced to reveal himself there by the Molotov, so that's unfortunate. Oh, and he probably could have had that kill. I don't know where the bullets went, but not into Lucky.
The save.
Just strange. 8-0 in their favor. Man, what a start. Even if it's their map pick. GODSENT, they've had a couple of opportunities to win, even some fairly unlikely rounds where they just had a Mag 7 and a Scout and some pistols, but they haven't actually done it. So getting close is not going to cut it.
That's actually a very good point you bring up here. That it's a good reminder. You guys can see at the top of your screen that this is, in fact, Astralis' map pick, and that GODSENT got to determine the last 2 picks. No, they didn't. They got to pick the second map, a different veto system here at the major.
True.
That's right. So Astralis would have gotten the first. Vertigo will come up second for GODSENT, and then Inferno to decide.
If we get there, yeah. It looks at the minute like it's going to have to be GODSENT convincing us on Vertigo that they have something cool to show us there. I know Vertigo is kind of in the map pool now for a bit. I still think of it as a new map, and I think there's lots of tricks and lots of weird things that people just haven't tried yet. So you know, I realize maybe people just think, no, it's kind of old news now. If there's a map that people would have prepared for the major to come up with something wild, it's a really good candidate for that kind of a thing. That, and obviously Ancient as well. But
GODSENT's going to be one of those teams that could use that sort of thing. The element of surprise,
Yeah.
have something special on a map like that, could get them through a few key rounds, and that could completely turn the game on its head and give them a chance at winning here in this best of 3 against Astralis.
Cool little flashbang that actually lands on top of the vents to try and just make it a bit more obscure. It's obviously very audible, but yeah, hard to see. Nice shot from Vegas. Oh, they're in trouble once again, aren't they? Taco, if that would have been an HG instead of a Molotov, he probably would have been dead. Phelps to get a kill though. Sip covering the back line, and he stops the defuse, or stops the bomb plant. He doesn't want to try and follow through. They're going to go up instead. They're just escaping the bomb site because Sip won that fight. What a call from Astralis. GODSENT are now on the wrong side of the map, having to try and get up the vent. That is not an enviable position to be in. Glaive, he's got to be careful. Phelps is right there behind him. He's going to go down though. Good headshot, and this is, I mean, this is a really deadly call from Astralis. Hard to deal with if you're on the GODSENT side. Although Taco with a good kill turns it into a 2-on-2.
He's so low health though, Taco. This is going to be so difficult to make anything happen here, and you already have Dumont changing up the angle as well. And could they very... I mean, yeah, it looks like they're going to be backing off to try and save the guns that they have, because that
they don't have a kit either.
What a snap call from Astralis based off the lurker kill, just finding that and realizing that the A site was open for business and that you had a way off of the B site as well. That is so sick.
It is, and I mean, they make that call while he's planting the bomb, and partly also because he's obviously getting shot at through the smoke, so he wants to get out anyway. But that's, you know, if you had to pull a rotation from B to A on this map, in the middle of a bomb plant is fairly late to make that kind of a call. And I don't know, I mean, GODSENT, there's nothing they could do at that point. They had to try and catch them before they exited the bomb site, basically. What a wild world that we're living in. 9-0 in favor of Astralis.
Why do I feel like that's the beginning of a story here? It's like a J.R. Tolkien novel or something like that that Anders is just about to narrate for us.
Listen, you know what I think, Samuel. I'm just saying. Living in a meme-driven reality in quotation marks.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I know. Meme is a high art form.
Truly. Dupree, he goes down, and that was thanks to Dumont outside. Going to be able to pick up that kill with the AWP. Good job.
That's interesting. Getting that molly down behind the smoke. That's really going to just slow things down here for Astralis. But then at the same time, Astralis, they still have a really good nade count. I'm surprised to see this much focus. What a perfectly placed flash, and I'm pretty sure he got spotted. They know that he's back here, and so wise here of Dumont to back off and change it up. No reason to hang around once you've been figured out.
It's a dangerous position to play in back there. I mean, if instead of doing the flash thing, if they flashed and rushed, he actually cannot get down the ramp in time. They're going to be able to catch him, so a little bit scary to play back there. 4-on-5, this is a brilliant opportunity right now for GODSENT to finally pick up a round here in the first half. And Astralis have decided to go back once again. Congregating in lobby, expecting maybe a move for GODSENT, maybe to overstep their bounds a little bit. They don't really need to. Again, they're in the 4-on-5 here, so they could just relax for a minute. 25 seconds on the clock. Glaive is going to be showing the shot. Oh no, the timing. Phelps has to turn back around. He's going to get shot in the back. This is a disaster. On top of the hot, Glaive is finally going to be going down. Barton, though, he'll fall next. Sip, he can't continue that fight. 10 seconds on the clock. They need to move really quickly right here. Lucky runs onto the bomb site. Megas with the kill. It's a 1 versus 2. And they're going to have enough time for the plant. Lado tries to get in. He's going to get one. Oh, but a headshot for Megas. It's another round for Astralis. They absolutely steal it.
And all of that from a guy turning away at the worst possible time. And there's no way for him to know that Glaive is about to come around that corner. There's no way for him to know that, but he would have had the early warning system. The sun would have shown the shadow coming around the corner before the actual player model, and yet he turns away right as the shadow was about to show. That would have completely changed the round, and instead, we're left with GODSENT getting robbed again.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking.
A split second makes all the difference.
I've got to say, Lucky's starting to show some confidence.
He's hitting some shots.
Yeah, running onto the site, just, you know, that's not necessarily easy to do. And not necessarily his style of warping, at least from what we've seen so far, either. So, good stuff. Magisk at 13-5 right now, and Sip at 11-4. That's one of the duos that you want to really have working here, Dupree being the other one. To tag on to that. So, yeah, good stuff. Magisk going to be found by Phelps. So a little bit of revenge for the previous round. It's going to be now 4-on-5. And again, GODSENT. This is a good position to be in.
And again, Lucky coming up with the goods.
And there is someone there. He's expecting it. Dumao is almost walking into this. Is such a good read, but he's a little bit too trigger happy. That's a shame. He had the right idea.
How does that miss? It looked so dead on.
Just a shoulder apart, isn't it?
The craziest jiggle peaks. Best chance here so far for GODSENT. Now 1v4 situation for dupreeh. Bomb dropped in the open.
There's no way. Absolutely no way that they can give this one up. Don't even think about climbing up the ladder. It's not worth it. 24 seconds. Remember, you have to get the bomb down. You don't have to fight him before he does that. A little bit of a jump down there. 19 seconds still on the clock, and he has to recover. Again, that's why you don't have to fight him. He has to get all the way across the bomb site, pick it up. He goes for the headshot. Oh, last possible bullet. And he takes him down. And remember, Dumao has the AWP. Now, he did already. No, he actually went back for it. This is ridiculous. Now back into a 1 versus 1. He's got up the vent at the very least. Flashes there, and dupreeh misses the headshot. He finally goes down, but from a 4-on-1 into a 1-on-1, he almost robbed them of that round 2. I actually thought that Dumao had already rotated all the way around, that he was going to be able to... The fact that he had to get up out of the vent again is a nightmare.
There's no way for dupreeh to know that either, but that is a winnable situation for dupreeh. If he had any idea that he was coming up vents, that was a dead Dumao right there, but... Man, oh man, talk about getting around by the skin of your teeth. GODSENT, you can't cut it any closer than that, but I love to see this level from dupreeh. Just taking all these fights, no fear whatsoever, dominant. It's exactly what we expect to see from dupreeh as a hard carry for Astralis. 10-1 on the T side.
But really, there's no reason for GODSENT to take most of those fights at the start of the 4 versus. I mean, we have to highlight that as well, because, and that's probably the nerves. It's probably the fact that they've already lost a bunch of clutches and have been down to 2v2s and 2v1s. They sort of feel like it's, you know, the stress is just there. It's showing in their game right now.
That would have been one of the most insane clutches, though, for dupreeh. A career clutch, but it doesn't quite happen.
Yeah, truly. 10-1 though. GODSENT are on the board, and they need to show us a lot more right now. Sometimes, for whatever reason, you just win one round and you can start to roll in a little bit more. So hopefully that's going to happen to GODSENT here, because they need it. Barton almost actually getting the double. That's a pretty good defense. He just needed some more backup there. 2 of them are in mini. Taco's wrapping around. Lucky's holding that with the AW. Oh, no, sorry, with the AK. And he's not going to be able to get that. Taco just a little bit better this time around with the M4. Bomb is planted, and this time it's a fairly quick bomb plant. Good flash through. dupreeh going to be able to save his teammate and spins around. Almost gets it through the smoke. That's actually almost a kill, and he gets a headshot as well. It's another quad kill for dupreeh here, and an absolutely shocking round that you started off fair enough for GODSENT, but once dupreeh got put into play, it was just all over.
Once dupreeh got comfortable on that A site, they should just keep hitting A site over and over again. Astralis, if dupreeh's going to be hitting shots like this and feel that comfortable once he gets out onto the site itself, I mean, glaive, throw yourself in there first again to create room, and then let dupreeh get to work. He's just murking everybody. Look at this, nothing but headshots. So sick. Just clean as could be. 11-1 for Astralis on the T side now. And yeah, once again, we're going to get down that squeak door blown off its hinges. And yeah. glaive leading the way. Exactly what I want to see. glaive, just throw yourself in there first and create room for your teammates.
Phelps coming through with a little bit of action. MP9, that's the only kill they have so far in the round. They just only had pistols in the MP9, so I guess in terms of the output, it was always going to be difficult on this one. 12-1. This is such an outrageous performance from Astralis. You wonder, where was this team yesterday? What's been going on?
Yeah, that's true. Yesterday, I think we were seeing a shadow of Astralis, and here now everything is coming online. I mean, Lucky, he hasn't had many shots, but we only really saw that last round there with the AK. But before that, I mean, he was just consistently hitting shots with that AWP when given the chance, when given the opportunity. So good to see that he's also perhaps getting comfortable here. But I don't, it's like, considering the pedigree of the 4 players around Lucky, there's a lot of attention being given to him. There's a lot of focus on him. But at the same time, I'm saying you've got dupreeh, you've got Magus, you've got glaive and Zip. I mean, it should be good. You know, the pressure shouldn't be that crazy when you've got those guys at your sides. You're working in one of the best systems in Counter-Strike that has won multiple majors. I mean, it's going to be, let's say, one that should be friendly to ease into.
Yeah, you should really have the confidence around. If you know, yeah, they've been through everything that you could possibly go through as the sort of the core four of the team here. So basically, yeah, you should have a lot of confidence in that. It's kind of showing right now. I think he's been having some. He's not got the most kills, Lucky, but some of the kills he's had have actually been really important kills, important openings with the AWP or refrags to get them back into a 4-on-4 from 4-on-5. So I feel like not always just the number that's going to make the difference there. Deep flash to try and set that up, but it doesn't really touch Magisk. And Nade at least going to be doing a bit of damage to Phelps, so he's not happy about that. He'll return some. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're starting to make their way towards the ramp. And Taco, is that a position? Yeah, he's got some backup now. Dumao has shown up as well. He needs to be a little bit further out, Dumao. Otherwise, he's leaving Taco on his own. Oh, no. There's a missed timing opportunity there. If they had both been there, I guarantee you that setup is way, way better. But Dumao was sort of fiddling around with his org, I think, at the moment. And he needed to be there so that Taco wasn't the first point of contact, because that does not work nearly as well. And now, can they wrap around? Yeah, they're just going to be waiting. If they come up heaven as well, yeah, Dupree. This was a smart move, but Dumao's going to be a little bit better this time, and that's important. Barton down below. Really good kill, and a follow-up as well. Glaive on his own, 2 seconds left. It's not going to be the round this time for Astralis, and that is, I think, especially Dumao winning that fight. If he dies, that A-bomb side is wiped out.
Yeah, a little concerning, actually, that Astralis are getting picked apart like that when they actually have the opening on ramp. Wondering what the goal was there, if there were just too many cooks in the kitchen trying to make a play happen instead of just committing.
I mean, I think the read that they had was the right one in terms of they knew that Dumao would have to come back and check eventually. So they're like, we'll get the kill on him and then we can get the A-bomb side. It's just that with the time that was left, there was no plan B. If they don't get the kill on Dumao, it's game over, basically. So kind of an all-in in that sense. Double AWP on the T side in the 15th round. Okay.
Because why not? Although, yeah, don't throw away the rounds, though. I mean, sure, you got all these rounds on the T side. But, again, we've seen some crazy things this major so far. And I'm not willing to count out the crazy comebacks.
No, this is the major. So really anything can happen. It's worth remembering. But Dupree, we got AWP back. So
AWP.
It's got some legacy behind it. I think it's great. He actually is like, I wouldn't ever really, because you've seen the damage that he could do with an AK, I would never want to take that away from it. He is actually pretty good with the AWP, so.
Yeah, that's why I never bought into the whole, you know, oh, Dupree will take over his main op and all that, and it will make it work. And I was like, no. You're going to suck until you actually get somebody, I don't care who it is, just get somebody to take the op so that you can put Dupree back on the rifle. That's where he belongs. That's where he has the impact.
There are just some players that are so good with the rifle. It's trading them out of that position is almost impossible. Glaive has managed to get really deep in here. They've been doing this so much, Astralis. They've got, I mean, Magisk, remember he was lurking around through the smoke out here? The fact that he's this far in is 80% of the round won, probably, by Glaive just moving up here. A little bit of a failed Molotov, but again, no one is spotting for it. They don't even know, and Glaive just raining down havoc from above. It's going to be a big double kill, and now a 2-on-4 as they try and bring their way back into it. At least win a third round here, GODSENT, but it just doesn't seem possible. 10 seconds, and the bomb is going to be planted. I have no idea how Phelps and Taco can actually do this.
Yeah, this is when one is going to be very painful for GODSENT as well, and particularly for Phelps. I mean, he's supposed to be watching yard. He's supposed to be stopping these kinds of flanks from happening. And so his teammates right now are going, well, how did Glaive get all the way up there without anybody spotting him? What happened, guys? And so a little bit of a break in communication. Man advantage still for Astralis. A few seconds left on this bomb, and, well, GODSENT have to go.
Trying to get in through mini both of them, and it's going to be a one-on-one, which Lucky can win with a single headshot. 13-2 in favor of Astralis at the end. That is... It's too much of a good start. Making utterly a comeback from this scoreline is nearly impossible.
Yeah, utterly brutal. And this is what Astralis needed to bring to the table today. They needed to establish dominance, and they needed to get some confidence back, right? They need a win like this on a map that they pick so that, you know, going forward, they can say, right, look, we still got it. This isn't some weird thing where, you know, the team isn't working for whatever reason. We've lost the glue. If they got blown up here in this major, then I'd be really concerned. But if they can get a dominant win here on a map that they pick over GODSENT, that could start the ball rolling here for Astralis, and they can start feeling like they are in this major after all.
Yeah, and you can you're going to sort of try and ride it out and say, well, day one, you know, wasn't our day. It was unfortunate. Something wasn't working. Yeah, it was an off day. Now we're back. That's got to be the story that they're telling themselves here. GODSENT, on the other hand, they're in the same position. Remember, they're also 0-2, obviously, playing to try and keep their major dreams alive. And yeah, now's the time. A lot of talking being done by Taco.
I really wonder. Okay, so now we're going to get that swap over. It's going to be T-side for GODSENT. And I'm kind of hoping that they show the same style as Astralis, where they don't really waste too much time.
The style from Astralis is crazy because there are so many rounds that involve just individual players lurking their way behind the GODSENT setup. That's actually so hard to do.
Sure, but right now I'm like talking about the pistol, where I just kind of hope that they do a quick A hit or something like that. Same thing as Astralis, where they don't let the nerves, they don't get too much time to think about it. They just go and do. Here's a strat. We've run it 1,000 times. Run it, hit it, execute. Let's go. All right. Don't leave any time for the nerves to set in, because if you sit there thinking about the scoreboard, you're doomed. It's the path ahead of you for GODSENT now is so long and hard and difficult. It's going to be very tough for them to get a win here on this first map, if they think about it.
Let's see. A flashbang through the windows. I'm assuming, opening the door, going to try and smoke off Mini, get the jump out. They still have a Molotov and a smoke on Dumao. They're actually inside of the bomb site without fighting anyone, so it's a full-on retake for Astralis. They're just saying, yeah, you can have the bomb site. Wait, they're going down below? Oh, this is so interesting. Taco straight for the bomb plant. This is catching Astralis completely. They're still trying to retake the A bomb site. No, Maze, this is not right at all. Oh, they're going to be so shocked. I've never seen a team get fooled this hard. This is actually, this is so amazing. What a sell from GODSENT. They've taken the A bomb site without firing a shot. They take the B bomb site without firing a shot. And the round is done. Astralis, there's nothing they could do. There's not even any point in going for this. They will never get to the bomb in time. They've got absolutely and utterly bamboozled.
But bamboozled is the perfect word for this. I don't even know why Glaive is hanging around here hoping for a pot shot. Doesn't matter. You can back off and save your Kevlar.
They went to the dealership, Semler, and bought a car, and when they came, they took it home, and then it was like, it's made of cardboard. I don't understand.
How did you get it here to begin with?
I don't get it.
Well then, that is about as good as it gets for GODSENT. And I think Astralis were kind of thinking the same thing that I was thinking, where it's just like they're going to hit A quick and just try and get going in. And GODSENT just completely bamboozled it, to steal your word.
I have absolutely no idea what just happened in this round. Oh, man.
That is so sick. And, well, lucky he gets the spot. And that's all he gets. Okay, so Astralis, they will actually have quite a bit of firepower here. A couple of scouts, MP9. Because they saved so much Kevlar from the last round that they decide, okay, we'll actually just go for this buy round here and see what we can do. Is there going to be any way to take advantage of this aggressive push from Dupree? It feels like GODSENT have an idea of what's going on here. And yeah, we should get a smoke. Yep, and now they know. They definitely know.
Oh, okay. Trying to go for the flick. That would have been a crazy shot. They're still actually taking some damage out here. Lucky's finally gone down, but Dupree, he's going to find one as well. It does turn it into a 3-on-3. And both Barton and Lado are very low on health. They've already been tagged by the scout. Makes it uncomfortable. Magisk, he's going to find that scout. If he would have hit that shot, it would have been 3 people very low. They have 50 seconds. That's kind of the upside right now for GODSENT, is that they're down below. They could probably find a maybe.
Now you got the Deagle downstairs.
Yeah, that's a
2
problem.
body shots and that's it. 2 kills.
Oh, he saw the door opening. He knows the smoke is there. Glaive just relocating. He's got a teammate on the other side. Going to be a nade to blow up Barton, and yeah, he can get into the smoke with the bomb, but does that really help? The bomb's actually not even there. They have to go and find and pick it up. There's the body shot you were talking about, and that leaves Dumao 1 versus 3. Oh, Astralis, they're heartless right now.
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh, no. Even the door and the smoke and the chaos, and Dumao is dead. It's a headshot from Sip. 14-3. They're robbing them.
Even the doors are conspiring against them.
I know.
The unforced errors in the end where you start just, fat fingering the keys and it doesn't work for you. Double hit it, and now 14-3. Astralis, the force buy works wonderfully. They whittle GODSENT down, and I like to see Dupree
So they pre-fire it. As soon as they hear that, even the pop of the flash on the ground, they're like, yeah, we're ready for it. Sip being forced back. Don't know if Scout is the most optimal weapon, but I guess, wait, that wasn't even a no-scope. He just actually quickly got the scope back again. Crazy. Maybe it could be one here. 2-on-3. Tech9 and Scout. They just need to get off the bomb site so they're not just sitting out in the open like this. That's the problem. Barton actually with the right idea. I think that's a cool move. That could have worked out. Oh, what a headshot from Lado. Can we have another one, please? He's got the reload in time, and yep, he's thinking better of it. Lucky's down there with a kit, so he can't just... He has to play it a little bit conservatively, too. Lado repositioning and ducking out of the way. The nade will almost blow him up. The smoke is up, though. Lado, he's guessing, but he's guessing wrong, and that defuse is going to be coming through. Oh, what a devastating loss. Everything about this is so painful for GODSENT. For GODSENT. Just nothing can work. He played that brilliantly. And just he can't get the right shot for the smoke.
That second shot with the D was just filthy. But yeah, it's just going to be so hard pressed to do anything after that, Anders. And you got to give it to it. You know, the thing is, once you see that Lucky has a full set of nades going into that retake, I'm like, it's done. He's got so much utility to use at that point. The smoke for the defuse, the HE to keep him back. I mean, it's going to be so hard to win that for GODSENT. But
oh man, I feel sometimes you do just get beat up badly. You know, Astralis know this really well from yesterday.
Oh yeah.
But it seems like every single situation almost has worked out to conspire against them. It's actually wild to witness. I feel like that's heartbreaking for GODSENT, because some of these rounds, even if they maybe ultimately still would have ended up losing, let's say 16-8 or something, it still just is, it's unreasonable that they're losing all of the important 1v1s or 1v2s.
It's tragic. And yeah, this is... Bomb gets dropped on ramp now. Zipnix has gotten that donated. As Vegas is going hard on the flank there. But he's still got 3 teammates alive who are fully geared up and equipped. Taco and Dumao have been brutalized.
Yeah, Mac 10 winning that fight against the EM for A1 is actually kind of impressive. But yeah, they are low on health. They're in trouble, and GODSENT will just have to write off this map and just kind of forget about it. There's no other way around it. 2 versus 3 now. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're starting to make their way to where the bomb is, but there's a bit of a crossfire. They saw that coming, though, but the spray down is there. It's Sip with a double kill, and it is a victory on Nuke for Astralis in a big way.
Yeah, in a big way. Dominant fashion. This is exactly what we were expecting to see from Astralis yesterday, to be fair, but glad to see that they got it together in the end, and they actually managed to have a strong start to their second day here. Elimination match as well. Playing for their tournament life right now, both of these teams. And so Astralis, they needed to show us what they're capable of, and they've gotten off to a strong start in this best-of-3 series on their map pick.
Yeah, playing like it matters, you can tell. They have their backs to the wall, and they come out swinging against the Brazilians. It's kind of impressive.
Yeah, that's well, it's expected, right?
Yeah.
It's like, this is what we need to see from the defending champs. This is what we need to see from Astralis. They need to just destroy GODSENT, because going forward, they need to set the tone for the rest of this group stage. It's all about survival now. Their back is to the wall, Anders. They cannot afford to lose anymore. So they have to go forward from here, and they have to establish dominance.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly did that, didn't they? Just an absolutely outrageous performance. Rarely seen anything quite like it. The sort of the 1 versus 3s that were won. I mean, Dupree had one of them, almost a 1-on-4 as well, that he ended up picking up. It was really close. Just, I've never seen anything like it, really. And then, for whatever reason, that the round that really cracked me up was the pistol round from GODSENT, though, finding 2 empty bomb sites and just cheating Astralis out of
and Astralis using all of their utility on the A site with nobody there. I mean, it's rare to see that. It's so rare. But Nuke is one of those bombs. It just happens on this map sometimes where they think it's one bomb site when in fact it's the other, and you can just completely avoid whole stacks of players. Just walk onto a bomb site for free.
Yeah.
And, well, GODSENT, you know, this is going to be the thing, is what they need to be doing now is focusing on this next map, because this was Astralis' map pick. Nuke was where Astralis were wanting to get the job done. Now GODSENT are going to go on to Vertigo. That's their map pick. It's a strong map that they managed to get through. And so they need to just completely delete this map from their memory and focus on the upcoming map.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe the only positive takeaway here is when you lose this badly, at least it's quick. You're not lingering in it for a long time.
Right.
Like, all right, we got blown up. Let's move on.
Or you didn't have some crazy comeback where you get up to like 13 or 14 rounds and you're just thinking, oh my god, is this actually happening? And then, you know, Astralis win in the end and just completely deflate you, bring you back down to reality. Here, at least, it was swift. Yeah.
Yeah, truly. What a
what a crazy match this was. And Vertigo is going to be coming up next, of course, so don't go anywhere. We'll stick around for that. It's coming up after the break.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
We're here back for the PGL Major Stockholm, and I've got Astralis' legendary in-game leader, Glaive. First of all, it's 2 years since we've had a major. Does it feel any different this time around?
Of course it feels special. We haven't had a major for such a long time, and I'm just looking so much forward to it. We have a higher prize pool as well.
Yes.
So it's probably one of the biggest tournaments we have been having in CSGO, and you can really feel that the CSGO community and the professional teams just needs a big tournament like this to keep things rolling and to get over with all this COVID vibes we have been going on with for the last 2 years. So I'm looking really much forward to it.
And you're also joined the esports dad club. You're finally a father as well. How has it been in terms of just dealing with obviously becoming a father, now jumping back in and preparing? Because I know what it's like for a father. It's not so easy.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, maybe I thought it would be a bit easier than it actually is, because when you get a kid, there's so much things that you have to actually think about. And of course I have my work, and I'm prioritizing that a lot. And my girlfriend knew that before, and she's really doing a really great job with it. So that makes my job a lot easier, I must say. But the thing is that when you have a kid, everything that you're used to doing, you have to push that away and then do the kids thing first, and then you can do your own thing afterwards. So you have to do some kind of decision with that. So, but so far now he's just over 2 weeks, and it has been going really great.
The emotions now are positive. We've got you back. We've got Astralis ready to rock. But how ready do you guys feel as a team ahead of this one?
I actually feel like we're pretty good. Like when we are playing our practice. Of course, we have some bad practice games here and there. We don't win everything that we're playing. We've only been practicing with me in this lineup for like 2 weeks at most, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So not too much, but I still think that we're doing really good, and I really feel like that if we come far and we beat the first obstacles that would be at this event, like getting through to the next stage and stuff, then we can actually go a lot further in the tournament.
And in terms of your individual level, do you feel like you're up to like good performance, peak performance? How would you rate it on a scale right now?
Yeah, I would say I feel like I'm I mean, I don't want to jinx it too much because I feel like in practice I'm doing really well.
Yeah.
But sometimes practice and official games is two different things, because in practice games, when you start to lose some rounds, you don't have to think too much about it. You can just start to practice some of the other stuff. But when in official games, your brain is just overloading and you need to come up with solutions all the time. So hopefully we have a good start, and then I can bring my A game. I don't have to think too much. I can just focus on my own game. That would be nice. But I actually feel like I'm doing pretty good myself individually, and I'm looking forward to show.
Great. And obviously with the format changing in style, you guys would normally be in the legend spot, considering you won the last one, but you're further down. But do you see this as more of a benefit to you guys, considering it's give you some extra games with this lineup?
I mean, of course I want to be in the legend stage, because then we will come the furthest at the major, or be safe in some kind of way. But if I want to see us win the whole thing, the whole major, I think it's good for us that we start down here, because we need to climb our way up. This is going to be a process for us. We need to be better every game that we're playing. We need to learn something from every game, both if we're winning, also if we're losing. And if we can do that, I don't think there's any limits for us.
And first game, you're going up against Copenhagen Flames. I just want to see what you think about this team, and were you surprised they even made it here?
Yeah, I'm happy that we're going to meet them, because it's a great matchup, and we are going to play in a studio setup, and I'm looking very much forward to it. I hope they get a bit more nervous than us, and we can rely a bit more of the experience, and maybe get a few rounds on that. But overall, I think it's a pretty good matchup for both. I think they are happy with it, but we're also happy with it.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Glaive, thank you very much for your time, man. It's great to do this in person again as well. We'll keep on rocking forward.
Thank you.
here we go. Second map's going to be coming up. It's Astralis and GODSENT. And GODSENT got banged out on Nuke. There's no other way to put it.
Don't waste any time, Anders.
Yeah. So now we're on to Vertigo.
We are. We're moving on to Vertigo, and we're going to see if they can redeem themselves, if that arc plays out for GODSENT, or if they get cast down into the fiery flames of eternal hell. Because it is going to be that guy on your screen right now, Glaive, and the rest of his team looking to put them there.
That is in fact their intention. Yeah, they're not messing around. They're not keeping that part hidden. Sonic looking fierce in the middle of them.
Yeah.
But
so much speculation around this roster as well. You know, there's so much riding on this major for them.
There is a lot, yeah, without a doubt, and especially given how day one was.
Yeah, and you know, Glaive, multi-year deal signed now, 3 years. Zipnik's multi-year, like one of the longest contracts actually ever. I mean, almost 4 years or something. He's good until 2025. So I mean, you know, those guys are in now. The thing is, you know, what about Magus? What about Dupree? What about Zonic? We don't know yet for those guys.
True.
Their contracts are running out at the end of the year, and there's a lot of speculation as to what's happening with this roster. Is it going to break up, or are they going to keep going?
Forgot about Bubsky.
What about Bubsky? Who?
Why?
No,
so cool.
I know, and it sucks, and I'm sorry, Bubs, if you're listening to this, but I mean, like, holy smokes, right? Because top performer for them in IEM Fall, but that's the thing. If Glaive's coming back, you're going to have to sit. Somebody has to sit, and you're not going to sit lucky because you need that AWP.
Well, listen, the way that they played right here in this first map, that's more that whether it's with or without Bubsky, that's what we need.
Yeah.
It was looking crisp. It was looking really cool.
Right, because doesn't that work, right? Isn't that how that works? You're still considered a champ even if you were on the bench.
Of course.
Your team wins. I mean, you're on the team. So
No
you're
doubt.
still considered a champ. Maybe you didn't play, but, you know, you were there
agree.
ready to sub. And, again, guys, with these the substitutes, they can switch. If something goes wrong, they can still bring Bubsky in here. Of course, that would be the only roster change they're allowed to make. They wouldn't be able to make any more roster changes after that. So it's not like they can switch Bubsky in and then bring Glaive back or whatever. It'd be permanent, but that's still an option.
Well, future is not written yet, so I guess we'll have to find out how that goes. I'm excited to see how Vertigo is going to be playing. I don't think even in my most optimistic mood, I could try and sell you the idea that GODSENT could have won Nuke. But I think GODSENT could have got to like 8 or 9 or 10 rounds if they'd won some of those close 2v2s or the 1 versus 3s. I think there's a world in which they kind of they can manage that, right? So it could have looked a bit better. It could have been less one-sided. That's the best I can give you.
It's right out the gates already. There were a couple of really close rounds, clutch situations. You had Dupree's 1v4, but you also had a really, you know, in the first 5 rounds, I think we had 2 rounds that went down to like 1v1s, which is just ridiculous. And so it could have broken either way. That's just one of those. You saw what's like the worst case scenario now for some teams where it's just like nothing goes your way.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for you, you're going up against Astralis, who are a team that shouldn't give you any way back into a map once they're in the lead that way. Should be done.
Yeah.
Well, they got those rounds. It wasn't on the CT side that they got those rounds, right? They got those rounds on the T side.
They did. And, you know, just something, they were playing quicker Astralis than the 2 nukes that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
But they still ended up multiple times below even 10 seconds on the clock when the bomb was going down. I don't know if this is true across all of the games. Sure, we get multiple streams, so, you know, it's hard to keep up with everything all at once here. But I would say it's interesting that many of the teams seem to be playing these rounds way deeper into the round timer. Whereas before the major, I feel like I saw less of that. Some teams, we all know who they are, like maybe actually Navi less so now, but Virtus Pro is one of those teams, for instance, who notoriously do that. And you kind of expect that, but they're worth talking about because they're like an outsider team for that reason. I'm seeing more and more teams that are actually leaning towards that. And I'm kind of, that's kind of a little bit interesting to think about.
It's just that like Navi were the progenitor of that whole line of style where, I mean, that was the meme, you know, he just ran, it wasn't the opponents that beat Navi, it was the clock. They just lost to the clock 5 rounds and a half, and you're just like, guys, what are you doing? Please just plant the bomb and go from there. Stop waiting until there's 10 seconds left in the round to execute.
That is funny. We're probably going to have one of those rounds at least still from Navi. I'm calling it right now. The game is going to be ready. Let's get into it. We're on Vertigo here, map number 2 between Astralis and GODSENT. And this is a loser's match, so whoever will, elimination match, I guess. Whoever is going to be losing this one will be out of the major. And that's going to be a bit of a rough time. Astralis, they're on the CT side. GODSENT are on the T side. So let's just get the show on the road. This map is, again, I think one of the candidates. If I had to pick a map where there's going to be, I actually think more so than Ancient. Because I actually think inventing stuff on Ancient is going to be very tricky. It's like it's a lot more of a flat map. It's more sort of straightforward. That could be fine. Not criticizing it for that at all. But it is a little bit more straightforward. I think Vertigo is one of those maps where if you have some trick that you discovered 3 or 6 months ago, if you're going to be saving it, then you'd save it for this.
True. You can still pull that. There's still so many options. The map is still so big. Still looking at teams when they want to hit mid and not. You still have to keep a player behind to watch mid on the T side because pushes can happen. Although you can go an entire half and not see a CT touch mid, put a toe into mid. So it's very weird how the map still gets played out, and a lot of it comes down to style. And so, as far as GODSENT are concerned now, this is their map pick. They're going to be the ones deciding how this is going to go, and they're also the ones who get to set the pace. They start on T side, which is fantastic for them, I think, because it's not them waiting for the beating to continue from Astralis. They're the ones who can take the fight to Astralis now and just start smashing them.
That is actually a good point. Yeah, when you're on the T side, you feel like you're in control. You have the initiative to actually do something instead of just waiting around. So, yeah, I'll take that as a good sign for GODSENT. Glaive trying to play the ramp. I actually like that play, but he got hard called by Phelps, saying, I don't believe you have those cards on your hand at all. I'm going to check and make sure. Dupree is sneaking all the way down deep. Lucky is going to get a kill there. Headshot on Phelps, but they're going to be able to hunt him down before he can get back around. So it's still a 4-on-3. Dupree and Sip, both of them actually trying to go aggressive. And I don't really mind this. It's a pistol round. If you don't know what's happening on this ramp, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. So they're going to go look for the kills. Barton is on the other side. They actually almost stack up for it. Got to be careful here. There's 2 players on the other side, and the mild bomb has been committed as well. 2-on-2. Long-range fight for the USP here. Dupree's on the other. Crossfire Magus with a kill on Dumao. It's looking so good for GODSENT, but now, not so much. Taco on his own. 48 seconds in a 1 versus 2. He knows where they both are, but they're going to be walking in behind him. Magus with the kill. That is... It's another stolen round, I feel like, from Astralis.
Yeah, they're hitting their shots, Anders. This is the issue, is that if you're running in on GODSENT's side, yes, you actually get to execute most of your round. Look, they're able to move on through the smoke. They start off with the kill, but then the fight comes from Astralis as well. Look, Astralis were the ones challenging on ramp and looking for that brawl. And when they're already fired up after their win on Nuke.
You know, in a normal kind of game, I would say, or in a more traditional game on Vertigo, if you lose both Glaive and Lucky in the A ramp, you just fall back, all the way back onto the A side. You almost played like a retake. You're just hoping to get some USP shots. I love the fact that Astralis wanted to go aggressive and wanted to stop GODSENT from, let's say, falling back to B or anything. They really wanted to be sure. Nice shot from Barton to take down Dupree. And well, actually, Magus doesn't have any head armor either here. So that the Mac 10s that are coming through here could be mega dangerous. There's a headshot. It doesn't matter if he has head armor or not. He's going to be gone.
That was sick, and that's the M4A1 down now as well, and that's the round almost already over. Yeah, no, Astralis, that is it. GODSENT winning every duel, every duel.
Oh, man, that's where you wish if you were Glaive you had slightly more sensitivity. You could see him kind of tracking behind.
Can't keep up.
Great round out of GODSENT. That's what they needed. High fives all around. That is the round that they needed right off the bat here. Yep. I mean, winning the pistol maybe would have been fun as well, but actually sometimes winning the second round here could just, put you into a really great position, right? They're going to be able to save all of the guns, the M4 that was dropped here.
What a shot.
Yeah, this is so good.
But that's the beauty of that kind of play, is that you run up as a group. There's too many targets for Magus to just focus on, and you need to really just put bodies on the screen in front of them. You can't let them have those duels where they have the superior firepower. So a 1v1 is always going to favor Astralis in that situation. Whereas if you have 2 or 3 guys of GODSENT just running up at once, sure, he's got an M4A1, but he's not going to kill all of you. So nicely done there by GODSENT. This is a 4-spy round coming in here from Astralis. Well, it's kind of like a weird half-buy HE gimmick round. I don't know. Yeah. They haven't bought Kevlar.
Yeah, they just have 3 of them, so it's a nice idea. I kind of like it. Smoke on Glaive as well. That did nothing at all. Did not actually connect.
I was kind of hoping that they would just hold on to the HEs for when the execute comes in.
That's what I thought as well, that they were just going to sort of play around with the deagles up here, and then if they take the bomb site, you try and slow them down. You make it so that there's not that much time on the clock, and then you try and blow them up.
Yeah. Every time I see this kind of spray battle, I'm always just internally thinking, yeah, Glaive, you show that smoke who's boss. Because I mean, that every single time, this is all Vertigo. All they're doing is just going to spray into this smoke.
Exactly. Yeah, you just have to feel it. It's a sort of a Jedi game. Close your eyes, in fact. Just don't even think about it.
There's just layers on layers. Oh, there we go. That was a meaty one.
Still one on Magus. Glaive going to be forced out, but can they catch him? A little bit awkward here. He's just standing out in the open. Still a nade left, 25 seconds. I'm getting nervous right now for GODSENT. Phelps gets destroyed by that nade, and now 20 seconds. They're getting closer, but again, they don't want to be too stressed. There's the kill on Taco. He had the bomb in hand. Now it's back into a 3-on-3. They're finally going to get a chance to get that bomb down, and that'll at least buy them some time. Now the pressure is on Astralis to try and go for the retake here. dupreeh, he gets found on the lurk, and I think that kill actually might be the pivotal kill here for GODSENT.
Indeed, indeed. I think that locks it down. Now they get the Triangle of Doom set up here on GODSENT. It's going to be so difficult for Astralis to make their way onto this bomb site, and very nicely done. Letro's just taking that fight. He's got the health. He can afford to take a couple of bullets, and keep in mind, the Deagle's been nerfed now. Does just slightly less damage to the body, and so you could see he had just a few points of health left. Pre-nerf, probably dies there, but he still had his teammate there to back him up. So works out for GODSENT, and they get that second round on the board. So still, that was a spicy round for Astralis. They didn't invest so much into the round, and yet they were able to turn that into a fairly decent one. Doing some damage, getting a couple of kills.
You almost wonder a little bit if that first nade hadn't been a dud.
Yeah.
That could have been really something.
Totally different situation, you're right.
All stacked up at the A ramp or the A bomb site, which is fine, whatever. In these kind of rounds, it's just all a guessing game. They do have another HE on Megas. Whatever, it should not make any difference, really.
It's a bit of a, I mean, in a hard eco, it's a bit of a greedy nade, but okay.
I mean, I would trade that 100% of the time for a flashbang.
Well, for a flashbang, or I would just trade it for an HE in the next round.
Yeah.
And that's still $300 that you're investing in this round, so if you don't have the money to full buy next round, then you may be regretting. But, you know, we'll see if he gets anything out of it. Astralis currently doing the best they can to try and just bait GODSENT into this push.
There's the shooting for the smoke. And Magus, he already threw the grenade a while ago and he just didn't hit anyone with it. But the USP will do the job. Taco, smartly though, checking out the bomb site here. And again, why run into the stack if you can just kind of find it? Magus and Glaive will both go down, and Taco's cleared the bomb site pretty much on his own here. And he should be able to win the fight against at least the one USP. More are coming. And Lucky will be the last to go down. So just fine, no problem here. They lose Phelps. It's not a big deal. GODSENT up to a 3-1 start. I like what I'm seeing here out of them. I think this is must be a refreshing turn of pace for them.
Indeed. It's just the way that things work out, Anders, where as soon as I see a player's crosshair just land perfectly on somebody like that, I'm always just like, crisp, clean lock. Game is up, Taco. You've been doing a lot of hard carrying these days, but now we know. Now we know.
Yeah, if you...
Not really, guys.
If you believed in you know, telepathy or something, you could communicate with like, shoot the gun.
Yeah, exactly. Just imagine if you had that kind of power. But
have to use it responsibly for sure.
To make oodles of cash.
Oh. 5th round is on its way.
Magus hasn't held that position yet. I was about to say, Magus hasn't held that spot yet, and it works. Gets the headshot on Taco as well.
I think it says something as a very, very good return from Taco there. But I think it says something about the M4A1 that he's willing to take that fight. So full-on spray battle. All he could see is the head, but it is just so accurate. It's a little laser, isn't it?
Yep.
So he felt that was coming. Still, it is a 4-on-4, even though Phelps and Taco are a little bit low on health here. They're locating outside of the B bomb site, which is pretty well occupied at the moment, actually. In spite of them getting a kill, that's probably what they're thinking. Normally, there could be even just be one person on B. They already take one down. Why would there be two now? But there is, in fact. So this is Astralis reading this defense, or reading the offense, I guess, really well. Pretty quickly, but they're not ready for dupreeh. Even though he got the kill, they just weren't aware of it. Great defense put up from dupreeh in this round. That's what they needed. 3 kills out of him. Now it's a 1 versus 2 here for Dumao.
Oh, yeah. The flank. Impeccable stuff from Glaive. Hits that timing wonderfully. Well, they don't even swap for AKs. They don't even swap for AKs. They hold on to their A1s.
It's just too good.
It's too good. I mean, imagine with all the smokes around here, all the weird little angles that you can be taking shots with. I mean, having the silencer, that may be just enough for them to think it's worthwhile. But, I mean, dupreeh just made short work of him here. Was that just comms? I suppose Phelps wasn't aware that dupreeh was at his back. Nobody was telling him. They weren't aware of where dupreeh was playing from. That's
that Phelps' role in that play is to hug that right-hand side and just move up. So he's like, that's what I'm doing. You guys will have to do the rest. And maybe that would have been possible, but there was a flashbang against the first guy that dupreeh was fighting. So, yeah, something definitely got a little bit messed up in that moment. Now, if you're on the GODSENT side, though, you're just telling yourself, that's okay, we lost that round, but they only had 2 people left alive. If we come back and win this next one, they're going to be back to pistols again, and we can just keep winning. So I don't think they're that worried about it. Glaive going to be moving out behind the flashbang. That's such a setup. And he gets a double kill behind it. Lucky on the assist, and he's going to get a kill of his own. That is just a really good way to win a round.
That is a bold duel by Lucky, and D-Man, no, does not find the shot either. So, okay then, but Lucky, that was such a man fight that he just took there. He had to win that duel, and he did it. If he loses that one, it's a very awkward spot, I think, for Astralis on that bomb site. It opens an avenue onto the bomb site for GODSENT to take advantage of, and instead now it's Taco alone in a 1v4, just kind of hoping that somebody's in mid, hoping that he's going to find somebody here to take a duel with him. 38 seconds left.
It's so unlikely that you can win a round like this if you're Taco. You just have to. I mean, the bomb is actually so far away that he definitely can't. Yeah. But yeah, a kill or 2 here would definitely make it a different round. Once again, don't want to let them get away with 4 rifles. He's walking up. He's just not finding the luck. They're right around him, and he has no idea. Trying to be real silent, getting down. He's going to find at least 1 there. Knife is almost out. He's going to go down to Magus. I think Astralis are just fine with this particular round. They only lose 2 players. That's enough to build the economy, and we're back into a 3-on-3 scoreline, a 3-3 scoreline here.
Yeah, and Astralis also looking like they're starting to hit their stride here. But this is the difference as well when you actually have the nades and the rifles to work with. As we'll see, yep, Lucky taking that fight straight up and winning it. That was sick. But this is the difference now that you actually have the grenades on Astralis on the CT side, so you can play with your setups. Although, as I say that, Glaive and dupreeh, did they drop? They might have dropped nades for the rotations.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's what's going on here.
Very well could have been.
Yeah,
MP9 as well on dupreeh, kind of showing that they have a read of the economy. Taco has picked up an AK, so he could still be dangerous. This could be kind of an interesting round. They have smokes and a Molotov. If they put up the wall of smokes and Molotov out that position that Magus is in, they can actually do a lot of damage here. Wow, just straight up. Forget about the nades, just winning the fight. That is so well done.
And it's definitely... I mean, that's Taco opening up the B bomb site completely for business, but this is, again, why you set those nades down in CT spawn. It's one of those maps where you can rotate through, and if you were to drop grenades, your rotators from A to B or B to A can actually pick up some extra utility to work with going into the retake if necessary. But now, I mean, it's a 4-on-4. They have to know that this is a niko, though, still.
Yeah, I think they do. But does it actually help them?
Double
that is
molly,
one
so
hell of a
much
Molotov.
damage.
Oh my god, they actually just burned them out. Taco going to be going down, and it looks so easy on the retake. Dumao, he's miles away. He can never get anywhere to help out. That is so ridiculous. That is just a beautiful Molotov to burn them out. Not if you're on the GODSENT side, but man.
Not exactly. Not if you're that's a nightmarish Molotov if you're on GODSENT. But for Astralis, they were both hiding in the same spot, and a perfect molly. That just could not have gone better for the retake. Astralis again with a little bit of a fortunate break going their way. And now, I mean, 4-3, they've taken the lead on the CT side, and GODSENT, well, keep in mind, round of eco for GODSENT last time, so now they actually have the AKs, they have the nades. And let's see, do we get a change of pace out of GODSENT? I do kind of wish that we would see something perhaps a little bit more aggressive, something quick and clever towards that B bomb site, for example, just putting the pressure on. We're back over here towards A, showing some presence.
Yeah, Glaive pushed down. This is a play that we see fairly often. It could be very hard to check if you're coming in from the T side. You normally don't die to that position because you're surprised by it, or you've never seen it before. It's just, it can be really tricky to check that deep. I like this play, but Magus this time a little bit more ready, way more ready. He hits the dink on ladder as well. That's nearly a triple. We'll count it almost as that. And, I mean, last time, and I can understand why they're thinking, you know what, we beat him last time at 1 AK. Let's just try and actually rush him down. And he just took them all with him.
Just blow it up. Just blow it up. Quick change of pace onto the B side is what I really wanted to see. And GODSENT, they almost do it. Apart from, I mean, Magus just, it really is sick to see when they've decided that A1 is the rifle of choice. The pros have such sick aim. Oh, nice done, nice done. I mean, a couple of kills there. That's well done.
But also, I mean, dupreeh actually won that. He was running and gunning with the MP9. He made that look so easy. It's another round for Astralis, but this time more expensive. And again, all those things actually matter at the end of it, right? Does make a difference. 5-3. Bomb plant as well on top. GODSENT with a round loss bonus. They could probably buy here. They could probably keep the pressure on to Astralis.
Sure. But again, we'll get to see Magisk again. And I mean, just the aim with that A1S is so satisfying to see. If you have a player who keeps his cool in those situations and isn't just spraying and praying, but actually controlling it, you can be so effective. So really cool to see there from Magisk. What a hold from him. Star level stuff. And now 5-3 in the lead, Astralis. And GODSENT. They were thinking about it. They were thinking about the change-up. Straight on to B, no time wasted. I like this. This could be really effective.
Yeah, good setup so far. Molotov out. That Molotov also kind of gives the game away a little bit. I'm surprised that no one is at least rotating to middle for Astralis right now. They have one player there. Magisk with the setup. He's going to spray down Lado. A little bit of a nade out. If he peeks to his right, they're just so ready for it. Oh, but he was ready too. He had seen that before, and Taco was nearly dead behind it, so a little bit scary. Phelps has been left behind, but they're running, and that's something you can't really do on this map.
Yep.
If you run to rotate to the A-bomb site, they're going to hear 100% of the time.
Do you think it's the double pump? Because that is what you could do here. You could go for that fake where you act like you're running off towards A, and instead you rotate back over towards B. Oh, Taco can't catch a break.
That grenade followed him into the corner.
He saw him looking at it, too, just like, well, this is my life.
He's so dead. Yeah, but I mean, at that point, just toss yourself onto it. Try and see if you can cover the nade so that your teammates stay alive at least.
Brutal.
Dumao is going to be going down in the middle, and Phelps and Bart in the left. 2 versus 4. Still about 30 seconds on the clock, and dupreeh's pushed up to a really awkward off angle again. There's a huge angle that you have to cover when you make the swing from where Phelps is going forward, and they could be at any point during that. They could be under the stairs. There's so much to look for. Phelps being found by Glaive here. This, unlike the other rounds, is a huge change of pace. There is no bomb plant. There's 4 people surviving for Astralis. It means you could look at the cash. They have so much to work with right now. And GODSENT, they just have the round loss bonus.
Yeah, it was a change of pace in the sense that, yes, they tried to get some early pressure on B this time, GODSENT, which was really cool to see. Unfortunately for them, Magisk is just too hot to handle right now. They can't really keep up with him. He's always getting that 1 kill at least, and that's throwing GODSENT for a loop. They don't quite know how to handle it. And it's going to be tough to handle it if you don't have your heavy hitters carrying a bit of the load right now. And I mean, I am calling Phelps right now, just saying Phelps needs to be stepping up. He's only got 2 kills right now going into the 10th round of this first half. And for one of your star level players, you need more. You really do need him to be doing a bit more here for the team. So, GODSENT having a little bit of a chat.
Now's the time for it, right? It started off pretty well. They converted that round after losing their pistol. They got right back in the mix. But now Astralis are they're clawing their way back and way too quickly, right? And again, as long as the economy was low on the CT side, you could kind of weave a little bit of a story for GODSENT around cracking the economy 1 round to get back into it all that. That's not true anymore. And that becomes a big problem. 6-3 right now in favor of Astralis. Remember, they won the first map, so if this keeps up, it's gonna be just more and more tricky. MP7 picked up on Lado. Bit of a rare sighting these days.
That's not something we see too much. Is it MBK? Channeling his inner MBK? What's going on here? Technical timeout getting called here, I'm assuming, because the clock has not resumed. Nope, there it is. So maybe a little hiccup, a little sound issue, whatever. Got that squared away nice and quick, and we're going to get live in about 10 seconds' time. And it is looking like we will get a weird kind of buy coming in here from GODSENT rifle MP7. That's not something we see very often, yeah.
Just a little bit rare. Just a little bit.
What are you going to do with that MP7? Is that a misbuy? I mean, did he fat finger that and was hoping for a Mac 10?
I'm sure he wanted it. They bought a Mac 7 as well on, remember, on New.
True.
I'm sure they just have different preferences.
One of these eccentric players, right?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great.
All right.
All right. Well, to make this round work, though, for GODSENT, you need probably a little bit of a gift going your way. dupreeh could be one of them. The 3 people about to jump him. He's just going for the straight spray, but the Tech9 somehow just absolutely beats him to it. That's a fight. At least you're expecting 1 kill. Another headshot This time unlucky. They're just in the middle and actually doing so much damage. Flashes are coming out everywhere. It's just an unstoppable train making its way through middle. Meg is finally going to be trying to throw down a bit of a log onto the rails there. And that's triple for him. Unbelievable.
That's the bomb, Anders!
That is the bomb, yeah. That's a bad move. Oh, they can't pick it up.
No!
It does move it back. They probably could have had it. You're right, Semler. Phelps now 1 versus 2. And he's going to be making the jump out. That's a far jump. And Lucky, dinked from earlier, still able to get the shot. Oh, my God.
What was this round, Anders? No! How are you picking that with the bomb?
They got carried away, didn't they? And they were like, you know what? This is it. This is so good. Yeah, but they, and I mean, presumably,
did he just not know? Do you think he probably just didn't know he had the bomb?
Could have been. Could have been. Or he thought, you know what? They're fighting in middle. I can just sneak in this kill. I don't know. It's not worth it. You're right. The bomb plant probably would have been a better move there. 7-3, and moving into the 11th round. GODSENT. Just everything about this so far for this best of 3 has been heartbreaking for GODSENT. Pretty much all the way through. Glaive sneaking down, flashed for the minute, but they're not checking him. So Phelps, oh, he's lucky to be alive. That smoke kind of saved him, but he's doing so much damage. And Glaive is still hanging around. He's like, you know what?
Yeah, what even is this drive-by?
Yeah,
just flinging bullets out there. Whoa, Lucky getting, he's getting got. Back to a 4-on-4. That's the AWP out of picture. Lucky, not quite hitting the shots right now, but I mean, his teammates are doing the work.
Dupree's he's in T spawn.
Oh, yeah.
He's so deep in there. Glaive is going to be found, and the bomb is making its way over to that A bomb side. Magisk with the kill, and Sip with one on Barton as well. Is back into a 2-on-3, and again, Dupree, where is he actually going to end up? He's just hanging around. He's expecting them to maybe fall back.
Oh, see, he's just got them boxed in now.
I mean, either way, that's a good play, because if they go for this and try and get the bomb down, he's going to be able to rotate pretty quickly and shoot them in the back, potentially. If they come back to the other bomb site, well, then they're definitely dead. So, yeah, he's just turned it into a lurk now and trying to see if he can get that flank. And Dumao taking a fair bit of damage, actually, from that. Got to be careful. This round has to be won. GODSENT need this so badly.
Yeah, they're so starved for information right now. That's the thing. They suspect it's the usual play to see now these flanks come through up on ramp. Nice HE onto Lado, but that gives away Dupree's position. He's fine with that. He wants to draw attention to himself to give his teammates room to work with to find these players.
Ooh, good flashbang to set up, but they still cannot find Magisk. He's going to get the headshot on Lado, Dupree, and now Dumao sneaking through. He gets one of them, and it's almost time. He's got it. That kill did the big difference, and I mean, it's a kind of a sloppy round from GODSENT in a bunch of different ways, but whatever it takes right now, whatever they can get to make it work, it's going to be good. 4-7.
Without a doubt. I mean, you just need to get the rounds on the board. 4, if you can get maybe 5 or 6, I think, as far as GODSENT are concerned, with how this half has gone so far, they'll just be counting themselves lucky to get that much. But now, because they all die in that round, they really don't have a whole lot to work with at that point. You're getting the round win bonus, and that's it. Yeah. Whereas you're going to have Astralis fully equipped on their side with nades, everything they could want. Your buy is going to look a little anemic. You're not really going to have a whole lot to work with.
I feel like this is the most tragic best of 3 I've seen in a long time, where just one team.
Why are you gritting then, Anders?
I don't know, because I don't know what else to do. It's either that or I have to start crying, and I don't want to do that on the stream, you know? So
you're right.
It is just upsetting. Normally, the luck is somewhat evenly distributed amongst, you know, or the lack thereof between the teams. Yeah. Like you kind of, you know, you have some misfortune going your way, but then you kind of get it back later on. This is nothing like that. It feels like GODSENT every single time. They're just ending up with it. You're right. They win around, but everyone dies. They have some good 2v2s, but they just can't really finish them. It's unbelievable.
Oh, no, it is really tragic right now what's happening to GODSENT. And keep in mind, guys, this is it. This is, well, Astralis are currently up 1 map in this best of 3, and this is an elimination series from the major. You lose this, you go home. That is it. Oh, Dupree, you savage.
He knew that he could not fall back from that position, but the fact that he even got one of those kills is still pretty impressive. Glaive, oh yeah, there's a lot of people there. Lucky, do you want to stick around here? This is very commonly Molotov. They don't have one right now. So actually, this is one of those times where he is really safe in this position. He's going to get a kill, and now he's going to start to fall back. Crossing into the bomb site, very dangerous. That could have been actually a double kill for Barton. I don't know, Astralis getting maybe a little bit too loose with it here, because they probably at least could have guessed that someone would have moved up. So a little bit shocking. Sip is going to be going down. trying to get the jump on them there. This is a weird round here for Astralis, in my opinion.
Yeah, what a bizarre round. Just completely unaware of the fact that GODSENT could have pushed up yellow. They didn't have anybody there watching it either. So I don't... I mean, Astralis have to have been aware that that was a risk, but it didn't look like it from judging by their play. And now they're in a weird retake. Nice off angle, but Magisk again trumps him. Gets that kill. 2-on-2 now with the flash over the top. This is going to be so difficult now for GODSENT to hold.
Yeah, it actually could be. They're going to be running up before the fight even happens. That's interesting. Lucky has no idea that he's behind there, but Dumal, he goes for a spray and a reload. You don't have time for that. There's a second left of the defuse. Oh, no! He just gets away with it. The tragedy continues for GODSENT. It's so ridiculous.
What is this Greek tragedy that we're watching right now? He runs out of bullets on the spray.
Oh, man.
I can't even wrap my head around this. Nothing is working for GODSENT. They cannot catch a break. And just rewatching this now, I mean, that was sick. This is really nicely done here from Barton. He's fighting the good fight. And Lucky had no idea where this guy was either. It's outrageous, Anders.
Telling you right now, Sambler, if they actually are God-sent, it's more in like the Jesus sense, where they sent to be tortured on Earth. that kind of thing that we're witnessing here. This is unbelievable.
Their fate, it's a grim one right now. And the thing is that I don't think they're going to it willingly right now. They're trying to fight back, Anders. They're fighting against it. It's just, it's inevitable.
Yeah, this is it's so heartbreaking. And unlike, I mean, on Nuke, at least you could say, even if they'd won some of those 2v2s, they still probably do not win that map. Or they definitely don't win Nuke. This map is different, right? 8-4. If they win that spray through the smoke, what a difference it would have made. Would have been 5-7 instead. Sip looking over the smoke. Lucky is there as well. Trying. Not quite hitting the shot, but again, it is at least slowing them down. Deep grenade, and it doesn't do nearly any damage, but wasn't that far off. Cones flying everywhere. And 13th round, starting off with a bang here. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade, favoring GODSENT. That is what they needed. They didn't. They took some damage on Dumao as well, but Phelps goes down. Glaive is straight back into it, looking for a follow-up. It's going to be Magisk to get that instead, and we're in a 2-on-2. GODSENT have had this position many, many times throughout this best-of-3 so far, without actually being able to do much about it. They keep losing these important rounds. This one has to go their way. It simply must. They're fighting for their major lives here, and if they can't find a way to bring this one home, it's just going to be trouble. There's Lado going down before they even get the bomb planted, and now it's Barton on his own. Magisk jumping into him. Almost managed to knock him out. The headbutt. Spray is there, but Lucky is still alive. He's got 6 health left with that AWP. Molotov to put a bit of pressure on Barton. Still got 30 seconds, so you can wait out the Molotov here. But that AWP on the other side is the big equalizer against this AK. And Barton knows it. Tries a little bit here with the bomb plant. He's going to go all the way through, not even faking it out. So now the pressure is on Lucky. He's just holding the... He knows he has to move at one point. The gun barrel showing? I don't think so.
Don't think so.
He's slowly creeping back out. I think Barton has the right idea. Lucky, he still has a smoke like last time, but you can't expect for him to run out of bullets again. So this time it should be favoring the T side. It should be GODSENT winning this one. Oh, but Lucky, he gets the headshot, and he is straight on the bomb. It goes the way of Astralis again. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable that he walks into that. GODSENT, I mean, that's, again, it's all just lining up for Astralis. Lucky happens to be holding the correct angle with the op right when his opponent peeks into his crosshairs. A bit of that is Lucky, obviously, but it's also a bit of it, you know, him just living up to his name. Having it break his way like that. It's unreal. GODSENT cannot get anything to break their way right now in these clutches. It's just not happening for them. 9-4. Big lead now for Astralis on the CT side of Vertigo in this first half.
Round number 14. This hopefully will be a different round for GODSENT. This time the nade does land, and it does do a fair bit of damage to follow up Molotov into the corner. Glaive again, playing it aggressively on that A ramp. He snuck down. I don't think they realize, oh, he's just going to swing against them. Easily takes out Phelps. He was just caught sleeping by the box. GODSENT, I mean, they're being pressured so much without even without even being allowed to take the initiative. We actually introduced this first half by saying, at least they're on the T side, at least they can take some initiative and dictate where the fights are going to be happening, but that's not even true half the time here.
No, it's not, exactly. But now they maybe have a little bit of an opening here to take advantage of. Quick rotate down to the B site, hoping that they can actually find a way in. There is already an Astralis player on point here, though. And, yep, dupreeh not going to get caught sleeping. He finds the kill, brings it back to a 3-on-3, and he's got the backup now. Lucky is showing up with that AWP, looking for a shot. And, well, smoke to create a little bit of room, but there's still a chance now for GODSENT to get this bomb planted.
All right, they get a kill as well. 2-on-3 with the bomb down. It's everything that you could wish for right now for GODSENT. Once again, it's got all the makings of another tragic round, but really, if we just forget about what's been happening so far, this is a 1 round. There are no nades left on Astralis. This should be an almost impossible retake. Dumao take care of Sip. It took a minute there, but he's able to find the shot on him. And now it's just dupreeh to 1 versus 3 with not that much time left, really, yeah. Pick up the AWP and try and see if you can make an exit instead. If he runs too far, he'll run into Taco. It is going to be a 5th round on the board for GODSENT finally. And I think dupreeh doesn't even realize, yeah, he's probably dead, almost certainly dead here, especially while reloading the AWP. Oh, there's the shot.
Yeah, he hears the footsteps. He's like, wait. No,
no,
not happening, bud, not happening.
And they actually have no money on the Astralis side, so GODSENT could come up with 9-6. I almost feel like, given how all this is unfolded, if they get to 9-6, it's probably going to be okay, maybe.
It's their map pick after all, right? So their CT side, you got to expect that they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve, that they'll have prepared some stuff here in this all-important series. You know that these players aren't getting much sleep right now. They're probably so focused on just staying alive in this major. So GODSENT, you know, where I'm not going to call it just yet, because again, if Lady Luck just starts winking their way a little bit, right, just giving them a little smile, not a grin, just a little bit, you know, corner, it could still go their way. Or dupreeh can just rip your head off, Taco. That's also an option.
Please, please. They don't deserve this. This is cruel. Phelps going down and Magus with the kill on Lado. I don't know what they've done to deserve this. Why is it happening? Dumao and Bartin, 2 versus 5. It's absolute. What we're witnessing here is just, it's got to be one of the most emotionally devastating. Again, this would be hard if it was just a random online game, but we're at the major and you're about to get knocked out. And every single round, you just run into the maximum amount of tragedy every single time.
It is getting to that Greek level right now. We're starting to see some real horror show stuff. I mean, dupreeh's now got this crazy off angle that he hasn't used yet this half, so there's no reason for GODSENT to expect this whatsoever. Oh. And there it is. The double kill. He's got the drop, and he gets that solid round.
It's a flawless round out of having a Deagle and a Scout. And it just works. 10-5 in the first half in favor of Astralis. Man, forget about the Titanic as a tragedy. We've reached new levels.
This is really getting it, and I don't think they're coming back, Anders. You know, you can whisper it all you want, but.
This time, everyone is going down into the cold deep. There's no survivors.
Well, hey, let's see. CT side now for GODSENT. This is it. All right. So all of the pressure on you. And Taco, let's not forget that Taco is here. And he is leading this team. He's done tremendous work for them so far. The tournament yesterday had a great performance, even though it wasn't quite enough to get his team the wins. He was there doing the damage. And, well, now, as far as GODSENT are concerned, could be their time to shine on the CT side, looking for the headshots. Phelps, if there was ever a time to wake up, it's now.
Yeah, you need it. We said it so many times. It started to become a little bit repetitive. 10-5, and here we go. Setting up on the A-ramp. Flash goes into the sky. They're going to be able to isolate Phelps, but he actually gets a kill and just ducks into the smoke. That's shocking that he's still alive here, but it should be a bomb plant for Astralis. And they still have an HE there on Lucky. They're going to be throwing that deep into the bomb side. Didn't really do any damage. They re-smoked the right-hand side of it, so that's a long time that GODSENT, they can't really wait for that smoke to disappear. They actually have to do something before that goes away, because otherwise the round is almost over at that point in time. 5 versus 3 now for the retake. It's all looking so good. Magus getting a kill. Just a bit of a hiccup there. But they need to keep going, trying to find it. No one's on the bomb yet. Astralis, they knife out Lucky. No, come on. That's too much. dupreeh on his own. He's going to get shut down. And the defuse is going to be in. GODSENT will win the pistol. That's your job well done.
There we go, Anders. The strong start. Hopefully this is enough to get GODSENT just flowing. Now they get that pistol round win, and now they actually get to buy up. Astralis are going to go for the force themselves, so they're feeling it right now, Astralis. They're saying, we got the bomb plant. We're going to be able to afford to get a few rifles of our own, and now we're going to be in that awkward spot where you're not really sure which team actually won the pistol round, just because they all have guns, and it's a fairly even buy if you look at it. So Astralis now looking to just put an end to this GODSENT party in the second half.
I think Lucky pulling out that knife, that's like his realization that, you know what, everything is working today. Luck and fate is on our side. Let's just go for it. But is it tempting? Is it too much? Has he switched it? Did he curse his team by doing that?
It's just
I feel like that's pushing the upper limits on what you can get away with.
Exactly, and also, will you have used up all of your luck for the tournament? You know, in this one series. After that,
it's possible.
It's not done yet. You know, this is the thing. Astralis and GODSENT both are in that uncomfortable situation where these are all elimination matches for them now. Their backs are to the wall. They have to win out from here in order to make it into the next stage. And even then, you're not done. Then it's the next stage. You're not even into the playoffs if you make it out of these groups. You get another group phase.
Yeah, it's wild. Taco to get the kill on the pre, but a good return from Magisk over on the B stairwell. So they're going to be trading 1 for 1 over on that side. Just a little bit of noise here at the A ramp being made as well. You kind of... Oh, wait a minute. They're actually so deep in here. Glaive he wants to see if he can close out this round. And if he finds that kill, that's probably will do the job. But a good defense from Phelps. Actually, a stunning defense from Phelps getting that double kill. That's... Again, this should be a 1 round already here. 2 versus 4. Even with the time that's left, they should be able to set up trade positions where every time Astralis get a kill, if they do, you can quickly get one back as well.
Sure. I'm just curious to see if Phelps, if this is it, him just going to start waking up here in the second half. He had such a quiet first half. But if he starts getting single and double kills on the CT side, that's all GODSENT need to get competitive here. If they can rely on him to start carrying some weight. So now, well, Glaive, he's got Magisk with him. They're going to go for the peek. He knows the usual angles. Unfortunately for him, Phelps was crouching at the time, and so they do not spot him out. But Magisk gets the drop. What? 2 beautiful kills coming in for GODSENT. No way should they get those.
Yeah, Dan, you think the M-Force would be favored in that moment, but didn't turn out that way. 10-7. I mean, 10-7 scoreline. If I just wipe my memory of all the misfortune that GODSENT have run into, you'd say this is looking great. This is actually pretty good. They could definitely win this from a 10-7 scoreline, right? It's only a 3-round difference. If they have the economy with them, and they do, it could be smooth sailing here. No connection there, but all of the T's are on the ramp. Deep nades.
Beautiful.
That's really going to blow them up.
That's what you want to see. Just bombardment. And they don't go for the force this round. No Kevlar. Lato not going to get lucky. That's a little unfortunate. The kills are going to go to the M4 with Phelps, so he's going to get those feel-good kills. One of them goes the way of the MP9 at the end. That's always painful in those anti-ecos because you really just want that MP9 to be farming. It's $600 per kill instead of $300 per kill. That adds up. If you get a few kills, there's your full set of nades for the next round. So, I mean...
We had that Mac 10 ace earlier. That was pretty good.
True. For Magisk on Nuke, he was feeling good after that.
But in terms of the score, right, 10-8.
Well, now we got to see. Do Astralis have anything to pull out of the hat here to catch GODSENT off guard? Because this is GODSENT's map pick. GODSENT have got that momentum going on the CT side. And here's the aggression coming in from Phelps. Close on the ramp. Do they realize that this is even an option? It doesn't look like it. He's got 2 players who've made it past him.
Why would they ever check for that? That's such an immensely brave move from Phelps. Now he's going to start to fall back. They did get the kill on Sip as well, but I don't think I've seen that very often. That's one hell of a jump. He's going to get caught, though. Trying to get back. Glaive will go down in return. So they still trade favorably. GODSENT still ahead here, 3 versus 4. They're going to be fine for the minute. Setting up towards the B bomb side, though. If Taco goes down, still is a big problem because the follow-up rifle here is still a FAMAS, and that's a clean shot. Now the FAMAS is trying to hold it. Barton is getting into position. Flash doesn't do too much to him. He's out on that deep angle. Going to go down to Lucky, though. It's now a 2-on-2, and the spray from Dupree is so good.
What is going on here, Anders?
They're just fighting their way into the way. It's a really good call for Astralis to go back and sort of fish for that kill. And once they get it, they know They're so ready for it. It's a really, really smart move. Lado now 1 versus 2. He has a smoke, so theoretically if he can find the 1 kill and turn it into a 1-on-1, he could try and play around that smoke and the defuse. But it's a hard game to play right now, and he's not going to be able to check everything. dupreeh will take him down. It's a good triple for dupreeh in this round, and generally he's been playing incredibly well here on Vertigo along with Magisk. It's going to be 11-8.
Well, those two have certainly come online in this series for Astralis. They were absent yesterday. You can't get around that. We weren't seeing Magisk and dupreeh pull their weight. It was really Glaive who was trying to lead from the fronts, trying to make the plays happen and trying to create space, and the rest of his teammates were kind of lackluster in their gameplay. Today, however, the 2 stars are really standing out for Astralis, and that's exactly what needs to happen. It's a point that Thorin was really elaborating on yesterday, trying to make you guys understand that without Device here, the player to get the most MVPs, right? You need to turn to dupreeh. You need to turn to Magisk to hit the shots for Astralis to be a threat. And so if those guys are here now, well then, Astralis are cooking with gas.
Yeah, there's no way you can rush over the fact that that Device is not on the team. I mean, there's not many places in the world to look for a replacement for a player like Device. There's just no way around it. So, yeah, they're going to have to double and triple down on some of these other players. Magisk been guarding T-spawn for a while. Hanging out there. I like this move from Dumao. It's super high risk, but remember dupreeh was doing something similar, not with an AWP, but he was playing in that same style. Dumao sneaking through, still scoped up, and the timing is just not with him. I still think it's a cool idea, but when it backfires like this, it is obviously going to be a bit of an issue. 50 seconds. 4 on 5 here. And Sip is just waiting for that smoke to fade. Still got about 40 seconds now. They are being slowed down. Feltz, he's been playing well on this ramp, but this time it's going to go against him. Lado able to trade the kill. That is at least something. 35 seconds. That Molotov, I don't know about that one. That just slows them down. Did they really need that? Maybe they feel like they've boxed him in with a follow-up grenade, but I feel like that actually is just slowing them down a lot. They still have a player in middle that's sort of lurking his way through. dupreeh again on that angle. And that is so deadly. If they can get dupreeh into play, Barton, he reads, and what a great read from Barton. That is absolutely amazing. That might have just won them the round here. Bomb is going to be planted, but now it's a 3-on-3. Grenade on top of them. Sip with a headshot, though. Oh, and he gets one more. It's all headshots at the end. Astralis, it just doesn't matter. That play from Barton is so good. And they get the nade that essentially destroys the entire team, or whoever is left, and it doesn't matter.
They peek into it, and Astralis hit all of the headshots with the AKs. That's it. One-shot headshot makes all the difference for Astralis in that hold. And here's dupreeh again. Highlight from him as he gets that flank. Some great fighting here from both of these players, but now, it's just that Astralis, they've got that confidence to take those duels in the end. They just swing wide, and they're just like, right, I'm going to fight you now. I know that you need to come onto the bomb site, but I'm going to be the one to take the initiative and fight you instead, not let you be comfortable.
Confidence and voodoo magic.
And voodoo magic, hand in hand.
There's something else going on in this game, man. It's not just about that.
Since time immemorial. There's some Viking stuff going on here. I mean, what have you guys done? Did you reckon they sacrificed someone to Odin before this tournament started? Was that they had to bring back the OG gods?
Some Amanita Mascaria. I don't know what's going on. They are something is different about this game. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but there's definitely something weird going on. Nice little boost up against USPs. Oh, don't be pulling out the nades. Yeah, he's got back up here. Got the whole crew with him, and that's going to be enough. Taco?
Just pondering the meaning of life.
trying to feel the warmth of that diesel generator. He's like, just anything to not just feel cold and lonely.
And right now he's looking for the what is it, the tailpipe.
So dark. Oh, poor Taco. I really can't believe what we've seen here so far. 13-8 is going to be the scoreline. The money is starting to work out for Astralis once again. I don't know what it is. This is a way closer game, but it still feels like there are so many of these pivotal rounds where GODSENT are even in the lead. They have things going their way, and they are not able to find the wins in those rounds. I mean, it's so obnoxious.
It is. I mean, it is worth mentioning, again, to paint the picture that there is a gulf of experience between some of the players on GODSENT and the multi-major champions that are Astralis.
True.
And so when pressure is on, like you said at the beginning, right? Astralis, they've been in all the situations before. For them, the only thing that they can really do is get on LAN and try to make new experiences happen, because if it comes to everything else they've done. Whereas for GODSENT, this is an elimination match in a major. This is back to the wall, ultimate pressure in your career, and you're here going up against Astralis, right? All of that is weighing on you. And so it is worth mentioning, right, that, you know, GODSENT, pretty heavy underdogs in this match, all things considered. And yet they are still managing to keep some of these rounds competitive. That's the beauty of it. Nuke did not go their way the first map in this series. Astralis blasted them on it. But here, at least on Vertigo, their map pick, they're able to make Astralis work for it.
Look at Megas, he's here so quickly. Taco, he's got the right idea, and he will win that fight. The follow-up as well. Great work from Taco. That's actually very easy to get fooled by, because that nade, that smoke that's down in front of Glaive, that's the one that Taco sort of puts down to try and slow them down so that they don't just sort of rush him. The fact that they were still there maybe could have caught him off guard. Phelps is going to be losing the fight over at the A ramp. That is unfortunate, because that gives up the 4-on-3 that they had otherwise. Back into a 3-on-3 now.
Ooh, now the bait and switch. There's no way that he's going to push B ramp, though. All right, now, and so Dumao is actually pushed into mid. This is going to be interesting.
They've kind of given up on the bomb side, haven't they?
Yeah, but the bomb, is he going to be able to find the bomb? No way, if he finds the bomb.
There it is.
Oh, this is, what are they going to do? Can Astralis be aware of this, that this is a possibility? And everybody's just sitting and waiting? Are you kidding me right now?
They really are. Just Dumao, he's pushing. That seems very high risk to me. The fact that he's moving forward like this can actually give up a lot. He still should be able to shoot Glaive in the back, but let's just wait and see. Glaive is going to be picking up the bomb. Lucky going down. Glaive trying to check as much as he can, but yeah, he has no way of knowing. That is a good move. It's all working out for GODSENT in this round. Good stuff. Man, I'm so nervous when he starts moving forward like that.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a clench moment there. But that is such a monster flank, and it works perfectly. And then finding the bomb, just like that, that's it. It's Christmas come early. You got everything you wanted. You don't need to ask for anything more. Because at that point, you know that somebody on Astralis has to come and pick up that bomb, and they're not going to be expecting you to be camping it. And so, brutal for Astralis, but still, they've got a lead, and they have enough money for a buy. It's not the end of days just yet for Astralis. And while GODSENT, nicely done through the smoke, finding the kill. You get those AKs in play, the damage you can do.
If they could turn this around, I mean, we're going to be an inferno for the final game if it goes down to the final map here. But
wouldn't that be terrific?
Just in terms of the score, I've got to say it again: 13-9 is totally winnable if you're on the GODSENT side. It's just that we're so colored by the fact that they've been playing just with a lot of misfortune on the God. It really feels like that. I don't know if I'm just overdoing it in my own brain, but it feels like so many things have gone against them. If they can turn it around here, and what is this? Are they swapping out guns in the middle of the ramp? Huh. That seems like a quick way to die. If someone peeks you while you're doing that, there's nothing you can do about it. I don't like seeing that. I don't want to see that ever again. Lado does go down, but he did take Glaive with him, so it's not all bad here. 4-on-3. Making a bit of noise running back. Lucky. Oh, he's actually fighting two at once. He's going to get one of them. Can't get the follow-up, and a good spray from Phelps. He's going to be forced back, but they are still in a really winnable position here. Megas down with a 1 versus 3. He's being flanked as well. How does he even get out from behind this? Deep nade. They'll do a little bit of damage. Shooting at the corpse is not going to help out either. And Megas backing up slowly, probably to his death. It's going to be Taco on the flank, and it'll be a 10th round for GODSENT.
Very well done. It's still taking some getting used to. Okay, yeah, they are going to swap out for AKs. I was about to say, I'm still getting used to this idea that players are willingly running past AKs on the CT side. It's just not used to seeing that at all. But they will go ahead and hold on to a couple of AKs, and we'll have them get into it after that. But a must-win round for GODSENT. Fortunately for Astralis, they get the bomb plant in that situation. So money should still be there for them to keep some pressure up.
Yeah, that's definitely a critical thing, isn't it? Just keep the pressure on as much as you can. Even like this, if it's just pistols and armor, it's still just about trying to not let GODSENT feel too comfortable. Well, canceling the aggression.
Yeah, and a near full set of nades means that they can get an execute going if they wanted to and really try and just smash GODSENT here. And talk about demoralizing. If they can do some serious damage to GODSENT in this round, that'll be terrific for Astralis. Take some of those AKs back. But now, patient play so far on ramp.
Yeah, just I mean, this is a round where you have to be thankful that GODSENT are not being very aggressive in this round, because again, if they walk into some of those deagles, that could be a bad time. So maybe this is one of those rounds where actually on the CT side, you just want to kind of wait it out and see what happens.
Time for some of the Tech 9 run and gun, methinks, on this B site.
Taco, ooh, if he goes down, it's a bit awkward. Just test it for a quick minute. Oh, Glaive catches him running up the stairs. A deagle headshot to bring down Taco. Still got 45 seconds, which on this map is quite a bit. I think at the moment Phelps is checking the A ramp and trying to make sure, and actually deep Molotov to slow them down. This is so important for Phelps. It's not doing any damage, but he just has to know whether or not they're coming back to A.
There's 2 players on B right now for GODSENT, 1 in mid. Phelps is alone.
Oh, wait, he's going to, yeah, hide behind the sandbags. They probably know he's there. Yep, they're going to Molotov him out, and he can't do anything about it. He goes for the fight, and they're not actually checking it. They throw the Molotovs without checking if anyone is there, and he gets a triple kill behind it. Lucky and Dupree, what do you do now? 15 seconds, you cannot fall back to the B bomb site. If you want to get the bomb plant, you just have to run and try and get the job done.
You have to go and die.
Yeah, actually.
This is a niko round. What are you doing?
Well, Dupree's walking up behind them with an M4, so maybe they're like, all right, we can make this super expensive. He's going to miss that shot, though. This is an all-round, weird, sloppy round from Astralis. Throwing the Molotov into the sandbags was a great idea, but not checking if anyone was there, being forced out, that's a big no-no.
What a weird round. What a weird round. And unforced errors, Anders. You hit the nail on the head. Unforced errors for Astralis now, where you throw mollies and then don't look to see. The whole point of throwing that molly is to force someone out from behind those sandbags. You don't just throw it. It's not an HE. You don't just throw it and forget about it. You throw it and you watch to see if you're going to flush anybody out into the open. So unforced errors getting made here by Astralis, and I actually think it's a good time for Zonic to call for the timeout here and kind of slow down the pace here, because now GODSENT are going to start feeling like they can get back into this. GODSENT are going to start feeling like things are starting to break their way, and that this map pick of theirs can actually go their way. So now, you know, yep, Taco keeping his players cool, calm, and collected. And it's on Astralis now to get their heads in this and figure out what it is that they need to do, because they didn't get a bomb plant that round. If they get a bomb plant that round, they have plenty of money. Whereas now,
yeah, it's
going to be a little questionable. They will have just enough, but they're light on nades.
Going to be lacking a little bit, and a Galil in the mix as well there on Mega. So a couple of things that they could have had extra, but they should still be pretty lethal in this upcoming round. 13-11. I mean, that gap is really closing down right now. GODSENT are taking all of the right steps. They're moving in the right direction. They just need to keep this up. Don't change the formula right now. Just keep your eyes on the prize and get a victory on Vertigo. They could think about Inferno after that. But this is all about just making it through here and not getting knocked out in a 2-0 fashion. Lucky he's seen the helmet, I think. Oh, throwing up another nade. Yeah, okay. As long as the smoke is up, I feel like you could probably do that. Previous round when they had none, it was a bit more scary. Phelps is pushed down, playing inside of it. If they spam through here, there's not going to be any real recovery. He does take a couple of pot shots, but he'll start to fall back. Glaive is down low again.
Once again finds himself at half, but he's been playing a lot of point man. So really, him, as long as he has 1 HP, if he can just run in first and create a little bit of room, he'll be fine with that.
Oh.
So now, yeah, once again, Glaive kind of taking point, figuring out where these guys are holding from. Phelps shoots him in the face, though.
Phelps has come alive in an absolutely dramatic fashion from the first half. I think he had something like 4 kills or something in the first half. He was really not doing a lot, and now he's up to 17. So almost catching up to Lado and Dumao there. They've been playing very well, too. This is actually a brilliant comeback story right now for GODSENT. I'm so impressed that they're able to mentally keep it together after everything they've been through in this best of 3 so far. 8 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Sip with the headshot, Lucky with the kill. The bomb gets planted. I thought maybe that was Sip with the bomb, but it wasn't. And now it's a 3-on-3. Yep, they check for the flank, but no one is coming this time. And here's the problem. They have a smoke on Barton, and he has to put it down right because there's a Molotov on Dupree. If they use it too soon, then the Molotov can win the round on its own. So let's just wait and see. Barton is the guy to watch. Dupree coming in with the flank and taking down Dumao, and that creates a lot of stress. Yep, there it is. Go straight for it. Lining up the kill, and it's Magus to get it. The smoke he had in the right position, but it was not enough. And now Taco never going to be able to make it out of this one. Dupree with his 21st kill. Magus got 23, and Astralis getting a 14th round. They are 2 rounds away from knocking out GODSENT.
And in a steady fashion in that round as well. No gimmicks here. Just slowly pressing up onto the bomb site, getting your smokes down, and then taking advantage of those smokes to get up onto the bomb site and get that bomb planted. dupreeh with a really sick flank, but I like to see that from Astralis. A very steady approach, just working their way up onto a bomb site one step at a time. And it's that kind of relentless approach that I like to see from them, where it's just thorough. You rely on the communication, you rely on your experience to get you through. It's nothing chaotic about it in the end. So Glaive right now falling back on his strengths, doing a bit of the talking right now. Obviously the pressure is on. It's not match point yet, but they're one round off of it for Astralis. And now it's all just about just locking it down. If they can win this next round, they can break GODSENT.
Yeah, I am shocked that GODSENT are not already broken. And they're playing with a lot of heart in this game, because I think emotionally, losing that many close rounds, that really tears you down after a while. That's just too much to handle. But apparently not for these guys. 14-11. They have somebody to fight with here, but it is not perfect. You could tell that Deagle, that MP9, a sign of the crumbling economy of GODSENT.
Indeed. Must-win round for GODSENT. This is it.
Phelps, he got dropped real low with the beginning again. He's been playing brilliantly on this A ramp. In fact, I mean, a huge part of this first half is Phelps on the A ramp, basically.
And talk about this now from Astralis. It's been so long that they haven't really shown any presence mid. And now, in this key round, they decide to put a couple of bodies in mid and see if they can catch somebody out there. Whoa, just the timing could not have been worse for dupreeh.
Yeah, and he got baited into that. Taco went and made the jump on the stairs and then walked back, and dupreeh absolutely assumed that he'd walked all the way back in the bomb side. He didn't assume that he'd just, fallen back to that little half wall there. Barton's going to be going down, and they know that Taco's in there. They have all the information. They know that he's there with an MP9. This is a really, really good call. Flash doesn't do nearly anything, but it doesn't matter. Glaive will get the headshot. Dumao goes down, and it's a disaster for GODSENT. Nothing short of it. Phelps and Lado 2 versus 4. You can't even go for it. You just have to give it up.
You're going to need to give this round up and then fight like tigers from here on out, GODSENT. You'll have 2 rifles to hold on to, and we'll see what else they can scrap together here, as there's no retaking this site 2v4. And I mean, it's just, when I get excited about that Flash, it's that they really do know exactly where Taco is.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to, and that's probably mystery. Almost instinctually, right? You're like, yeah, let's set this up.
Get that Flash over the top and get rid of this guy. And that is also just dupreeh. I mean, that could have been even worse, but they managed to just make it work there, Astralis. 14-11. But I do like Astralis again. They've gone many rounds without showing any presence in mid at all. And here they finally put a couple of bodies in there. And it works. They get rewarded with a kill, and they get rewarded with that pathway onto the B bomb site to take advantage of. And so now this is Astralis on match point, 4 of them, and GODSENT don't have much money to work with. It's just going to be buying whatever you can here on GODSENT's side. A couple of MP9s so they can afford some grenades. And yeah, Taco just has to go for the pistol so he can afford some grenades. So this is it. All or nothing now for GODSENT.
Yeah, they need 4 rounds in a row. So far, that's been very hard for them to find on any map in this best of 3 so far. They've been struggling pretty much all the way through. Deep nade there will blow up Lado just a bit. Dumao goes down. They needed kills, not the other way around. dupreeh sneaking up and trying to get a bit close. Yep, they're going to have some backup there with Glaive taking down Taco, and it's just going to continue. We all knew where this was going to end. The tragedy, at least it comes to an end at one point, Semler. They're not going to be tortured forever here. Phelps will get the kill on Lucky, but it seems like it is just too late. Phelps and Lado, 2 versus 4, trying to hang on to their major hopes and dreams. And Astralis have heartlessly and cruelly just stolen them away from them. On 2 maps, it seems. I don't know what you could do to retake this bomb site. Bomb is already planted. They have many nades still left on that T side. They can keep grenading. There's a Phelps probably struck it over, like saying, what can we possibly do here? Lining up for it. Glaive with the 1 kill. Ladder on the other one. And GODSENT, there's nothing left here. The nade almost blows him up, but this has been a real return of Astralis as well. They're going to be sending them packing 16-11 on the second map, and they have to say goodbye to the major. Astralis, though, looking like a really powerful team once again.
The must-win match. They get it done in dominant fashion. 2-0. They completely control Nuke, and they work out very well here on Vertigo. Astralis can feel good about this win. It's a must-win for them, and it's against a team that they should beat in this fashion. There really shouldn't be a chance for GODSENT. It would have been a humongous upset had GODSENT won against Astralis. So Astralis getting the job done.
They got the job done. They look much revitalized. Dupree, Magus, and Sip all playing very well. That's a scary combination to be up against, without a doubt. I mean, on top of that, just GODSENT having... I can't believe it. It's so heartbreaking.
Listen, you gotta give props to GODSENT real quick, though. I mean, you did go up against the major champs. You did fight. You put up a fight on Vertigo. It didn't go your way, but you got some rounds. You showed some grit, and with the gulf again of experience separating the two teams, where some of these players on GODSENT, they should not be hanging their heads in shame. They should be standing tall, proud that they made it to the major and that they were fighting against a team like Astralis. You lost to Astralis. There's nothing to be ashamed of there.
Yeah, tough times. They're going to be seeing God. We are going to be seeing the panel.
Thanks, guys. And with that, GODSENT have, of course, become home sent. And we're going to break down that game on the analysis desk. And now we've got Maniac, Thorin, and Yanko, of course. Well, I mean, look, we maybe oversold it a little bit, I'll be honest. Everyone at home, we tried to be, all right, I can sense your smugness from here. You know,
I had him going through the next phase, so...
Yeah. I also predicted Astralis would win. Go check the tape.
Yeah, well, make it all about you, of course. Yeah, but look, they gave a decent account themselves on Vertigo. We sort of kind of expected that. I mean, the first map was pretty embarrassing, and I guess it shows that the GODSENT project has a long way to go. I mean, they've played a few times on Nuke, but Astralis, even with all of their struggles, they were just too good for them here.
This wasn't even that great a game overall. Like, on the side of GODSENT, listen, I tried to hype up the Phelps angle. Where was he in this game? He never even turned up. Map 1 was a joke. And on the Astralis side, we actually almost spun our wheels by making the whole lucky narrative. He wasn't even particularly good in this series. He had never had to do anything. It was actually the old guard of Magisk, Glaive, a little bit of Dupree on map 1. It was actually the big names that you wanted to perform who really outclassed GODSENT.
Yeah, I guess in that regard, it's not much about Astralis making it to the next round. It's more so the fashion with which they won, right? It's great to see them finding some reassurance. You pick new.
Look at this
13 rounds on the T side. That's what I wanted to mention. It's very important moving into the rest of the series. Yanko mentioned how Nuke is a reliable map for them. Also, a couple of individuals popping up. Magisk, 1.61 rating over the series. He's a major MVP.
Yes.
He's a major MVP that needed to shine, and he did so. So a few reassuring signs for Astralis, but we're far away from celebrating.
And also what we saw from GODSENT on that city side of Nuke really was something that maybe we expected to see for more teams coming back to LAN was the nerves, right? You could see in a couple of situations, especially when Astralis was draining out the clock, late round situations, they're just a little bit impatient. They want to make a play instead of play the time, wait for their teammates to try to help them out, whether it's with utility, whether it's with just drawing attention to himself, being the bait, and so on. And that happened, time and time again. If it happens once or twice, maybe you can get away with it, but it's been happening throughout this game, and as you said, their previous games as well.
Yeah, there's going to be disappointment for GODSENT, quite honestly. You think about the journey to this major, and think about some of the teams they've been over on NA, they come here and then go out 0-3, and in all, I'd say 3 out of 4 maps they play, you feel like there is something to be said, there's something to be done. Like the rounds I interested and intuitively played, but they dropped the ball at the